Good morning, Europe, and a very warm welcome from Berlin, wherever you are today. My name is Jürgen Pfeiffer, and I'll be your master of ceremonies during today's digital conference. For sure, you have noticed by now, we're unfortunately not united in Brussels today due to the COVID-19 circumstances. We're sort of broadcasting live from two spots, one in Brussels and one in conference room 1 here in the basement of the Federal Ministry of Technology and Digital Infrastructure. Nevertheless, during the next few hours, we have the chance of getting some new ideas on how hydrogen and sectoral integration can bring recovery, growth, and jobs for Europe. So we have prepared an outstanding program and a fully packed program too. It's all about insights into impressive projects, best practices, exchange of views, ideas, and impulses. Before your hosts will welcome you personally, digitally, of course, I'd like to just shortly wrap up the schedule a little bit for you until noon and give you some additional technical information on today's conference. In a few moments, Bart Biebak, the Executive Director of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, will be giving us his welcome address from Brussels, as one of your hosts today, of course. Directly followed by the welcome speech from Christoph Von Knoblestock, the Managing Director of NOW, the National Organization for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology. The first impulse speech then is coming from the Federal Minister of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, Andreas Scheuer. The Director General of Mobility and Transport for the European Commission, Hendrik Hollolai, will be with us directly afterwards. He'll be outlining the strategic approaches for a future climate-neutral Europe by 2050. After that, we'll be deep diving into the European regions and their individual concepts of nursing hydrogen projects. We'll be in touch with high lands, high experts, high performers, H2 valleys, and even H2 islands. And after some experiences in terms of project development assistance in Central Eastern Europe, we'll be closing out the first part of the day with the first of 3 high-ranking panel discussions. One last remark. Please do not hesitate to chat with us during the conference using the chat function. Our colleagues will be glad to take your remarks, statements, propositions, or suggestions. The only thing is, we can't promise to deliver detailed answers today, but I'll be in close contact with my colleague Mirela Atanasu from FCH. She'll have an eye on your digital remarks. And now please welcome your host, Bart Biebak, Executive Director from the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Bart.
Thank you well, Jürgen, for this very kind introduction. And indeed, we are here also live from Brussels, as you are in Berlin. So, welcome everybody to our audience, of course, to day 3 of the European Hydrogen Week. Today's event is, as you said, jointly organized with NOW, which is the National German Hydrogen Association, and in cooperation with the German Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, as the Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Christoph, I'm very happy that we could organize this event together. So far, the FCH JU and NOW have always worked very well together in, for example, the coordination of funding the projects or in organizing jointly events like the Hannover Messe. The title of today, as it was already mentioned, is How Hydrogen and Sectoral Integration Can Bring Recovery, Growth and Jobs to Europe. And really, to answer that question, we have managed to bring together an impressive lineup of speakers. In the morning, you will hear about how we cooperate on a regional level, each Europe and also Germany in their own specificities way, but it's very much alike at the same time. And in the afternoon, we will talk on international level. I hope that during the day, the audience will realize that Europe and Germany are well aligned on the hydrogen topic and the way to realize the hydrogen economy. With the German and European hydrogen strategy released, including huge financial support schemes, I believe that it is the time now for both implementation bodies to step up the cooperation and seek for more synergies in research and innovation projects, as deep cooperation will be the only way for Europe to keep its leadership. Today, I believe, is a first step, and I'm looking forward to the various panels discussions today, as well as the keynote from your Minister Scheuer and also Mr. Hollolai, the Director General of Transport DG. Back to you, Jürgen. Back to Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. We're trying our very best to deliver some substantial results today. And I'll pass the microphone on directly to the second host of today's conference, to Christoph Von Knoblestock. He's Managing Director, as I said, of NOW, the German National Organization for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology. Christoph.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pfeiffer. Warm welcome from Berlin again. And first of all, a big shout out to Bart and a big thank you and congratulations for the impressive EU Hydrogen Week you are staging so far. I followed it in the last couple of days. There were some big announcements made so far, and I think we can already state that it's a great success. Also, I'm very grateful that we managed to get this joint conference from FCH JU and NOW under the roof of the EU Council Presidency. I think this is very good. I'm very thankful for the Federal Ministry for Transport in Germany that it managed to get it under the roof of the Council Presidency. And as Bart already mentioned, the aim today will be to connect the dots between regional activities on the one hand and the international build-up of a hydrogen economy on the other hand. I think the panel is very impressive. We will have best practice in the next upcoming sessions and best practice for regional activities in the upcoming sessions. And in the afternoon, we will head for the international activities. And I think the aim should be to connect the both of them. So I wish you all a very interesting conference today. And back to you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Christoph. Since Wednesdays are traditionally the jour fixe for the German governments to meet, our first keynote speaker is just some 500 meters away in the Chancellery. This is not really far, not at least for German distances, but it's far enough not to be present right now. So our Federal Minister of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, Andreas Scheuer, took the time to pre-record and to tape his speech on the German hydrogen strategy. Let's have a look and see what he's telling us.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, es geht um die Mobilität der Zukunft und die Energiegewinnung der Zukunft. Es geht um Technologieoffenheit und vor allem um den Blick auf die Gewinnung des Kraftstoffs der Zukunft und das nicht nur mit alternativen Antrieben technologieoffen bleiben, sondern auch mit alternativen Kraftstoffen. Und das wird die Herausforderung sein, beides zu verbinden. Und Deutschland ist nicht allein, Gott sei Dank. Wir sind nicht das Sonnenland, da gibt es andere auf der Welt. Und ich bedanke mich vor allem auch bei Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die dabei sind, Deutschland zu unterstützen, beispielsweise meine Kollegen aus Marokko und Chile, um beim Thema Kraftstoffgewinnung einen Riesenschritt vorwärts zu kommen. Es muss nämlich beides passen. Die alternativen Antriebe und die alternativen Kraftstoffe und die regenerativen Energien. Und deswegen wird Deutschland nicht bekannt sein, auch in Zukunft als das Sonnenland, sondern vor allem das Ingenieursland. Und deswegen möchte ich nochmal ermutigen, dass wir nicht nur national den Blick darauf setzen, sondern wir unseren Blick weiten, eine globale Lösung finden, damit wir zum Beispiel beim Wasserstoff diese Antriebstechnologie zum Wunderantrieb der Zukunft machen. Und dazu braucht es viel Equipment. Die batterieelektrischen Fahrzeuge sind beschränkt auf Leistung und Reichweite. Wasserstoff dagegen ist geeignet für lange Strecken, für große Autos und für schwere LKWs und für Busse und Züge, für den Schiffs- und für den Flugverkehr. Und deswegen müssen wir die Vorteile des Wasserstoffs sehen. Trotzdem haben wir auch Herausforderungen, beispielsweise beim Transport. Ich glaube, Wasserstoff kann der Kraftstoff der Zukunft sein. Wir müssen ihn marktreif bringen. Und vor allem interessant als Geschäftsmodelle. Wir brauchen den Wasserstoff als Antrieb der Zukunft, nicht nur in den vielen nationalen Interessen, sondern auch als europäische Dimension und internationale Strategie. Wachstum, Wohlstand und Arbeit in Europa. Wir brauchen eine Partnerschaft in der Welt und das machen wir zum Schwerpunkt in der deutschen EU-Ratspräsidentschaft. Alle Verkehrsträger nehmen wir in den Blick. Auf dem Aviation Summit haben wir Maßnahmen besprochen, wie wir den Markthochlauf für strombasierte Kraftstoffe im Luftverkehr starten. Auf der Green Shipping Konferenz haben wir uns um alternative Antriebe für die Schifffahrt gekümmert. Und auf einer Fachkonferenz zum Straßenverkehr haben wir das elektrische Fahren behandelt. Heute verlassen wir die Theorie und gehen rein in die Praxis. Zum einen zeigen regionale Best-Practice-Beispiele, was Wasserstoff heute schon kann und wie er eingesetzt werden kann. Zum anderen wollen wir diskutieren, wo und wie wir international kooperieren können. Wie wichtig Wasserstoff für uns ist, das belegen zwei aktuelle Entwicklungen. Sowohl Deutschland als auch die EU-Kommission haben unabhängig voneinander Wasserstoffstrategien verabschiedet. Mit diesem Doppelschlag senden wir ein starkes Signal in die Welt. Europa hat den Anspruch, führend in dieser Technologie zu sein. Die detaillierten Pläne für die Mobilität diskutieren wir derzeit mit den Mitgliedstaaten. Mit dem von uns vorgeschlagenen New Mobility Approach wollen wir einen Schwerpunkt auf das Thema Wasserstoff- und Brennstoffzellentechnologie legen. 2 Punkte der europäischen Wasserstoffstrategie sind mir besonders wichtig. Wir sollten erstens genau prüfen, wie wir das Instrument des Important Project of Common European Interest für den Wasserstoff einsetzen können. Dabei handelt es sich um transnationale, bedeutende Vorhaben von überragendem Gemeinschaftsinteresse. Die Schlüsseltechnologie Wasserstoff gehört dazu. Wir müssen die geballte Power der EU da reinstecken. Das bedeutet konkret Produktion von Brennstoffzellen, Entwicklung von Fahrzeugen aller Art, Aufbau einer Tankinfrastruktur. Und zweitens müssen wir insbesondere bei der Infrastruktur europäisch denken. Das Tankstellennetz muss grenzüberschreitend sein und nach gleichen Standards aufgebaut sein. Ich denke zum Beispiel an das Betanken von Lkw. Mit wie viel Bar wird getankt? Wird der Wasserstoff künftig gasförmig und flüssig zum Einsatz kommen? Hier ist entscheidend, dass wir die internationalen Plattformen und Gremien nutzen, um Hürden für die flächendeckende Anwendung von Wasserstoff auch international abzubauen. Und das ist nur eine der Herausforderungen, vor denen wir stehen. Wasserstoff ist noch zu teuer und noch nicht massenmarkttauglich. Und er muss grün sein. Mit unserer Strategie in Deutschland schaffen wir die Voraussetzungen für die Erzeugung und für das Verwenden von Wasserstoff und vor allem die Innovationen und die Investitionen. Insgesamt stellen wir rund 9 Milliarden Euro für die Maßnahmen der Strategie bereit. 2 Milliarden Euro davon stecken wir in internationale Aktivitäten. Zentrale Aktionsfelder sind dabei Güterverkehr und Personentransport. Allein mit der Elektrifizierung von Lkw können wir Millionen Tonnen CO2 sparen. Wir brauchen deshalb eine schnelle Flottenerneuerung. In Deutschland nehmen wir dafür mehrere Milliarden Euro in die Hand. Wir fördern den Kauf von Lkw, Bussen, Kehrmaschinen und Abfallsammelfahrzeugen mit alternativen Antrieben. Aber es gibt noch zu wenig. Zu wenig Made in Europe, zu wenig Made in Germany. Wir bauen zudem eine flächendeckende Infrastruktur auf. Und wir unterstützen die Entwicklung von Brennstoffzellensystemen zur autarken Energieversorgung digitaler und kritischer Infrastrukturen, die Brennstoffzellenproduktion und Elektrolysenanlagen. Ein schlagkräftiges Instrument ist außerdem der regulatorische Rahmen. Wir wissen, dass die gezielte Förderung beim Kauf von Nutzfahrzeugen derzeit noch nicht ausreicht. Deshalb setzen wir uns für eine CO2-Differenzierung bei der Lkw-Maut ein. Damit schaffen wir wirkliche Anreize bei der Betriebskostenseite. Worüber wir reden müssen, ist die Erneuerbare Energien-Richtlinie, kurz RED II. Danach kann zusätzlich zu Biokraftstoffen der Einsatz von grünem Wasserstoff und strombasierten Kraftstoffen auf die vorgeschriebene Quote erneuerbarer Energien von 14% im Verkehr des Jahres 2030 angerechnet werden. Ich begrüße das. Nur mit grünem Wasserstoff, fortschrittlichen Biokraftstoffen und strombasierten Kraftstoffen können unsere Ziele erreicht werden. Die Richtlinie muss bis Mitte 2021 in nationales Recht umgesetzt werden. Bei flüssigen strombasierten Kraftstoffen werden die Anrechnungen und insbesondere die Quote im Flugverkehr für einen Technologieschub sorgen und die Erzeugung deutlich attraktiver machen. Trotzdem müssen wir diese Corona-Krise immer mitdenken. Zum einen haben wir die Klimaziele, zum anderen auch schwierige Situationen der einzelnen Branchen. Deswegen müssen wir jetzt darauf achten, dass es keine Innovationspause gibt. Wir müssen jetzt darauf achten, dass unsere Förderinstrumente passgenau sind, damit genau diese Innovation sich entwickelt, damit wir in Europa Vorreiter sind. Nehmen wir die Schiffsantriebe, nehmen wir die Flugzeuge. Ja, da sind wir noch nicht so weit. Trotzdem kann Europa, kann Deutschland ein Treiber für diese Technologien sein, um morgen auch noch Wohlstand und Arbeitsplätze in Europa zu erhalten. Das heißt, alle Anbieter müssen eine Planungssicherheit haben. Wenn sie jetzt durch das Tal der wirtschaftlichen und finanziellen Auswirkungen der Corona-Krise gehen und im internationalen Wettbewerb stehen, dann brauchen sie jetzt die Unterstützung, dass sie nicht Innovationen einstellen müssen und stoppen müssen, sondern vor allem diese Strategien für die Zukunft weiterentwickeln, auch mit dem Einsatz von öffentlichem Geld. Das heißt Hilfe, um diese Corona-Krise zu überstehen, um wirklich auch morgen ganz stark zu sein. Deswegen haben wir aber auch die Regionen mitgenommen. In den Highland-Projekten, wo in ganz Deutschland mehrere Regionen ausgewählt werden, vor Ort bei den Bürgern die Alltagstauglichkeit zu testen, die Wirtschaftlichkeit zu testen, die Leistungsfähigkeit zu testen, wie wird getankt, wie wird ausgeliefert, was geht schon automatisch ganz gut und wo müssen wir noch nachbessern. Die neuen Technologien zu den Menschen zu bringen, das wird die Aufgabe sein, um die Faszination für Innovation und Fortschritt und Technik zu entwickeln, um dann das nächste Kapitel einer europäischen Erfolgsstory zu schreiben. Deswegen wünsche ich alles Gute, vor allem gesund bleiben. Mit vielen guten Ideen werden wir gestärkt in die Zukunft gehen, wenn wir jetzt mutig anschieben.
Not quite sure, my ladies and gentlemen, because the speech of the minister is not yet finished, but as it looks like we're on at the moment, and we're replacing Minister Andreas Scheuer. So we don't know what it is, but if you are interested in the rest of his speech, just don't hesitate to call us up here in Berlin. We'll deliver it directly via internet, so nothing will be lost. But this is a good chance to continue directly. And I would like to draw your full attention now to a man you would probably consider to be a political heavyweight. He's into politics since he was 25 years old. During his long career, he has served as Minister of Economic Affairs in Estonia and was a member of the Convent for the Future of Europe. After Estonia joined the European Union, he moved to Brussels and joined the European Commission, where he headed the cabinet of the Commissioner and latter Vice President Siim Kallas. From 2013 until 2015, he served as Deputy Secretary of the Commission. Since October 2015, he has been appointed Director General of the Directorate General for Mobility and Transport, widely and well known as DG Move. I'm very happy that he's with us now. Welcome, Henrik Hololai.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also thank you for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really very pleased to having had the opportunity to address you, and it is an honor for me to take part in this conference within the framework of the European Hydrogen Week and to discuss topics related to making transport and mobility more sustainable. And many who know me also know that over the years I have always been a staunch supporter of the activities which have been related to the development of hydrogen solutions, and also I see a lot of opportunities and possibilities for that in the area of mobility and transport, and of course, this is something that we also want to achieve through our actions and through the strategy. But I will talk about it a bit later. And of course, I know that it might be great to think that thanks to digital opportunities, it is possible to reach out to you, but believe me, I would have so much preferred to be there in person and to talk to you at the meeting venue, feeling also the presence of people and emotions. And there are just some things that cannot be replicated through digital means, and the human contact is definitely one of them. And as we also saw, the digital means have their limits, because I think, like many others, I had also some difficulties on being able to listen to Honourable Minister Scheuer. But that's where we are. European Green Deal has put the EU on a path to climate neutrality by 2050 for transport and mobility. This means more precisely a reduction of emissions by 90%. This is quite a challenge. And in this context, it is good to see that at the political and industry level, everyone is talking now about hydrogen as the fuel for the future. It is nevertheless important to be reminded that the fact that hydrogen is enjoying an unprecedented momentum in the EU is much thanks to the efforts and work over the last 10 years in the context of two successive fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertakings, the work of PART, and of course as well by the great work of Hydrogen Europe and Jorgo, who have also been tirelessly reminding us about the possibilities that hydrogen can offer. To date, more than €1 billion has been made available by the European Union to the fuel cells hydrogen joint undertaking. This funding has covered the entire value chain of activities, from basic research to pre-commercial deployment. The program has supported more than 250 projects with development of new products, demonstrators at relatively high market readiness level. Now we are entering in a phase of market scale-up on the basis of EU strategy for energy system integration, which directly exemplifies the role of hydrogen for the end-use applications, where other alternatives such as electrification are simply not feasible nor practical. When we look at the mobility and transport sector, the market segments where we see the greatest momentum in the short term are heavy-duty transport and rail transport. Hydrogen fuel cell powered powertrains provide an interesting long-term alternative for use in aviation and shipping, and I'm sure they will play a major role in the future. And I'm also sure that you have heard about the announcement of the one of the, I would say, really a flagship of European manufacturing, Airbus, to develop a hydrogen plane by 2035. I'm very hopeful and excited about that. And I believe in hydrogen as the key solution for the future mobility and transport across all modes. We are now entering a phase of market scale-up with the investments in the automotive industry and energy sectors. First, buses. Yes, the numbers are still limited, but we see that more and more cities deploy them. To support that trend, we have a good pipeline of projects prepared under the Connecting Europe facility. And it is also clear that as part of the future sustainable urban mobility plans, clean buses, including hydrogen buses, of course, should be seen as good solutions and alternatives in the cities. Secondly, trucks. Recently, we saw the announcement of Daimler and Volvo Trucks to form a partnership to build fuel cell trucks, which are supposed to enter into the commercial production post-2025. At the same time, also other manufacturers are equally investing into the development of hydrogen fuel cell trucks, including, of course, companies like Iveco and MAN. And there are others as well. So it is definitely a very, very interesting development that we are seeing. Hydrogen fuel cell trucks are a good solution for long-distance road freight, providing the flexibility that is needed, but also the ability to plan for longer routings. Thirdly, rail. Hydrogen trains are a perfect solution to replace diesel engines on that part of the network, which would not make sense to be electrified. I remember also last year having been present and speaking at the event where a study which was done together with the Hydrogen Fuel Cells JU and Shift to Rail JU, looking at the hydrogen opportunities, which clearly spelled out many of the possibilities that the rail sector can build on. Fourthly, let me remind you about the hydrogen-derived fuels. As you well know, synthetic fuels are mainly produced from hydrogen and provide a key solution for emission reduction in aviation and shipping. How can we best support these developments? Well, the hydrogen strategy foresees an ambitious roadmap that lays down the path for the development of hydrogen economy, underlying its potential as a vector for renewable energy storage. The ambitious roadmap based on 3 stages supporting the update of hydrogen solutions foresees that in the third stage, from 2030 onwards and towards 2050, renewable hydrogen technologies should reach maturity and be deployed at large scale to reach all hard-to-decarbonize sectors. We need to focus on clean, green hydrogen and hydrogen-derived synthetic fuels, with blue hydrogen providing support in a transitory phase of market building. In a few weeks' time, Commissioner Vălean will present the strategy for sustainable and smart mobility. It will outline a clear roadmap of actions for sustainable alternative transport fuels and the increased demand for hydrogen solutions in the transport sector. Let me start with regulatory instruments. You know that DG Move is actively working, and I'm sure many of you have also participated in this work already on the Refuel EU Aviation and Fuel EU Maritime initiatives. We will propose measures to scale the market demand and directly or indirectly market supply for sustainable alternative fuels, including synthetic fuels. These initiatives will be complementary to the review of Renewable Energy Directive that the Commission will propose later in 2021. Another very important initiative is the review of Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Directive. I think it has also played a role over the last years to help hydrogen to be more deployed across the EU. Rollout of a sufficiently dense infrastructure for hydrogen refueling is important to give certainty for manufacturers to plan their investments. The aim is to have the TEN-T network fully connected by the alternative fuels infrastructure, and the revision of the AFID is another very important step in this direction. We need member states to start delivering the AFID goals, and we need to make sure we have the tools to put pressure so that they reach the planned targets. Equally, it is essential to ensure full pan-European interoperability of the hydrogen refueling ecosystem. However, some important aspects, such as the pressure of hydrogen storage tanks or the preference for liquefied or compressed hydrogen, are still open and must be determined in the course of our work very soon. The proposal for a recovery and resilience facility stresses clean hydrogen as one of the essential areas to address in the context of the energy transition, including the installation of hydrogen refueling points. I sincerely hope that member states pay strong attention to the needs of the hydrogen economy and transport links when developing their national recovery plans, as reaching the market maturity is dependent on additional financial support. It's good news that the agreement on the EU's next long-term budget and Next Generation EU have been reached. InvestEU, in that context, will offer good opportunities to address the issue of fleet renewal and market take-up of hydrogen fuel cells vehicles. The new CEF program will support the further rollout of hydrogen refueling infrastructure throughout the TEN-T network. Horizon Europe and the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking will continue to play a key role for further developing innovative solutions and bringing them to the market. Early and effective deployment is definitely a key here. As you see, there are many good opportunities to move to the next stages, but we need to be well aware that the next steps requires a true collaborative effort, a common European effort. We need to work closely together, regulators, public authorities, fuel producers, end users, and so on. To support the development of the hydrogen ecosystem, the Commission has launched earlier this year the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, building on the success of the Battery Alliance. The alliance will help implement the actions of the strategy, promoting investments to scale up the production and demand for the renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. Very much counting on them and also on the good cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently living through exceptionally challenging times, particularly for the transport sector that has been hard hit by the current COVID crisis. But every crisis provides also an opportunity. That's the silver lining. And we have now the unique opportunity to build back better, create an economy that is fit for future challenges, is more competitive, inclusive, smarter, and of course, sustainable. Hydrogen is a key part of this journey, and we are looking forward to continue working together with you. I wish you a very interesting day, and thank you very much for your attention. Good luck with everything that you do, and stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hendrik, for your passionate plea for a carbon-neutral collaboration in the future European decarbonized society. We're hoping to see you in real life soon, and so stay safe and sound in between. Thanks from Berlin to Brussels, Henrik. Now it's time for... My pleasure. And now it's time for Bart Biebeck and the first in-depth keynote that is leading us very straight into the heart of the matter today. As a matter of fact, Bart's focus during the past 4 years, since he's in charge as an executive director of the FCH, was on cooperation between cities and regions throughout Europe, building up a kind of grassroots H2 network, if you will. One of the results of his work is the partnership with 40 European regions, each of them very aware of their chances and competitive advantages for a renewable future based on green hydrogen, be it as an H2 valley or as an H2 island. How it is like to be working with region on individual H2 solutions, nobody knows that better from a 4-year experience than Bart Biebeck in Brussels. Bart?
Thank you. Thank you, Jürgen. I'm happy to explain a little bit what was my experience in the past 4 years with working with regions. Actually, yeah, my slides are on. Okay, great. So, actually, our journey started 4 years ago, and back in 2016, when we launched the fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking initiative on regions and cities. At that time, we had at the ceremony back in 2016 around 40 regions that signed up with us. In the meantime, there are already 92 regions from 22 countries. Actually, they are representing about 25% of the European population and GDP. So it's quite impressive. We worked together at that time to study 4 things. First of all, we had to teach them what are fuel cells and hydrogen application, what is the state of art, because we all know batteries very well because we are grown up with batteries, but many people, if you say hydrogen, maybe that's still okay. If you tell them about fuel cells, they are lost. So you need to explain them. Secondly, we also help them to identify what are financing and funding opportunities, because they have sometimes very good ideas to make a project, but they don't know how they can get it done. Thirdly, all these regions, they also need to make a decarbonization roadmap, and we help them. And we say, look, this is what fuel cells technology can do. And fourthly, we help them to engage their stakeholders, because it was sometimes funny. We saw that some of the regional authorities, they were not aware that some top players, even though it were very small SMEs, were just around the corner in their region. So that was for them also a very interesting conversations we had. These kind of activities led to the next actions that we took, because this activity was really key to boost the awareness of hydrogen. And by working together, we set it up at the end 3 new actions. The first action was the European Hydrogen Valleys Partnership. This was actually launched last year in 2019 in May in Lyon. And this is led by the northern part of Netherlands, Groningen area, the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, the Normandy and Aragon in Spain. By this time already today, they are already with 50 regions. And these are really regions that say, look, we want to go much faster than the other regions, because for us, jobs and growth is the key, and we see a big potential for our region for that. So that's why they assembled themselves in this Hydrogen Valleys Partnership. On the other hand, we also realized that some of the regions are not yet so much advanced as those in the partnership. And so we said, well, we need also to help them. And that's why we created this Project Development Assistance program. And we launched it in January this year, and we were quite impressed with the big response we got. And this kind of platform will really help these regions to mature their plans. I come back to that a bit later. And the third action was the Hydrogen Valleys action. So we made a call of proposals for Hydrogen Valleys. And actually, I was so happy in September to see my president saying that in the next generation EU, she wants to see more hydrogen valleys. And I'm all in to do that. And we will focus on that in the next 10 years on our next partnership, which also Henrik Collet kindly mentioned, that we will have a continuation of the partnership. So looking now a little bit deeper in these PDA, or the Project Development Assistance, because the Hydrogen Valley Partnership will be explained later on in the program. So that's why I don't focus in my speech too much on that one. So today we are supporting about 11 regions now, well balanced across Europe. You can see we have some part in the Western Europe, but also we have some part in Eastern Europe. And it's crucial also that as Europe, we all move together faster. That is not only Western Europe. So that's why I'm so happy to see that also in Central and Eastern Europe, we have also regions who are engaging in this technology, because moving together is our strength in Europe and also our answer to keep European competitiveness in the world. Well, it was also nice to see that all these regions were focusing a little bit on a different type of application. Some were talking about trains, others were talking about buses, other one on trucks. Some were thinking about islands decarbonization. So it was really nice to see that each region looked at their DNA in a way and developed their own projects. So that was really nice. But we also realized that actually we had to disappointed a few of the regions, because we got 35 applications and we only got money to support 11. So what do you do with the other ones? And we said, okay, we have to do something, we are Europe. We have to keep everybody united. So that's why we launched then the Observer Network. So the Observer Network basically has all the other non-successful regions gathered together in one network, and we are sharing lessons learned and good ideas how to mature the project, that actually the other 11 ones that are very lucky now to have this support, that they got that experience and they share it in this Observer Network. And it was very much appreciated. At the same time, we also realized, we said, oh my God, there was so much interest to have that. We should not stop here. And so my last governing board meeting, and I had end of October, we decided also that we will continue with such a project development assistance. And so next year, if everything goes well, I mean, we are preparing now all the administration steps, but if everything goes well, we will launch another project development assistance call. And we actually even will double the money than we had this year, because we believe that this is the way forward in this area. So coming back now to the hydrogen valleys itself, as I said, that was one of the other actions. We have made call for proposals for hydrogen valleys. It was also an enormous success because a lot of regions replied on that call. And today we have 3 regions already that we funded from the FCH JU. One is Big Hit, is a project Big Hit in northern part of the UK. It's the Orkney Islands, and if you ever been there, you will see there's a lot of wind over there. And so they can generate a lot of hydrogen there very cheaply. And they bring it on shore. It's a very interesting project, but we thought, okay, it was a fantastic start, but we need to think bigger. And that's why we launched in 2019 the call for the hydrogen valleys. And there we got 6 regions really applying for that, because we were aiming to have around 100 million euro type of project. And so having 6 regions really going in that direction was really amazing to see. Finally, there was one winner, was the northern part of the Netherlands. What was very important there is the sectoral integration approach, so that all the different sectors, transport sector, industry sector, heating and cooling sector, storage, production, that they are all combined in one project, and to demonstrate that basically hydrogen can realize such a sectoral integration approach. And that's why really that project won at that time. And finally, this year we had another call, because we said, okay, we should also look into islands. And that's why we had a call for a hydrogen island, which in a way is also a valley. And so we were very successful again. We got 10 applications. So it was like, oh my God, because last year some people told me, we probably have no island who will apply. I said, don't worry, we will have. Actually, it was amazing. We had 10 islands applying for it. And so this was the island of Spain, Mallorca, the Balearen. I'm sure that some of you know them from your holidays. So it's great to see also here the sectoral integration aspect, where we'll have production from hydrogen from solar, but they will be injected in the gas grid and also used for heating hotels, municipality buildings, to power, for example, the port of Palma, and also use it in hydrogen buses. In the future, we believe we should continue on these hydrogen valleys in line with what my president asked me to do. So we will build, we think about ports, airports, industrial hubs, logistical hubs, But also, why not build the first hydrogen city? Maybe it could become in Germany, who knows? We'd be happy to do that together with NOW, of course. So, and we don't stop only on a national level. We have to go really international. And that's why at the Mission Innovation, we started the Mission Innovation, I think 2 years ago in May 2018, where we really had the Innovation Challenge 8, which was all about hydrogen. At that time, this was led, or still it's led by the European Commission, Australia and Germany together. So there already you see again our cooperation between Germany and Europe. And we decided in that framework to work on the Hydrogen Valley platform, because we know that there are also hydrogen valleys around the world. And why not bring all that knowledge, all that experience together in one big platform? And that's what we did. The European Union put it 500,000 euro on the table to build that platform. And as you can see now here, we have so many hydrogen valleys around the world, really very well spread globally. And again, as I said, the idea here is really to exchange among the hydrogen valleys, raise awareness in policymakers around the world, and really speed up this transition towards clean energy. And together with Germany and Australia and the JU is really here leading, really, and gathering all these lessons learned and really spread this information. So that was my talk, Jürgen. I hope you enjoyed it, and also the audience, of course. I hope you enjoyed it and you learned something. And I think for sure, if you have more questions, do not hesitate to drop us an email or contact us. We can share this information.
Thank you. I really did enjoy, because I didn't know that we have so many regional islands, even perhaps in Germany, because it's not so much well known that we have islands in Germany, besides perhaps the small ones in the North and the East Sea. So it's quite nice. And thank you very much. And we discuss a little bit later on about what's the power of the synergy of the cooperation between those islands and regions. But thank you for the moment, Bart. See you back in a second. As you have heard in Bart's keynote, one of the approaches to fit up the European regions in terms of hydrogen is the H2 Valley and H2 Island approach, depending on the individual DNA and local conditions. Another way of approaching the same goals, or of enabling the regions to establish their defossilized everyday life, is the German way of the so-called high lands. Probably you have guessed that this has got nothing to do with single, triple, double, malted or somehow brewed German beer. It's the German program for the regions aimed at helping to establish regional sector coupling structures with hydrogen. For Christoph Von Knoblestock, Managing Director of the National Organization for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology, will now tell you some more details about the different levels and the ways of analyzing and realizing specific concepts. The stage is yours, Christoph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pfeiffer. I hope you can see my presentation by now. Just start with the first slide. Just a few sentences about the NOW. Expecting that not all of you know about us precisely. We are completely government-owned by the federal government, and our main task is the coordination and implementation of national strategies and public-private programs within sustainable mobility. So you can say our goal is to reduce carbon emissions within the transport sector. And as we are started out with hydrogen, which is still a strong pillar, probably the most important pillar of the NOW, and what we are talking about today, our scope is much wider. Meanwhile, we are also coordinating programs for battery electric mobility, for synthetic and biofuels. And most recent, we are deep into charging infrastructure with the aim of building up a nationwide fast charging network as a first step. Our Minister, Andi Scheuer, just explained the scope of the activities, especially of the Ministry for Transport. And this is what we are aiming at with the NOW. So what you see on this slide is, you can call it the evolution from the regional activities to the international activities, where FCH JU and NOW are involved. So both of our organizations were founded in the year of 2008. And dear Bart, it took us only 10 years to start out with our regional funding activities, but both of our organizations started at the same time. In 2019, the FCH JU, as we just heard, made their call for the H2 Valley competition. And in Germany, the NOW launched the so-called Highland competition Mr. Pfeiffer just mentioned. And both of these regional funding approaches were well coordinated, and our colleagues exchanged experience during the drafting processes of the calls. But from the beginning, both of our organizations were also very active in linking up their hydrogen regions internationally. So what the European Commission did was tasking the FCH JU to take a co-lead in the so-called Mission Innovation Challenge. The Innovation Challenge number 8 is the Hydrogen Challenge. Mission Innovation is something that Bill Gates started out in the year of 2015 with Barack Obama on the stage, and this is still going on now. And both FCH JU and NOW still play a role in this attempt to coordinate activities in the regions internationally. And what happened now, already mentioned also then in 2020, was that the hydrogen strategies came on the market. Late, but not too late, you may call it, but both Germany and the EU rolled out their hydrogen strategies, and at least for the German discussion, this was a big step. I will come to that later on in a few remarks, because until then, the main picture of the energy transition in Germany was that of an all-electric society, and hydrogen played a minor role. And with the outrolling of the national strategy, that changed. And now, with a lookout to international activities or linking international activities, we have the very important IPSAI process, important projects of common European interest, which starts now, which already has started in several European countries. Germany will start out with a call in December. And the aim there is to link hydrogen activities across country borders. And this will be, I think, a very, very important next step for building up an international hydrogen economy. So, next slide. Let me explain in a few words our approach for the Highland, for our Highland funding program. Our aim was to make a tailor-made approach, because in the regions that are interested of dealing with hydrogen, the preconditions are not the same. So we decided to make 3 stages of a funding program, and we called it the high starters, the high experts, and the high performers. And it's a build-up where it starts out with the high starters, where we are funding or supporting building up networks at the first step. And this first stage, we had 138 applications, and we chose 9 high starter regions throughout Germany. And the next stage then is the so-called high experts stage. We had 28 applications for that, and we chose 13 of them. And this is more than just networking. It's first experiences and expertise. It's it aims at building up a concept, crafting a concept that in the next step then could apply to be a high performer and then get indeed considerable funding from the government. And that also already explains the high performer stage. We had 6 applications for this stage of the Highland program for our first call. 3 regions were chosen. I think at least one of them, you will have in the best practice part of the session today, and you will get explained what they are doing now. And each of the 3 high performer regions will receive a total of 20 million euros in funding. So altogether, we have 66 million euro of funding for the Highland program, which I think is considerable, especially if you compare it to the international activities in other countries. And the good news is that the German government plans to continue this program. I will come to that later. Next slide. Just a few sentences of what we are aiming at and what differs in our approach probably from approaches that other ministries in the German government have. So our funding aims to support integrated concepts, regional concepts. Bart just elaborated on this, and thus strengthen a regional hydrogen economy, which means that we aim at funding or fostering the whole value chain within a region, from the production of hydrogen over the storage to, and this is the most important point for us, NOW, and for our Highland funding program, for usage for hydrogen or green hydrogen within the transport sector. I'm saying this because we have other approaches, other regional approaches in the German government. We call it the regulatory sandboxes. This is an approach of the Ministry for Economic Affairs. And these regulatory sandboxes, most of them all have hydrogen as their main focus, but not only in transport application, also, for example, in steel production or in the chemical industry. So this is our aim within Highland. We are strictly for usage in the mobility sector. Just a few words to the national hydrogen strategy in Germany. I think most of you already heard about this so far. There is considerable funding, 9 billion euro altogether, 7 billion euro for national measures, 2 billion euros for international measures, and 38 concrete measures across the complete value chain. German strategy has a strong focus on green hydrogen, whilst acknowledging that we need blue, or may need blue hydrogen for a certain period of time also. And I always say that there are three big achievements coming with the German national hydrogen strategy. First, I already mentioned it, it buries the perspective of an all-electric society. So with the national hydrogen strategy, the statement is clear: we need electrons and molecules for a sustainable electric system of the future. Second achievement is it explicitly aims at industrial policy targets. So it wants to help German industry to participate in an upcoming very, very big global market for hydrogen technologies. This was for a long time a neglected point in the German discussion. And last not least, third big achievement of the national hydrogen strategy is the international approach. So we had in the discussion in Germany for a long time, you could have got the impression that the aim of the energy transition is that we produce all the green electricity we need in Germany. And this is clearly not possible. And so it's a good thing that the national hydrogen strategy put a stop to this discussion. And then within the 38 measures, we come back to our Highland funding approach. There's the measure number 6, funding measures under the National Innovation Program for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology will continue. This is what is stated in measure number 6. And also our Highland program is explicitly mentioned there. And I quote, the plan is to extend this funding strategy that was successfully implemented in 2019. And then what we have now, I already mentioned the regulatory sandboxes of the Ministry for Economic Affairs. And what happens now under the headline of connecting the dots is that we start connecting the dots within the German government. So I'm very happy that I could announce today, I hope I'm not going too far, but I'm very optimistic that the NOW will be tasked to to connect the dots between the highland and the regulatory sandboxes approaches. So we will be the ones to see that the measures align and go in the right direction. And with regard to the continuation of our Highland funding program, you will hear probably, I hope so, of the next phase in January when we have our German Hydrogen General Assembly, January 26th. And what we can say already today, I think, is that the goal will be to incite an evolution of the existing high starters to high experts and of the existing high experts to high performers. And I'm very optimistic that we will have good news in January by then. So next slide is again the connecting the dots on the international level. NOW is also in the co-lead for the Mission Innovation Challenge I already mentioned. And part of the Mission Innovation is to establish a platform to enable a few of main goals, which are regulatory learning, drawing conclusions for funding, establishing stakeholder networks, and showing hydrogen works and brings regional value creation. So again, this is the connection between our regional approaches and the international activities. And this brings me to this last slide. These are the NOW's international cooperations. Apart from the mission innovation, we are connected up to many international initiatives and a lot of partners bilaterally with the aim to establish hydrogen technologies domestically and on a global scale. And among the necessary preconditions is, of course, to make hydrogen a global green commodity. Consequently, we need generally accepted sustainability standards and, if possible, on a global scale. And we will continue and reinforce these partnerships with the help of the Ministry for Transport in Germany and will remain open to new connections, to new players who are interested in furthering these goals. So for the moment, thank you very much for your attention. Let's work together to make hydrogen a success story. I wish all of you an enlightening and interesting event and want again to take the opportunity to thank our hosts from the FCH JU for their hospitality and the tremendous job of organizing the European Hydrogen Week so far. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Christoph. We'll pass it on directly to Brussels. Just a question, because you are still on my side. Does it mean NOW is developing sometimes and somehow in the near future to a kind of official federal organizer of the ramp-up of hydrogen economy?
No.
Okay, clear answer.
It's a straight answer, no. As I mentioned, our focus is the mobility sector. And with the national hydrogen strategy, the scope of hydrogen in Germany got much wider. Yeah. We have the steel industry, chemical industry, we have the whole heating sector. And those are fields we can't play on also. I think we are sensible to reduce ourselves to the mobility sector, and there's plenty to do there.
You reduce to the max. I understood the message.
You can call it that way if you want to.
Thank you very much, Christoph. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier this morning, if you got any questions, don't hesitate to come back. If you've got the questions, we try to get and provide you with the proper answers. So then let's dive a little deeper also into the experiences of European projects in different regions. Reporting from the heart of Groningen's Energy Valley will be Patrick Knubben. According to his Dutch LinkedIn profile, he's been working many years as manager for gas and biomass energy for the Energy Valley Foundation. Since 2 years, he joined the so-called New Energy Coalition, a knowledge network dedicated to 5 themes: North Sea as an energy region, industrial transformation, the green hydrogen economy, and local engineer systems, and the greening of the gas system. So please welcome Patrick Knubben.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Thank you for the organization, but I have a technical issue because I can't see myself. I hope you can hear me. So we'll do it without being in view of myself. So I'll just run down the slides from here without being seen. Is that okay?
Track, it's not a problem. So
Okay.
I think sometimes video is a little overestimated. So don't hesitate.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm sitting here with the eye patch, looking like a pirate because of eye operation. So that may not be the best look, but maybe Hudson needs some piracy. Okay, let's start. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to explain something about Heaven, our project. And on beforehand, I also would like to give a big thanks to Bart and his team, because without such a great institution, we could never have pulled this off. And to the politicians, on a personal note, please give more funding to the FCH JU, because we all need it. It helped us tremendously, and if it helps us, it helps others as well. That's the way it works. If you can't share, you can't multiply. So let's get started. You'll see a slide on the project overview. It's a project of approximately 83 million euros. Can go upward depending on how clever people purchase their goods, of course. We have received a contribution by the FCH of 20 million euros. The state and the region will add another 20 million euros to that, and thereby we can make a swift start. We have started at January 1st. The project will endure until December 31st in 2025, a 6-year period. And of course, as everybody, we have some issues with COVID, but we can overcome that. The delays which are there will be absorbed within the project period. That will be not a problem. Let me get to the next slide. This is the explanation on geography where we are. We are in this little yellow dot, the northern Netherlands, well known for its, let's say, natural gas extraction in the region. That has also been one of the main drivers to start up the Heaven proposal. Now, getting back to the situation in the northern Netherlands, this is the region. You can see gray spots. These are natural gas fields. The natural gas fields have brought tremendous wealth to the Netherlands, but also some challenges, namely earthquakes. And these earthquakes have brought us to the position that we will step out of winning gas from the Groningen field. That's the big grey dot to the right, next to Lower Saxony, so to say. And that has a tremendous effect, because this graph shows on the top line the cumulative extraction of natural gas from the field will go down. Here you can see 2025, but our government has decided last year to run that down to 0 in 2023, which will have a dramatic effect on the economy. That's the bottom line graph. You can see a reduction of 8 to 10, maybe more % on the regional economy, which has a tremendous impact. But there is more. There is more, namely, with this saying goodbye to natural gas, there are 20,000 jobs on the line. So, based on the principle that a region needs a business, we made a plan. And we made a plan named the Green Hydrogen Economy in the Northern Netherlands. And that is, I think, 4 years old. And that has given us the tremendous momentum to start our, let's say, endeavor into green hydrogen. As explained, the region has a lot to offer. It has, it's actually the base of the Dutch gas roundabout. And from there on, we transport natural gas to, let's say, a lot of corners in Europe. But the region has more to offer, because based on the region needs a business, if you can transport natural gas, methane molecules, you can certainly do that with hydrogen. That's the basis. We have a good infrastructure in the region. We have a growing access to offshore potential, wind potential. We have good industries located in the region. We want to decarbonize urban mobility. We have a big ambition. Our politicians have a very sound and good ambition to become an integrated hydrogen economy. And this graph here is in essence what we're doing. We are here and we want to become there. We want to be a fully integrated hydrogen economy. And that will be enabled with the project Heaven. And Heaven is as I said, a consortium of 28 parties from 7 countries, Europe-wide. involving all kinds of parties, big ones, small ones, institutions, etc. We've gained a lot of attention from Europe, but also all of the world. And this graph indicates how many parties there are. A lot of them, of course, in the Netherlands and the northern Netherlands, but certainly also in the rest of Europe, Scotland, and especially I'm proud of, let's say, the next speaker here, Charles from EWE, who are in our project as well. And that is a fantastic situation, which may give some more, let's say, involvement in the future. The region, as I said, in Heaven, we are aiming on a full integration, as Bart already said. We are aiming at applications in industry. As you can see here, goes up to 2,800 tons per year, up to 7,000 tons per year in the course of the project. It's also about applying the hydrogen in heat and power in residential and municipal buildings. We will have an electrolyzer directly coupled to industries. We will look into, let's say, hydrogenizing data centers instead of using electric power, direct power from the power cables. Use hydrogen as a energy source, and some power packs for, let's say, shore power, also running up to about 500 tons per year, and of course a lot of vehicles, because you have to drive in the hydrogen and using hydrogen. Therefore, we are aiming at passenger vehicles, light and heavy utility vehicles, Q-line coaches, all the stuff. Several fueling stations are in the project on top of the ones which are already being developed, and a inland water barge. Very interesting, because this inland water barge will sail from Delfzijl to Rotterdam in a twice weekly schedule, running on green hydrogen, and that is, of course, a fantastic situation. But one of the holy grails of, let's say, green energy is storage. We are also looking into deploying underground hydrogen storage in the region at our Veendam location at our Heidstock location in Veendam. Apart from that, a lot of preparatory studies to refurbish existing natural gas pipelines, putting new gas pipelines in the ground, connecting industry parks, and also distribute hydrogen in trailers around the region. Let's see. This is a frightening picture. It's intended to, because working on green hydrogen and the Hydrogen Valley project is a lot of fun, but it's not easy. You have to work very hard, and even harder in the end, to get everything done. What you see here is the complex of the project, consisting of 4 clusters in 4 locations in the region, and it involves a full-fledged integrated approach in which the projects are working together, producing hydrogen, using it in industry, mobility, the built environment, but also developing further uses of green hydrogen outside of the project. Because this is the interesting thing. There is more than Heaven. Heaven creates a perfect situation. I have to run through the dots, I see. Hold on. So these are all the projects. But there's more than Heaven. It's a rollout. You can see in the yellow dot, this is our region. That's the Hydrogen Valley project. That's the Heaven project, but it has a tremendous effect on the rollout, because that has given us a foundation to start up, to scale up, and to push through. And you can see all the pipelines. These are actually the hydrogen backbone lines, bringing the hydrogen from our region to other regions in the Netherlands. But there are also clearly, as clearly can be seen, connections to Germany, Hamburg, and the North Rhine-Westphalia area, but also the Belgium area. So this project triggers a lot of activity. Coming back to that, therefore, we need a lot of money, more funds. And that's why the Just Transition Fund is very much in view, because the GSA made an analysis and also confirmed that it is indeed a situation where we will lose a lot of jobs if we step out of the natural gas. We need a new business. Hydrogen is certainly a part of that business. So we are also opting to see if we can join and use the Just Transition Fund to make these transitions, to be able to make more progress. And 3 weeks ago, our region presented the Hydrogen Investment Plan 2.0. As I stated before, heaven is 80 million euros, approximately, going up to maybe 90. This plan is 9 billion euros. It involves the, as you can see in the right picture, a large part of the Northern Netherlands where the production, the usage, the integration of the hydrogen in the economy is taking place. A lot of production, and if you make a lot, you have to transport it via big pipelines to consumer centers. Hamburg, North Rhine-Westphalia, Belgium, and of course the Netherlands, with its big industry parks in Rotterdam, in Amsterdam, in Zeeland, and in the south of the Netherlands. But we also listened very carefully to Bart Bieberg, and we listened even more carefully to Mrs. von der Leyen, who said, I want more hydrogen valleys in Europe. That's why we would like to present this idea. And this idea is to connect all the hydrogen valleys. And that is something we really would like to work on and work with you, with the German state, with Lower Saxony, with EW, with the FCH JU, with everybody, because we want to share our knowledge. We want to reach out. And in this picture, you can see, let's say, the several ideas we have, and the dots are the, let's say, the envisaged hydrogen valleys. And the interesting thing is, we are here. This is a very interesting project which will be addressed by Tjeerd later. That's there. We are besides each other. Makes a lot of sense to work together, to collaborate. And of course, there are others like the project in Portugal, the Green Flamingo, but there are many more which can be attracted and be used. And we do see that some parties have already reached us to sit together. And we would like to propose this idea. Think about it. We are very happily and reluctant to make a next step from heaven to more heavens in Europe, to hydrogen valleys and reaching out. And without that you've been able to see me, I hope I can I managed to bring over our enthusiasm, because it's a fantastic job. It's a fantastic challenge. It's not easy, but we need to keep pace. We need to scale up. We need to speed up, and we need to make it work. And that's for now. This is the final slide. I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing that with a lot of colleagues. And of course, a lot of thanks to the FCH JU for supporting us, and to the organizer of today's event, Priority, for having us and giving the opportunity to tell our story. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And you're living proof that it's not important how you look like, but it's important what you have to say, if there is some substance. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And I have, in the meantime, a question on my video screen that says there was the recurrent question from the audience on where they can find later the link to the minister video and presentations and slides and so forth. The answer is FCH JU will publish all that on the event website next week. So drop by, keep in touch, and you'll get everything necessary and everything which is published during this first European Hydrogen Week on the website of FCH JU. And don't hesitate to call us and to give us your question. Mirela Atanasio from FCH is gladly taking them for you. So let's move on to Highland and Germany. As we have heard by now, there are 3 types of regions in Highland Germany: high starters, high experts, and high performers. And since December 2019, there's also another interesting expression. It's highways for future, not highways to hell, of course. The focus on this project, guess where, is exactly on the transport sector. And the goal of the coalition behind is the market ramp up of green hydrogen in northwestern Germany. How that coalition started and how the 90 million euro budget from the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure is invested, this is the daily business of Gerd Tjax as project coordinator. In addition to that, he's responsible for the political and economic networking at EWE, one of the biggest energy companies in northern Germany. And for the important projects of European interest, he's taking also care. It's the IPCEI projects. Please welcome Dr. Gerd Tjax.
Great, thank you for the introduction and the invitation, of course. So I'd like to present the high performer region in the northwest of Germany. As you said, I'm with EWE, and EWE is one of the biggest companies in the northwest of Germany for energy supply, and we are coordinating this high performer region in the northwest of Germany. So actually, one interesting thing about EWE is that we are mainly owned by local municipalities. So actually, we are basically public funded, let's say. So actually, that's a good thing to be, let's say, kind of a neutral coordinator of all these different partners. Our business area is actually northwest Germany, as I said, but we have other areas linked to Poland as well. So we are very used to, let's say, cross-border approaches and cross-border energy projects, which is, I think, a great start for hydrogen and hydrogen projects for a European approach. Something which I want to highlight about this region as well is the capacity for gas storage, because I think it's pretty well known for energy production in general, and then of course for hydrogen production from renewables. But another important thing about this region is the capacity for gas storage in pretty large scale, actually. So even today, we have one of the biggest capacity for conventional gas storage. Germany has one of the biggest capacities in total of Europe. But especially in the northwest Germany, we have high capacities for conventional gas and, of course, for hydrogen in the future as well. Having said that, there are quite a few, I would say, remarkable things about that region, why this region has such high potential for hydrogen. One point, of course, is that, as I said, this location actually has high potentials for renewable energy production, which makes it easy to access the next step for green hydrogen. And right now we have, even today, a share of around 90% renewable energy production within our electricity grid. So that's pretty much the target of Germany in 2050. So actually we achieve that in our local grid even today. We have, we see this first constraint which comes from introducing renewable energy to their grids, so grid constraints, curtailment, excess energy, stuff like that. That is something we can see actually today in this region. So hydrogen could be a great option for that. There are other things which we need for hydrogen, for the first hydrogen market. So I think that's clear that you can't only rely on the production and supply side. You have to make sure that you create a market as well. So industries and transport is for us a great opportunity, and we have options for large-scale industry applications. We have options for transport applications in this whole area. So actually, it's not only the supply side, but the market side as well, which we can address. Another very important thing is infrastructure. We have parts of the European backbone infrastructure running through our area. So there you actually can see infrastructure as well as production and supply side is something we can address in this area in total. So that's actually our scope, to be active on all these fields. EWE, as I said, operates not only energy production facilities, but storage facilities as well, infrastructure as well. So actually, let's say the whole supply chain side can be covered by EWE and the experience we have from conventional energies in that field. I think we've heard a lot of transport applications today, and that's, of course, one focus of our high performer region. I really want to stress out why this, let's say, combined markets are so important for us, because industries is something great for scaling up, right? It's something which we can see in the future for scaling up and bring down costs. The problem is that this time scale is much more longer compared to transport, right? So transport is something we can start actually today. We are very flexible on the transport side. We can very easily scale it or link it directly to the demand we have in the transport sector. So actually, that is something we can start very early on. Let's say the transport sector, and it gives us much more. It's for early stage project. It is a much more interesting investment opportunity to go into transport because it has such let's say low risks for investment. But having said that, it's a starting point, and to scale up and to address these, let's say, large-scale infrastructure storage facilities, we have to keep in mind the industries as well. So combined approach for early starting in the transport sector, let's say as a baseline, and then starting from then or move on to industries from that point. That is actually what we are addressing in our, let's say, hydrogen strategy, EW hydrogen strategy. So starting at the domestic market, this is something we've heard from the national hydrogen strategy. That is something we should address in this early stage. Of course, with the perspective to go for a global market, to go for imports of hydrogen. As I said, this region has high potential with these port locations for importing hydrogen as well. But as I said, to start, we should aim for the local market, for the domestic market. As I said, we have high shares of renewables. We have this excess energy in our region. So there's a great chance to introduce hydrogen in let's say, first projects in the very near future. As I said, we have to start with these projects to, let's say, enable this big picture and this large-scale infrastructure, right? So it's something we start on to scale up, and Highways for Future, actually. So that's actually the name for the high performer region, Highways for Future, is that starting point. So actually, for us, it's not, let's say, a closed project. This is, of course, the starting point to get into the big market, to get into large scales, to introduce large-scale infrastructure, storage facilities, stuff like that. That's the starting point where we actually can show that it's working, where we can connect dots, as we've heard before. So I want to make sure that it's pretty clear that for us, this was actually the first step to a big, let's say, integrated hydrogen market. As you've heard, we have 3 steps, and I think it's pretty clear that, as I said, when you want to, let's say, develop this large-scale market, you have to connect dots, and that's what Patrick just explained. So you have to make sure that other regions, other players are able to join. And I think it's a great approach to have these, let's say, 3-step approach for Highland. And of course, we are in close discussion with the other regions, like the high expert regions. So when they are able to, let's say, become a high performer region, we are able to link them to our activities and make sure that this, let's say, first small projects can spread over the region and over whole Europe. Highways for Future has a scope, of course, for transport applications. We want to establish around 200 vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, creating a demand in the transportation sector by introducing these vehicles, and developing the, let's say, suitable infrastructure, a suitable production site for supplying these vehicles as well. So infrastructure for refueling and infrastructure for distribution. We have around 90 partners, a total budget of 90 million euros, which includes a public funding of 20 million from the NIP. And the timescale is we want to proceed until 2023 and introduce all these measures until 2023. So just to give you some specific numbers, as I said, around 200 vehicles. And it's, let's say, kind of collecting demands to create sufficient demand for hydrogen production. So we're collecting demands from different operators, like for buses, for trucks, as well as for passenger vehicles. So in the end, it's collecting, linking demands to create, let's say, the first integrated system, which will lead up to a production capacity of around 10 megawatt for the supply of these applications. So in addition, of course, we have to think about infrastructure. So 6 refueling stations are considered. And as I said, pipelines could be a great option for large-scale applications, but for let's say, for the starting point, for the beginning, we are aiming more for trailer transport to make it flexible to scale it up from that point. So, as I said, transportation sector collecting ideas and collecting demands. Actually, I just want to give you some numbers on the potential. You can see transportation is not only, let's say, a small scale starting point, but transportation could lead to large scale demand for hydrogen as well. Of course, introducing vehicles, make sure that production capacity for vehicles or availabilities for fuel cell vehicles are given in the future. You have to show the potential, and the potential is pretty high, especially in our region. We can operate up to 80,000 fuel cell trucks, 2,500 buses, and more than 1 million passenger vehicles. So actually, there you can see transportation is a high potential, has high potential for large scale projects, and it's pretty great to start on with small scale projects like Highways for Future. So in the end, as I said, it's a starting point. It's to address, let's say, the big picture, and Patrick just mentioned the big picture. In the end, it's about connecting things, right? It's about connecting areas, it's connecting sectors, industries. Now I'll show you the let's say the big picture and the idea to creating this big, let's say, first hydrogen region in the Northwest by connecting activities. And that is basically driven by creating a demand for hydrogen. As I said, that's one of the main topics. If you want to deploy the supply side, hydrogen supply side, you have to create a market. And just by this great conditions we have in this region, the supply side, if we create a market for green hydrogen, the supply side won't be any problem at all. So you can actually ramp up the supply if you create market. We're combining industries like steel production in Hamburg and Bremen. We want to combine refineries into this approach, and of course transport applications, not only in the high performer region, but beyond that as well. So, for example, trains could be a great option. So increasing these activities to get to this, let's say, big picture, and the connecting aspect of all these is, of course, the infrastructure. So, as I said, the hydrogen backbone or a potential hydrogen backbone could lead through our area. So we have cooperation with Gazuni, which is operating these facilities. So there is, just by infrastructure, there's an option to connect and link all these regions together, and that is something we should address in the near future. So IPSAI, as I said, IPSAI for us is the next step to connecting heaven and highways for future, and of course beyond. As I said, we are in discussion with Hamburg, we are in discussion with Bremen, to connect all these different activities and create a large-scale integrated picture, not only on the project side, but on the framework as well. So regulatory framework, of course, has to be improved, and I think it only can achieve, or let's say a hydrogen economy only can achieve by combining all these different aspects. So funding schemes for different applications together with the improvement of the framework, and hopefully this area and the partners we have can give a good support for creating such an environment to get to, let's say, the big picture we want to have. So thank you.
As we don't have any questions from the audience, I would just like to add one small, very short question with a short answer, perhaps. Have you got any kind of timetable, roadmap, benchmarks, how you judge and how you measure your success and your advances?
You mean a timescale for the projects?
Yeah. Are you with us?
Yeah. So can you hear me actually? Yeah.
Yeah. We had a little lack of lag.
Okay, I will give it a try. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you and see you.
So actually the time scale, great. The timescale is for Highways for Future is for the next 3 years. We want to, let's say, introduce these 200 vehicles to get a first market. And of course, the industry aspect is something we should consider for longer term. So 2030 should be for large-scale industry applications should be the goal. But you have to start now, especially for industries, because of these long time periods we have. So starting now is extremely important.
Thank you very much, Gert, and all the best to you and the projects. We get back for sure in the course of next year and the next years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it for the moment. We'll be having a short 15-minute break, so please stay tuned. We'll be right back with you about 11:15. Coming up, some very interesting insights from Central Eastern European Europe and the first high-level panel talk around 11:45. So please stay with us. We're counting on you, and we'll be back right here.
pennies or a dollar or a bond or stock. The drop of the beat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're still with us, and I hope you enjoyed this short break this morning. We're directly taking up speed and move on to our next guest. He's been into the low-carbon energy sector for more than 12 years. You could even say he's kind of an early adopter because he also oversees a decade of experience with a clear focus on green hydrogen and transport applications. His expertise is many years of project development assistance in Central Eastern Europe, supporting cities and regions to develop their own hydrogen projects throughout Europe. As Associate Director at Element Energy in Cambridge, he co-leads the company's hydrogen and fuel cell team. Please welcome Michael Dillman.
Thank you very much indeed for that introduction and for the very kind invitation to present at today's event. I've been following with interest this morning's session and it's been very interesting and stimulating so far, so I hope I can continue to add to that. So as mentioned, I'm from Element Energy. We're a dedicated low-carbon energy consultancy practice, work across the low-carbon energy space, in fact. But we are, as mentioned, very active in the hydrogen and fuel cell sector, and we've worked in this area actually since the company's foundation back in 2003. So we're actually involved in many fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking projects. We've initiated several of the flagship initiatives, especially in the transport sector, and we're also coordinating a range of hydrogen programs that involve many tens of different partners all across Europe. And the subject of my presentation today is the project development assistance, which is, as Bart mentioned in his talk earlier, it's an FCH JU supported initiative that's basically providing expert support to cities and regions across Europe who are seeking to develop hydrogen projects. I think the key aim of this exercise is to get local projects to a state of maturity and readiness where they can progress into a delivery phase very soon after the conclusion of the support, which we're providing until the middle of next year. And I should mention that Element Energy We're not alone in this endeavour. We're part of a consultancy team along with Spillit, Wastovnet, Trezors and Wise Europa, and we're delivering this study together for the FCH JU. So hopefully my clicker is going to work and you can see the next slide. So I was asked to talk today about the experiences in Central and Eastern Europe in the context of this PDA work. So I thought I'd just start off though by introducing the initiative, which Bart's already given a high-level overview of earlier. Then I'll give an overview of some of the projects that are under development, and particularly focusing on the Central and Eastern Europe initiatives. And finally, I'll present some of the emerging conclusions that we're seeing from the work done to date. So if we start with a bit of context, I think as those of you who attended this morning's session heard, the PDA initiative really builds on the Cities and Regions initiative, which was launched back in May 2017, and which really was in recognition of the fact that many of the early successes in deploying hydrogen technologies have been driven on a regional and a city level. So the Cities and Regions initiative brought together over 90 public sector representatives, as we heard, from many different countries, all with an interest in hydrogen fuel cell solutions. And that study focused on assessing the business cases for hydrogen applications, linking local authorities with industry and identifying potential sources of funding and financing for project implementation. I think it's worth noting, again, for those listening, if you aren't familiar with this initiative, that work produced a set of practical tools that are designed to assist those seeking to develop hydrogen projects, and they're still publicly available via the FCH JU's website. And that includes things like an overview of technology, preliminary business case dossiers, and funding and mobility business case tool. So the Project Development Assistance, or PDA for Cities and Regions programme, aims to support regions to develop detailed deployment plans for their hydrogen projects. So regions were invited to and required to submit an expression of interest for asking for this kind of support, and then successful applicants have been provided with consultancy support from experts in the consultancy team that I mentioned earlier. And really what we're doing is helping the regions develop their own sort of project delivery groups and working groups to understand the details of what needs to happen and to take projects forward. Develop the business cases, including the budgets and the funding and financing plans, and helping with procurement strategies, for example. So the project development assistance work in earnest kind of kicked off in June 2020, and it'll proceed for about approximately 1 year. And after that, the regions, as I mentioned, are expected to proceed with implementing their project plans. So regions that applied for PDA support, but which were not selected, as we heard earlier, so there was a number of those, they're being supported through the so-called Observer Network, which is providing technical webinars, for example, peer review sessions, database of information on technology from suppliers, for example, and lots of networking opportunities to allow fruitful exchange of information and ideas. And as I said, I think the ultimate aim is for the supported regions to be able to proceed with implementing their projects soon after the conclusion of the PDA support, which is due to run until next summer. So we spent the first couple of months of the PDA study preparing a so-called expression of interest, or EOI, through which public authorities were invited to apply for project development assistance in the first quarter of this year. And as you can see from the slide here, there were certain criteria that had to be met. Overall, though, the EOI call was pretty open in terms of the types of projects and the technology applications and the locations, for example. In addition, though, to some of the points listed here, one of the conditions was that the applicants were required to agree to participate in information sharing activities, to take part in surveys, for example, where they provide feedback on the PDA provided. And in this way, we're collecting valuable information on the PDA programme, which I think can then help inform the design of similar support schemes in the future. So the consultancy team and the FCH JU, we used multiple channels back at the end of last year and early this year to communicate this opportunity. And as you can see, there was a high level of interest with around 35 or so applicants for PDA from 18 different countries, including 12 different projects from Central and Eastern European countries. And as you can see, there was a strong interest in this initiative from cities and regions right across Europe, which I think is a really positive sign that the potential role of hydrogen energy applications is being widely considered. So following an evaluation process, 11 regions were selected for PDA support. And 5 of those proposals were from Central and Eastern European countries that passed the EOI stage and are now benefiting from PDA. And those as I mentioned, in Central and Eastern European countries are highlighted on this map. And I'll just spend a minute or two talking about some of these projects. So, for example, one of them is in Gdynia in Poland, where the stakeholders there are looking to deploy fuel cell buses and local production of hydrogen for transport applications. I think this would be quite an important project for Poland, and is delivering a first of a kind project of this type will help establish best practice and learning for others in the country to benefit from. We've also got a project in Mosinok in Slovakia, and this city hosts the Duslo, I think it's called Duslo, we get the pronunciation, ammonia production plant, which is one of the largest chemical production plants in Europe. And the project is seeking to make green hydrogen at scale for ammonia production, and to potentially then meet demands in the transport sector, such as a small fleet of trains and potentially road transport applications as demand grows through time. And this project includes installation of large-scale wind and solar resources directly linked to electrolytic hydrogen production. We have a couple of projects in Bulgaria. So Ruse is one of them, and this is a city sits on the Danube River. It's on the border with Romania, and the project is looking to develop and test a fuel cell freight ship, and also then in parallel to establish local hydrogen production facilities, again with a view to potentially expanding to serve other applications. Sofia is obviously the capital and the largest city in Bulgaria, and the municipality here is looking to introduce hydrogen into the public transport system through the purchase of fuel cell buses and potentially the retrofitting of trolley buses with hydrogen fuel cell range extenders. So these vehicles will be supported by deployment, again, of relevant hydrogen production and refueling infrastructure at the bus depots. And the project, again, is another example where it would be the first deployment of hydrogen mobility in the city. And it will really help to kickstart the use of hydrogen as an energy vector in Bulgaria. And so several other cities, for example, are following the project and intending to use the results and the learnings to initiate their own similar activities. And last but not least, I think on the list we have Zagreb in Croatia, where, again, the city is seeking to deploy a fleet of fuel cell buses, again, with associated hydrogen supplies and refueling infrastructure. And as the first hydrogen deployment at scale in Croatia, this, again, will be a really important lighthouse project, which will help catalyse further uptake in other regions around the country. So while the activities in the project development assistance work we're doing for each region are being tailored to the specific needs of and requirements of the local stakeholders, the overall kind of process that we're following is relatively similar. I think, and this kind of explains what we're doing. So the group basically contains stakeholders from across the value chain, and we help kind of bring them together and manage those organisations. We look to then produce concept papers, which are concise kind of documents setting out what the project is, what the motivations are, and so all stakeholders get a really shared joint understanding of the project. That is typically a living document which can evolve as things develop, but it's a useful record of the decisions made as well as we go forward. Then we have generally specific working groups that will look to develop specific aspects of the project. So it might be on hydrogen supplies, on refueling infrastructure, on vehicles, for example, or potentially cross-cutting issues and regulatory barriers that need to get solved. And by providing the support and facilitation of these groups, we're then hoping to get to a point whereby summer next year, representatives of the local projects are in a position to sign some kind of letter of commitment to implement their projects in the following period. So I'll just finish up with, I think, a few sort of thoughts about the emerging conclusions from this work we've been doing today. So as I said, although the PDA initiative is ongoing, I think we can already start to draw some sort of lessons and conclusions from the work done today. So, for example, as I explained above, we've seen a really strong interest in hydrogen fuel cell technologies, as evidenced by the number of public authorities represented in the cities and region initiatives and the level of response to the EOI that I talked about. In general, the motivations for interest in the sector are quite diverse, but there are some common themes, of course, especially greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, air quality improvements in urban areas, of course, and increasing, I think, economic development opportunities, which is, I think, clearly quite a strong theme of today's event, and no doubt something that will become talked about later on as well. I think it was great to see many applications for PDA from cities and regions with very little or no prior experience of hydrogen fuel cell technologies. And so I think many of these projects, particularly in Central and East European countries, are lighthouse initiatives essentially, and offer the potential to catalyse further uptake within their countries or indeed their whole regions. And I think overall, I think PDA is playing quite an essential role here, because especially Central Eastern European countries are often somewhat behind in terms of deployment relative, for example, Western Europe. And so the planned deployments in the cities I mentioned will in most cases be the first of the kind in their respective countries. And I think that's provided a really valuable opportunity to learn by doing. I think there's no substitute for real world experience of deploying technologies to understanding and overcoming the barriers. I think it's clear that from past experience in this area, we've been at it for some years, as was mentioned, and from the ongoing PDA work, that really strong local buy-in from multiple parties is really required to get the plans off the drawing board and for deployment to occur. It's actually quite easy to write a concept paper or have an idea, but turning those ideas into practical reality and delivering them is a hard bit, and that's something we're looking to help overcome. I think in terms of another fairly obvious point probably for most people, but it's under the fact that under current market conditions, in general, public funding is still required in most cases for most of these projects and applications. So that's going to be a really important theme, I think. And again, I think funding's already been mentioned a few times, and no doubt will come up in the discussions later as well. I think one of the potential challenges is the relatively no number of sort of manufacturers of kit that are based in these countries in Central and Eastern Europe. So this might lead to challenges in terms of securing equipment from suppliers that either aren't local or maybe don't have a presence in these markets in the country in question. So I think that's potentially an issue. I guess a good example of a way to overcome that, a project in Sofia, for example, we're working with, looking to mitigate that by developing knowledge and skills to do retrofitting activities locally, for example, and that is obviously linked into the economic development opportunity point as well. So I think overall, I'd say that hydrogen and fuel cell expertise is often lacking.
Michael, I think we've got last Michael Dolman on our way to Brussels and to Berlin. So I think I'll be stepping in because at the moment we lost him completely from the sound and from the picture, which is a little too advanced because the Brexit is not yet. Here he is again. Michael.
I'm very sorry, I think you lost me.
Yes,
sorry
I'm
about
glad
that.
to find you back. No, but I think you have been kind of finished with your presentation, right, Michael? Okay. So I think it will be in the future, and now it starts already getting difficult to get connections to the UK, but I never expected that to take place today, but okay. This is one of the surprises if you're alive and if you're based on internet and not on satellite dishes and stuff like that. So thank you very much, Michael. I'm very curious if our next guest is sharing some of your experiences too. Even if he's located quite on the opposite side of continental Europe, on the northwestern edge of Germany. Under the umbrella of the city of Lingen and the high expert region of Emsland, his initiative has gathered an impressive list of partners from the industry like Audi, Amprion, or RWE to ramp up a strong northwestern hydrogen region with very different H2 projects. So our next speaker will now tell you a lot more about the projects, concepts, and different experiences. Please welcome the Head of Office and Network Manager of the H2 region Emsland, Dr. Tim Husman.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well, and I will continue with my presentation. I'm very pleased to present our regional approach in the Emsland, especially concerning our high experts projects and our way from idea to implementation. Some facts at the beginning: we are a network of companies, research facilities, multiplicators, municipals founded in 2017 with the goal to develop a hydrogen market in the Emsland and beyond. And in this presentation, I will of course focus me on the mobility approach and how it is fitted into the industrial approach and the decentralized approaches since otherwise I will definitely talk more than my 15 minutes. So I will try my clicker. Yes, it works in general regions, and with regions I mean more or less our region especially, when we have to go through 3 phases while developing our very own special form of implementation of the hydrogen market. And these phases are, as you might see, strongly related to the steps as defined by the Federal Ministry of Transport and the NOW. So starting with bringing all stakeholders and partners together, the first step is defining network structures, creating ideas, balancing the expectations, and developing a big picture, so-called big picture, which is more than just a vision for the region. And with this big picture, you can tell it or call it local hydrogen strategy. In mind, one is able to actually prepare the implementation process without losing important partners. And with partners, I mean especially not only the companies, but politics, local authorities, and especially the local people. So for the Emsland, we started with given structures. And as you can see here, multiple players were already developing and implementing ideas. The first mover was Audi with his e-gas-Anlage, e-gas in Werlte, who installed a 6 megawatt electrolyzer already in 2013, producing green hydrogen and using it for methanization and to provide their Audi G-Trons with net CO2 neutral gas. But not only Audi, but more partners were first movers as well. The SERI project, which is dealing with the interchange of energy, electricity, as well as hydrogen across the border, is investigating and implemented. And the BP Lingen already tested green hydrogen in 2018. So all these players were put on one table, and we developed this big picture. We wanted to give an answer to the question, where do we want to be in the future? So therefore we analyzed where our strengths are, what we have to create, and how value change might look like. So sources of renewable energy, large-scale electrolyzers, dedicated hydrogen infrastructure, as well as sector coupling elements like networks, as well as demands of industry, economy, and mobility are part of this big picture. And as you see, we are mainly driven by large industrial partners whose interests were to use the given strengths, especially our excellent supply of green energy, electricity, as well as the given gas infrastructure, to build up their business case and provide the region and beyond with green hydrogen and use it to defossilize their production lines and products and to defossilize the mobility sector. So coming from this big picture, we started our phase 2, which is actually split it into the industrial approach and decentralized approaches, as well as the main part, mobility part, which we are currently investigating with our High Expert project. So since the industry in the Emsland is one step ahead, we have the opportunity to produce green hydrogen in large scales, and with large scales, I mean production capacities building up from 100 megawatts in 2028 up to gigawatt in 2029, 2030. And these are just not some values, but they are currently really planning to build these electrolyzers, depending on, as usual, the fundings and the regulatory background. And with the development of Germany's first distribution system of hydrogen, the GetH2 nucleus, and we hope it's not the only one, the only nucleus in Germany and Europe, and we have a suitable starting point for creating and connecting hydrogen distribution systems. And RWE plans to build large-scale electrolyzers in Lingen as well, feeding into the distribution system. And on the demand side, you have the BP Lingen, but not only the BP Lingen, but as well as the Evonik in Marl and the BP Gelsenkirchen, which are connected to this hydrogen pipeline system. But not only this project, but furthermore, one additional project shines bright in Lingen. It's the Lingen Green Hydrogen Project, just revealed a couple of weeks ago, and applied for the EU funding, innovation fund, as well as the GetH nucleus. The Green Lingen Hydrogen Project from BP and Ørsted want to generate green hydrogen on-site the BP Lingen refinery, and they want to use it to decarbonize parts of their production lines. So to look into the future, refineries have to get CO2 neutral as well. And these refineries can produce e-fuels, which will be investigated with our High Experts project as well. Decentralized approaches exist as well, like the Audi e-gas in Weert, as I mentioned, but not only Audi was a pioneer, is a pioneer, but the CEC Harim project as well, which can provide green hydrogen by perpetuating the power generation of a nearby wind farm. So with our High Expert projects, we are taking into account both approaches, the centralized and the decentralized approaches, and create a holistic and implementable overall concept for hydrogen applications, especially in the mobility sector. And we are not the ones telling the industry what to do and what not to do, but we generate additional values for industry, businesses, and with businesses, I mean small, medium, and large businesses, regions, cities, and municipalities. A sustainable network as well as a flow of information are therefore the basis for project developments and implementations. But the network structures we implemented are not only on a regional level, but furthermore, with strong connections to our neighbors like Mariko and Leer, the districts of Steinfurt and Salzgitter, as well as our partners in the Netherlands, the FMA, the Provincie Drenthe, for example, and the German network created by the Highland initiatives. We do not only learn from each other, but furthermore, we work together. And I think this is one of the most important parts when developing regions into hydrogen regions. Our project High Experts, which is focused mainly on the mobility mobility sector, is separated into 6 phases where we want to bring our partners together. And you mentioned some of our partners. There were much more. These are only the partners who made a letter of intent for our application in December last year for the High Experts. But we are currently much more than these partners. Important is we have not only partners from the industry, but from small businesses as well, like Rosen, like our local Stadtwerke, but some universities like the TU Clausthal, as well as multiplicators networks as well. And with this in mind, we started our status quo analysis in both sectors, the industry and the mobility sector, with the aim to see where we are and then to see where we have to go. So the analysis of potentials is one essential part in this project, especially in the mobility sector. What do we want to do, or what are we currently doing? We like both sides, the supply, which includes production, distribution, and gas stations, as well as the demand side. So trucks, cars, ground conveyors, garbage collection trucks, buses, trains, and more. So we investigate the sites in general view, but not only in a general view, but we get in touch with our local companies, which is much more important, to see what the real demands are and where we have some facts that we didn't have in mind. With this data, we can compare supply and demand, and we can go into a feasibility analysis. And with feasibility analysis, I mean especially feasibility of business cases. And one business case is put here because it's for the mobility sector. It's one of the main causes. When you want to build a hydrogen gas station, many municipalities think they just analyze the hydrogen supply side, the demand side, and the cost side. But we go further. We investigate how infrastructure in general has to look like, how organizational structures can look like, which technology is the best to use, and in this special cases, where are good or feasible locations, and especially how funding can be realized. Since these factors all have an impact onto the left ones, hydrogen supply, demand, and costs. And our aim is to provide investors and companies with the best cost benefit. With this cases analysis in mind, the development of short and long-term scenarios will be the consequent next step. But having just scenarios is the one thing. We have to give recommendations and we have to write a concept. So these recommendations at the phase 5 will and have to be discussed with sharing stakeholders to provide not only the concept, but a concept which is accepted and carried by the region, which is very, very important for acceptance, for example. Last but not least, the concept will be finalized and published, not only to have a nice concept which then can be put in a drawer, but furthermore to use this concept. And what do I mean with use this concept? We heard it all earlier and we researched on the first slide. The implementation of the projects described in the concept is of course meant. Therefore, the third phase and our goal is to become a high performer using the funding and creating the base of CO2 neutral transportation and mobility in our region and beyond. And with these last words, I want to thank you and invite you to get in touch with me because, as I mentioned earlier, networking is very important since we have to learn from each other and we have to build things together. There are many, many projects in the pipeline where we can get in touch, where we can share ideas, where we can share experiences. So please feel free to contact me and feel welcome. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim. Just one question I would like to ask you, if I may. There are different regions and different approaches, as we have learned in the course of this morning. Talking about money, because nobody talked about money in the meantime. What are your visions, let me say, in the course of the next 10 years? Because there are regions that are really trying to play it big, and there are regions that are trying to approach to the H2 future very, very decent and very slowly. What's your own revenue you have in mind when you talk about the H2 Emsland region in the next 10 years?
Well, you have to look on both sides. We have the mobility sector and the industrial sector. For the industrial sector, the plans from the companies are really big. As I mentioned earlier, we have electrolyzer capacities planned for more than 100 megawatts until 2025. And the scalable potential is really high. But for the mobility sector as well, there is a lot of possibilities. So I can't say numbers, but in fact, we want to have a viable number of trucks on the street and viable number of buses on the street. So I guess the funding for the high performer would not be enough to provide us with enough money for all this.
Perhaps I put the question wrong. What I wanted to think of was what is in it for the region. We are talking about the big manufacturers, the big companies. I'm talking about the region. I'm talking about everyday's life. I'm talking about how are the cities individually profiting from that development, which is a motivation for them.
Yeah, the motivation is quite clear. They want to get CO2 neutral, and that's a thing which is I would not say on the first part, but what on the first slide of the Emsland strategic plan. So their motivation is to provide the companies which are placed in the cities with knowledge, with possibilities, and that's very important for the cities to put themselves in a position where other municipalities or countries or even companies are interested to get in touch.
So it's a kind of evolutionary process and not only just a financial one.
No, it's definitely an evolutionary process, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tim. It was a great pleasure. All the best to you. I hope to see you soon in northwestern Germany, lively in 3D. Thank you very much. And we move on with the program, as I have mentioned earlier this morning. We'll be focusing in today's schedule, which is day 3 of the first European Hydrogen Week, as you know, on the regional aspects of cities and municipalities in terms of building up a decentralized regional hydrogen society. We've decided, therefore, to give the following panel a very precise headline, and it reads, "Between high land and high valleys are Europe's regions the climate champions of tomorrow. So I'm very happy to have a truly European lineup of competent speakers with me. And from the French metropolitan region of Lyon, we have Laurence Min with us today. She's a graduate engineer from UTC, got her master's degree in environment from the National Institute of Applied Sciences in Lyon. She's worked also many years for Linde and as chief of different European projects also in the Lyon era. Since 2012, she works as an innovation project manager for the region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, and her responsibilities include also the coordination of regional hydrogen infrastructure and the coordination of European networks. Bonjour et bienvenue sur le plateau, Laurence Min. The Director of Energy and Climate Change. Bonjour. And climate change of the Balearic Island government. He's got a PhD in engineering by the University of the Basque Country, where he's been also working as a lecturer at the degree of engineering of renewable energies. He's also a researcher working mainly on energy efficiency of buildings and the field of energy transition for local communities. Bienvenidos, Actor Uresti González.
Good morning, buenos días.
Hello. So, what I have learned in the meantime, parallelly to our conversation, is that two of our panelists are still underway digitally, and I'm not quite sure. I still think we are not having a complete panel at the moment, so I will pass on and we'll go to our guest from Holland, who started his career as an electrical engineer in Eindhoven at the University of Technology. He conducted also studies on energy savings in industry and government, and he works also as a researcher at VITO. VITO is an independent Flemish research institute dedicated, as they say, to accelerate the transition to a sustainable world. It was probably due to his work as project manager for a fuel cell program that he decided to become founder and director of Waterstofnet Belgium in 2009. In the past 11 years, he's been developing and realizing sustainable hydrogen projects and roadmaps also to enable zero-emission transport and energy storage. Together with industry and governmental authorities in Flanders and the Netherlands. Hartelijk welcome, Edwin Martens. Have a look at my information. We have one of our guests back on track, and that is a very pleasure because I may introduce now some very interesting man from Scotland. I'm sorry that I may not line up every aspect of his interesting career. He's the Queen's representative in Aberdeen, as one local newspaper put it after his election in May 2017. And he's quoted to have said that little was expected of me academically due to his working class socialist background. The good thing about the former factory worker and latter student of Russia and East European history is Barney Crockett knows what matters to the everyday citizen. So Aberdeen has become one of Europe's pioneering hydrogen cities. Since 2015, the city has adopted 2 public accessible hydrogen fueling stations and owns one of the largest and most varied fleets of hydrogen vehicles in Europe, including buses, cars, vans, road sweepers, and waste trucks. On top of that, about a month ago, if I'm not mistaken, the world's first fuel cell double-decker bus arrived in Aberdeen. So it's not a big surprise that Barney Crockett is currently also vice president of the World Energy Cities Partnership, a non-profit organization with member cities globally recognized as international energy capitals. So please welcome the Lord Provost of Aberdeen, Barney Crockett. So, as we still miss one guest, and what a surprise, it's the German guest that we have lost in Heidelberg, in the romantic city of Heidelberg, the Lord Mayor of Heidelberg. But we see, and we'll check if he is with us or if he perhaps joins us next week or something like that. I'm not sure. Technically, we hope that we'll get him soon with us. But I would suppose we start with the first round and go directly into the heart of our subject and the matter. As you all know, the most difficult question in these conferences is mostly the first one. Therefore, I'm trying to make it a little easier for you all. And in order to sum up your standpoints and positions a bit, I'd like to invite you to answer the headline of our discussion first. Between highland and high valleys, are Europe's regions the climate champions of tomorrow? Who wants to start?
I can start if you want. Do you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Loud and clear. Better than Germany.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for the invitation. To answer to your question, so I think that to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, the regions need to be involved in the development of hydrogen together with the European and the national levels. For instance, at the European level, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region wants to be an active member of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance. Our region wants also to foster the European collaborations by co-leading the S3 platform Hydrogen Valleys with 3 other European regions, the Normandy in France, Northern Netherlands, and Aragon in Spain. This partnership gathers now more than 50 European regions. That proves the real need to exchange and collaborate with the objective to develop inter-regional projects. Our region is also member of France Hydrogène, which gathers the main French stakeholders involved in the hydrogen sector at a national level. But the collaboration is also very important at the local level. Regions are used to work closely with local authorities to address environmental challenges and develop the uses of hydrogen on the whole territory. So the regions can also mobilize the structural funds and especially the European Regional Development Funds to support the development of large-scale projects and reach a critical mass of deployment. That's why I think that the regional level is a key level to support the development of hydrogen in Europe and the development of green and renewable hydrogen in Europe.
Barney, probably everybody knows the Scottish coast you are having a chance to live in front of. So probably the DNA of Aberdeen's engagement in hydrogen production is not so very difficult to explain. But what would you think? What is your answer to the question? Are Europe's regions the future climate champions? Barney, I'm not quite sure if you got the microphone muted. I'm not sure. May you check, because we can't hear you. At least I can't hear you. Barney, could you check if there is the symbol of the microphone muted? Because there must be some symbol on your screen which you just have to press once in order to activate the, exactly. This is the reason why the regions need help. They need assistance in every aspect. So this is exactly, wearing the mask. This is everything. This is real life. This is something which is looking the same everywhere in Europe, I think. We let Barney and his assistants just check if we can mobilize.
I think that's it. Sorry,
you're with us, Barney.
You can hear me.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think that champion can mean two things. I think it can mean you're pushing forward and leading, and I think the regions will certainly be like that. And you heard some example already, and certainly Aberdeen sees itself as that. But in champions could also mean you win and you are on top. And I think that's a harder thing to see. I think that we hope and we push and we'll work for that. But I think we also need a degree of humility that the world of change and energy transformation is going to come very, very quickly. And I think all the main regions of the world are going to be involved in that. So we have to have a humility that we in Europe, we're doing our absolute utmost, but we're in a very big competition that we have to be aware of as well. And I think that world links, that we have European links, we want that and we build on that. It's crucial. But we also, each as city and regions, we have to be looking to build world networks as well. And I think that, again, the FCH JU is very much aware of that and working on that. But I think that really it's quite we have a tornado going on just now in our economies. Where the pieces will land, we don't know for sure. But hydrogen is going to be absolutely important. And I think all the regions are going to be very keen to take part in that. Just as one aside, I know our islands in Scotland very, very well. And I think the islands can be a very important thing. So I'm really pleased to see the Balearic Island government take part in the discussion just now. I think islands can be really important for testing things that we want to do as well. And cities are going to really push the agenda as well. So I'll leave it at that just now. Thank you.
Barney, and I pass the ball on directly to Aitor Oresti Gonzalez. Would you agree with what Barney said?
Well, I think that the islands, we have special issues that need to be taken into account. And even if being an island supposes a special some kind of peculiarities, in any case, the Balearic Islands are quite small islands, not as small as many Greek islands, for example. Mm-hmm. But we are, just to take into account Mallorca, which is the biggest island in the Balearic Islands, has around 60, 80 kilometers wide. It's not very big island. And that also means that we have some special issues that we need to be taken into account. Going to the question, I don't really know if we want as regions to be the winners of the champions of climate fight, but what we know is that we don't want to be the losers, and that's something that we are very aware of, because we are working at a very local level, and we are very aware of all the impacts that climate change is provoking in our systems. But not only that, we also know very well our energy system. We know very well also the energy sources that we have, which kind of renewable energies we can use, and also what kind of energy consumption we have in every one of our territories. And that's what gives also some kind of an extra point when wanting to talk about energy transition. But there are also some very special issues that need to be taken into account always at the regional levels. One of those is adaptation. Adaptation needs to be done at the local level. But also when we're talking about some other issues like energy democracy or fair transition, those kind of aspects need to be also somehow managed at the local level. And I think that we have, as regions, a very special role to play in those aspects.
Okay. May I ask you, Laurence, how would you, being not in the situation of an island, at least not in Lyon, as I have learned about the landscape of France, it's not quite an island. But what are you? What? Not yet, perhaps.
Not yet. I hope so.
But what would you say when you are situated between those two island representatives at the moment? What is your motivation from the Région Rhône-Alpes to develop hydrogen economy? Driver that pushes you. Laurence? Now we lost you, I'm afraid. Laurence?
Yeah, sorry.
Now you're back on track.
The sound. Yes, I think that the role of the regions in the future hydrogen economy is important because in France, for instance, regional governments have several competencies. They are in charge of regional transports, such as trains and long-distance coaches. The regions have also competencies in the field of economic development and energy. That's why we can contribute to the development of hydrogen with the deployment of refueling stations and hydrogen production plants. In our region, the first major hydrogen project started in 2018. This project is called Zero Emission Valley and is focused on the hydrogen mobility. The objective of this project is to roll out by 2023 at the same time 1,200 light vehicles and 20 hydrogen stations on the regional territory. So the total cost of this project is 50 million euros, granted with 10 million euros from the European program Connecting Europe facility. So our region finances also research, development, and innovation in the field of hydrogen. We have a partnership agreement with CEA in Grenoble, in our region, and we support also collaborative projects between research and industry. And last but not least, the regions are in charge of training and education. So this last point represents a big challenge in the next year to adapt the skills, to reskill and upskill in order to meet the demand of the industrial sector. So I think that regional authorities can act on the whole value chain. So we can say that there are key stakeholders in the future hydrogen economy.
Barney, I understood that it's a kind of also survival mode you have to be into, not in order to be run over by some development which is going on globally. When I interpret my partners and panelists' answers from the last minutes, did you have the same impression that Aberdeen would be kind of sacrificed on some energy developments table if it wouldn't be for hydrogen development? We've lost you again from the sound.
There we are.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah. Back.
We are very much in the last 40 years or so, we have been an oil and gas city. By far our biggest business is oil and gas. But we realized quite a long time ago that wasn't a permanent, sustainable arrangement. So we really, quite a long time ago, we started to focus on energy transition and in particular, the role of hydrogen. So we started early. It's still a very small part of our overall economy, but we have an enormous change in the view of our companies. So even a year ago, 85% of our companies said they saw the biggest opportunities was decommissioning, ending the oil and gas exploitation in the North Sea. But this year, 85% say that energy transition, and in particular hydrogen, is the way forward. So we're seeing an absolute change in that. And that change is reflected in the cities across the world that have been very much involved in the oil and gas industry. So I think they who have really been the most fossil fuel cities in the world will become the leaders, or amongst the leaders, in energy transformation. And certainly Aberdeen, that's how we very much see it. And also working closely with our partners, because as you know, one reason for humility, we in Britain have to be very, very humble at the moment with our situation with Brexit. But we are still totally committed to working with Europe. We run 2 European hydrogen projects from Aberdeen at the moment, and we're keen to keep many links as possible with our European partners. Yeah.
linked in a project with Bavaria, I've learned the other day.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
but it's not the exchange of Scottish against Bavarian brewery products, no?
No, I mean, Eckhart, our colleague who's not managed to join us for the moment, Eckhart is a good friend of mine from many years ago. We've worked with Heidelberg on energy projects in the past, and we will in the future as well. So we're very much keen to keep up those links. Also with Aragon and the Balearic Islands as well.
We have one of the bullet points is the how-to question field. If you remember how it was when you started in Aberdeen to talk about the hydrogen future, what was the first and important step? How did you approach to change that from oil to renewable energy? What is the mindset, and what are the really first steps you have to take as a municipality or a region in order to be democratically legitimated to adopt that?
That's a very interesting question, which I haven't often thought of myself. But one thing that we certainly set out to do early on is tell our people about the need for change and to advertise that need through hydrogen. So we were very early, for example, in having a hydrogen refueling station, and we deliberately built it right at the heart of the city in a very built-up area on the main route between the city centre and the airport. So everybody could see the hydrogen message. Everybody could gain the message. It's safe. It's part of our future. And really, Aberdonians have bought into that. One of the aspects about our oil and gas past is we've had to change dramatically as a city over and over. So our people tend to be very early adapters of change. And that's possibly true of the energy cities, the fossil fuel-related cities, oil and gas cities across the world.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point. And I have learned in the meantime that our lost German partner has climbed up on the stage, and I'm getting back to him and like to introduce him just for a second. When I did my homework in preparing the panel, I read the background of the following panelists and decided to leave out at least 95% of his political engagements. If not, you would have had to wait probably another 10 minutes before I'm finished with a full list of his engagements. To cut the long story short, as Lord Mayor of the romantic city of Heidelberg, Eckhard Würzner is super busy, engaged in every field a full-time mayor has to be present, from Red Cross to regional banking. Full stop. Environment protection, however, is his long-term expertise and love. So it started with a PhD on atmospheric environmental toxins. It continued with developing environmental and energy management in Brazil for the Carl Duisberg Society. And he's even been resident as a German Marshall Fund fellow in the United States, preparing a study on American cities' climate protection strategies. All of this makes an expert of the matter we talk about today. Herzlich willkommen, Professor Dr. Eckhard Würzner. Glad you made it.
Yeah, vielen Dank, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, sorry for my delay. We had a really big problem with the internet, but now I'm here. Hydrogen is the future. That's exactly what we're believing. And I'm driving now. First of all, I started with a Korean car. Now I'm driving a German car, fully as a hydrogen car, and it's working perfect. We have built our filling station nearly 1 year ago. We have a regional coalition also with main production companies like BASF and other partners. So we have joined a regional cooperation. And when we're talking about this project, we call it the H2 River project with a 20 million euro funding from the state of Baden-Württemberg. We will buy 40 fuel cell buses and another 2 hydrogen filling stations for Heidelberg. So there is a lot of energy at the moment in our region. I think it's very important that we made a clear statement that we think the future, especially for heavy lorries, for bigger cars, is based on this technology. For the small and medium cars, downtown delivery, we also have decentralized electric systems, just electric systems. But in general, we believe that hydrogen is really the new movement where we have to work together on a national and international level. And especially for Europe, I think it can be one of the leading points in the segment of the Green Deal strategy where the European Commission is exactly going. So what we want is be like a lead partner in this strategy. We get a lot of support through our partners. We have very good structures on the German side in this segment. So it's more, are we really willing to use this new technology to become a fossil fuel future-oriented region and state? So we do everything in this.
Excuse me. I just didn't want to interrupt you, but let me just sort of portion-wise answer some things you are trying at the moment to make as a position, because otherwise we lose a little bit the track, because we have been discussing certain aspects already in the meantime where you haven't been present. And I have Edwin Martens since 10 minutes raising up his hand, and I didn't give him the word, so please forgive me for that interruption. And Edwin, please go ahead and give me your remarks on what we were discussing just between the Balearics, Lyon and Aberdeen.
Yes, thanks. Yes, indeed. I think the regions are important, and for instance, also our region. We have in our region, for instance, to have an example, production of buses, technology provider, but you need also end users, and I think end users are the most important things, because technology is international, but end users are always local and regional. And you need end users, and therefore, for instance, we develop projects on buses together with Aberdeen, with Antwerp, with Groningen, and yet then you see that there are it's not a member state that has an ambition, it are the region that have ambition. The city of Antwerp, the city of Aberdeen, the city of Groningen, and so it's not just only providing technology like buses, it's just looking for the regions, end users that want to give some additional money, who want to adapt their policy, want to adapt their regulation, because it's about regulations, about policy, about money, and therefore you can develop all technology you want, but you need end users, and therefore you need a direct cooperation with the region. Development of research is international. I always say implementation of technology is by definition regional, and therefore you need to find front-runner regions to kickstart these technologies.
Are you supporting the analysis from our friend from Spain that he said he doesn't want to be the winner of this evolvement process, but he doesn't want to be the loser neither?
Yes, but you have to do it by yourself, because the whole the kickstart of this value chain is quite complicated, and it's quite expensive. So we will compete maybe in 2040. We will be the winner, but now, in the beginning, everybody has to spend some money, some resources. So I think we are now we have to cooperate now together, because it's not possible to do it on your own. So it's not about winning; it's about cooperating, I think, in this phase.
Perhaps the island situation, Aitor, might be perhaps a disadvantage, because you always probably have to have support probably from mainland and from the government in Madrid. Is that a difficulty for you? As we have learned, you should do your things on your own. That means do your own homework. But on the other hand, if you're cut off, and please don't let us forget, it's not fog over the channel. It's not the continent cut off from Great Britain. It's vice versa. So what is that in that respect? Is that a kind of obstacle for you and for that development?
No, I wouldn't say this is an obstacle. I mean, what we have is that we need to see the reality of our region. because we are not going to be connected to the main hydrogen network as we are not now. Well, we are partially connected to the main natural gas network. That's something quite special in our case. In any case, what means for us is that probably our hydrogen development needs to be done at the small scale with the centralized point of view, probably having small scale electrolyzers in the consumption points and something in the 1, 2, 3 megawatt scale. It's not going to be a huge implementation, and always looking at the places where the hydrogen makes sense in our case. Because, for example, from the European continental point of view, hydrogen may play an important role in personal transport for cars. But in our case, we have that, for us, electric car is the best solution, because with the batteries that we have right now, we can go back and forward from one point of an island to the other point of the island 4, 5, 6 times before we need to recharge our cars. So we have that solved. And for us, for example, hydrogen can be very well used for marine transport, which is something that would help us decarbonize our economy, because mainly all of the consumption products that we have come from the mainland, so mainly by ship. So that kind of decarbonization is very important for us, also for aerial transport. And maybe personal transport is not the place where we should use hydrogen. Another place or another sector for hydrogen can be, for example, high temperature industrial sectors. But we almost don't have industry here, and what we really don't have is heavy industry. We may have some kind of industry related to ceramics, and there we could use a little bit of hydrogen. But for the rest of the sectors, we need to see which is the perfect mix between electricity, it means photovoltaics, maybe eolic, also biomass, and maybe also hydrogen through fuel cells and high efficiency uses. But our scope is very different from the one that we may have in the mainland in Spain. And that also means that we probably won't have so much help from the central government, but we also have a lot of freedom to use and to choose what we want to be related to hydrogen.
Barney, you mentioned a few minutes ago, before Eckhard Rützler dropped in from Heidelberg, you mentioned that that might be an interesting liaison between the islands in the North Sea, for example, or in the Atlantic. What exactly was the picture that you had in mind when you mentioned that?
Well, I think that Hector mentioned a few of those. Is that if you're one advantage of being quite distant from the main centres of power is you can develop your own ideas and you can try things. I think the islands could be a great way of experimenting with moving very much to a totally non-fossil fuel environment. So we have examples of that maybe starting to happen in Scotland with Orkney. It's really and is working. Orkney is working with Aragon in some of that. So I think the islands, I think it's a great way of experimenting to do things with islands. And as Hector, he very diplomatically put it, they have to make their own future, as they don't have to, they won't be at top of everybody's minds in Madrid every day, the same as our islands are here. And I think that there's great potential for islands to work across Europe and to try out some, the edge technologies. And in particular with integration. So I know that in Orkney, for example, they're using wind to create hydrogen that runs the ferry from one of the islands to the Orkney mainland. And we are certainly, keen to be involved in that with our island. We are the main centre for dealing with our northern islands, Orkney and Shetland. So we work closely with them as well. And I think that, again, Aberdeen, we're a city, we're quite sizable, but we are a remote city in European terms and in British terms, and we have to make our own. We've always had to make our own future. We've never been a big concern of government, and we are a very private sector-driven city. We're probably Europe's most private sector city, with the smallest public sector of any major city in Europe. So we have to work with ours. It means we have to work closely together. And I'm sure that Aitor has that in his area. And even Edwin, although it's a very small country in distance terms, Netherlands, that some areas do feel quite remote from the powers in the Randstad and Amsterdam. And so they have to work closely together. They have to work together to get solutions. And I think that's where a lot of the progress in hydrogen will come.
God, your friend Barney just a minute ago told me that you are close friends. And as I've heard this theory of experimenting on island level in that field of hydrogen, must I say hydrogen then followed Barney's example and is an island in the terms of experimenting with hydrogen on the Bergstraße in the center of southwestern Germany? Or what is your approach, to be more precise? We don't have audio. Okay, we have a problem with the microphone.
Sorry.
Now we get. Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Great.
Yes, of course, Barney is absolutely right, and I think we both know Aberdeen very well. And if you think a little bit about the history of Aberdeen, for example, it's an oil-based city. It's an oil city based on the economic benefit of oil production. And especially those cities have to think about new strategies for the future. Like our city, we're also based on fossil fuel power plants and so on, especially also in Germany. So we need the way into the future. And I, as also Barney and you all, believe in a new fossil fuel-free strategy. This is Green Deal. This is new jobs. This is creating a new economic situation in our cities. And of course, it can be linked, especially to those areas where you have no real good connections and can develop yourself as more an individual structure. In my region, in our city, it's about a region of 2.8 million people who are living. We signed a commitment for this region to become fossil fuel free. And we have the biggest and largest hydrogen producer in Europe. In our regions, it's BASF. So we have a different link. For us, it's very important to work together with those companies for the production of hydrogen and also to become a more green hydrogen production and also distribution and using this new energy in all the mass transport systems. This is our main strategy. And therefore, we need consumers. And that's the reason why we are believing that if we sign contracts just from the cities for our heavy lorry tracks and buses and so on, we already can give a big impulse in a big region in Germany. So if we as regions who are very active are going very focused in this direction, we create a market. If not, we fail. That's the big point. So if the market is not big enough, we do exactly the wrong thing, because then we spend a lot of money for new buses, which are brutally expensive. And then if the gas filling stations and if not other consumers, like normal heavy lorry truck users are using this technology, we fail. So it's a risk, but I think it's a big chance. And therefore we said, yes, we took this risk into account. We take the subsidy money from the state government, which supported us. We're working very close together with a lot of partners for the distribution with Air Liquide, GP Joule and H2 Mobility, with industry and, as I mentioned, and also with research institutes like the Karlsruhe Institute for Technology or the University of Mannheim. So we need both the technology, the distribution, the industry, and the region as those who are trying to be a consumer for the production line. And then we create market. That's, in my opinion, very important. And Still, it is very important to say, hey, you have to believe in this technology. If we're always talking about risk, we never reach a target. You know the success story of Tesla. It's a brutal risk he has taken, but he is successful, and now he is not selling cars, he is selling data collectors. That's his mission. It's much farther than
it's up in the air.
Much farther than just running better cars or fossil fuel cars. So if we don't think 25, 35 years ago, we fail also. So that's the long-term strategy where we believe in. If the state government, the federal government is supporting this, which is done in a tremendous way, I think we can really create this market through those spots who are coming up now on the regional level. And on the European level, we still have to take into account we are too much depending on fossil fuel energy. I'm not talking about the gas pipeline now, but we're still too much depending. And we can be much more independent if we have these huge power plants then on the offshore areas, nearly Aberdeen, you know this, Bernie, and produce there green hydrogen. That's perfect. And then just send it around the globe or start with your region. I think that's exactly what our mission is.
Laurence, when you hear the word of market and demand, and also the obligation to kind of have a common civilian accord on what defossilizing a society will mean, is that the approach that you have also in your region around Lyon, or do you approach from the, I said, not academic or abstract, but political level or social level differently in your region?
No, I totally agree with this approach. And in our region, we launched a strategy, a hydrogen strategy in July 2020. And this strategy is based on four main axes. And the first one is to support the development of the market. So, for instance, in the case of mobility, the aim is to support the deployment of regional transport vehicles like trains and coaches, but also new kinds of usage like garbage trucks for cities and snow groomers for ski resorts. So the aim is really to support the development of the market. But also the second axis is to support the research and innovation on hydrogen technologies, because we have a lot of research and technology organization in our regions, and we support them and support also the small companies thanks to regional funds or structural funds. And the third axis of our strategy is to improve the existing skills and to train the new skills on hydrogen technologies together with education and training providers. So for that point, we are in line with the new initiative of the European Commission Skills for Jobs regarding upskilling and reskilling of the workforce. And the last axis of the strategy is to allow projects to be scalable thanks to cooperations at European level in the frame of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance and also in the frame of the Hydrogen Valleys partnerships that we are co-leading.
Know all that France is structured differently than federal Germany, for example. How important is the support of Paris and the support of the national government for your region? As I have learned diplomatically correct from the Spanish government, it is not so important, but it wouldn't be nice if there would be support. How it is if Paris would block regional developments like yours?
I don't think that Paris will block because they have announced last summer 7 billion euros on hydrogen. So they want to support the hydrogen sector.
Green hydrogen and not blue
green
or
hydrogen.
gray.
Yeah. When I speak.
We know about
hydrogen.
Electric priorities in France differently.
We have a lot of nuclear plants. That's right. But the idea is to develop green hydrogen, renewable hydrogen.
When you look at the different countries and experiences, and when you look at what you are doing as an enabler, as somebody who is speeding up and ramping up, helping up, speeding up projects, where would you say is the first crucial point in developing successful transformation in that respect? Is there a common level where every region, every municipality will end up more or less earlier or later, where it comes down to a certain decision-making process which is necessary in order to make it to a bigger success than perhaps initiated?
In our region, we have a lot of stakeholders, and we need to have a coordination. So 1 year ago, we established a steering committee, an internal steering committee within the regional council to plan a roadmap with all the departments involved. Energy and environment, mobility department, economic development, training and education, research and innovation, and our overall office in Brussels. So, and we associated also all the regional ecosystem. We have in our region 3 clusters involved in the hydrogen sector, dedicated each on one domain, mobility, energy, and industry. And we associated also the research centers and universities, the industrials and the local authorities to involve them in the preparation of the regional strategy. So thanks to this collaboration, we gathered and future projects within the regions, and it allows to the regional council to have a better overview of the sector and to create a hydrogen regional hub. So the idea of the hydrogen regional hub is to create synergies between stakeholders and avoid overlaps.
Edwin, the question I was trying to give to you was: is there a certain level in the development of processes of building up or ramping up hydrogen societies on a regional level, where every municipality or every mayor or every community has to decide, go left, go right, go straight on? Is there a crucial point somewhere in the development? Question, Barney, I would also like to ask you after. Edwin?
Yes, I think, for instance, I can give you an example. We are active in the development of trucks because we have a truck OEM in our region, and the first trucks were developed now, and they are demonstrated in an end user. So an end user with the city, so that's a very strong point. And now we are going to the next phase of 10 trucks. And especially now, also in our region, together with Belgium, the Port of Antwerp, the Port of Rotterdam, and the Port of Duisburg, we are now thinking on a project of 1,000 trucks. So you see this scaling up, and that scaling up is in starting small, learning things with all stakeholders that are needed for this. And then the next generation, and then the next, and therefore first it's only in Belgium, then it's in Belgium and the Netherlands, and then it's Belgium, Netherlands, Germany. And so you can scale up, and you can work together with the regions, with the cities. And I think that's the way to go. For instance, in our country, if you are talking about Madrid and Paris, we have Brussels in Belgium. And Brussels is very important, especially because there's something about Europe. In our region, I must say that in our country, the regions for hydrogen are much more important. At least in Belgium, we had about 1.5 year no federal government, and we still survived. So the regions, the regions are key, and of course we are working also with the federal government that we have now. But especially now in our country, the regions are the most important thing. And for instance, one also thing that's important, because I heard about islands, and that's of course very important. But in our region, we have to deal with ports, with harbors, and those ports are importing massive natural gas, oil, coal, and you have petrochemical industries and steel and chemical industries. So the port of Rotterdam, the port of Antwerp, they are fossil-based clusters, not only fossil-based. And they need a lot of hydrogen already now, but they are making it of natural gas. So especially for this reason, those regions in Europe, the ports are also very important. They can be connected to the islands maybe, and also for importing hydrogen, because finally we have to also import hydrogen. And then it's, in Belgium at least, we don't have enough wind and solar place. We don't have the place for this. So we have to go to maybe to Portugal, to Spain to import, or even to South America or to Africa. So I think also the regional developments of the port specifics are very important in this aspect, also for the European strategy in hydrogen. And that's very located. So, and we are active together with Port of Amsterdam, Antwerp, and Rotterdam to work together on this kind of topics. So that's also very important, I think, this level.
Barney, from senior level and 40 years of experience in transition from oil to hydrogen, the new oil business, what is your reaction to that? Where is the crucial point when you look back? Where have been some kind of really crossroads you have to take the right direction?
Well, I think one, it may be a surprise to others to hear this, but one of our, possibly the most significant single thing we did was that we got a credit rating from the credit rating agencies, from Moody's and so forth, so that we could borrow on a scale that we could make the regional transformation. And I have to say that the woman who chaired the Paris conference, she said that Europe's biggest challenge was to have its regions having their own credit rating that allowed them to borrow on the scale that was going to be needed to fund the energy transformation. So it's maybe it maybe seems a side issue, but we've borrowed, I think, £450 million, about 500 million euros, in order to assist our energy transformation, which very much includes Edwin's interesting point about harbours. So we're interested in that too. For example, we funded our large new conference centre. We have Europe's biggest fuel cell powering the exhibition centre using agricultural waste biomass. So we have to. I think regions are going to have to drive that even that financial transformation, and obviously they have to knit together a set of relationships between the cities and the regions across Europe and the world, but also of course with their own their own government. So we work ever more closely with Scottish government and UK government. I think when we started this journey, neither was particularly interested, especially in hydrogen. But I think now everybody is listening and everybody is trying to work to the same script. And I think, again, having the regions with that independence of action, that a credit rating, for example, but the ability to borrow on a scale that's required, those are going to be key elements to the future. Just one word on ports. We've just terminated Civitas Portus project, where Aberdeen was working with others, including Antwerp, on using, for example, modern IT to help with the energy transformation of harbours, which I quite agree with Edwin is a really crucial thing for Europe.
Bankability, I have understood, is the real hot issue in order to make progress from planning stadium to realization stadium, because it's also a financial point, and ratings for the projects, not necessarily just for international banking facilities. It's also important for regional projects to have a fine and and triple, double rating.
Hopefully.
Yeah, not bad. At least if you have got one. Edwin, you just raised the hand. We have just for the orientation, we just got 4 minutes left. So please, just short responses, please, in the next few minutes. Edwin? Edwin?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I get you.
I think it's indeed. I just want to say that the end users, the consumers of hydrogen technologies are the key, and therefore regions are very important. That's my statement. Yeah. Thank you.
Eckhard, you just also raised your hand a few seconds ago when Barney was speaking.
Just a small comment. I think it's always important if you have the engaged regions, you need also the legal frame for the bigger market from the national or European side. So like the California Clean Air Act mentioned, 50% of the car fleet has to. If you concentrate on such a strategy, this is creating the market if you want to go in mass markets like heavy lorries or private cars. For the cement industry, we have a special focus. It's just a few key players. One is based in Heidelberg Cement. So like the harbor concepts, these are just a few persons who take the decision if those projects are running or not. It's not based on thousands of decisions. So therefore, thinking about also a clear strategy for a legal frame who forces then not today, but in 2 years, in 4 years, in 7 years, to have a percentage of the fleet-based heavy lorries, light lorries, based on fuel cell technology.
Means you not only have to talk about regulation, you have to talk about also legislation and
Absolutely.
frameworks and guidelines, and perhaps even roadmaps and clear, committed action of different levels, on different levels, and different speeds, probably also, right? If I got that. So that was it for this morning. Thank you all very much for this very, very interesting and very enlightening discussion. Thanks to Spain, thanks to Scotland, thanks to Germany, thanks to France, and thanks to our neighbors in Holland. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you for discussing and sharing your experiences with us. I hope you all out there looking and watching the program enjoyed it as much as I had the impression we all did. Take care, stay safe. Hope we see each other again live and kicking somewhere in pandemic-free times next year. We're all calling it quits for the moment, leaving you all the chance to do all the necessary and important things you couldn't do this morning. So whatever you do now, enjoy it, and please come back after our break, about 14 hours. Thank you very much, and get back to you about our lunch break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. From Berlin with love, I was nearly tempted to say. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break and did everything important you had to do, because now, until about 17:30, I hope you will stick with us for the second half of the conference. We'll kickstart this session with a lady from Portugal. The political insiders in Brussels and Europe are very well familiar with, I think, because her heart belongs to the field of renewable energy and climate change since many years. This interest is probably the reason why she studied mechanical engineering at the University of Lisbon and still is linked strongly to this field of research as she works as full professor at the Technical University of Lisbon. She served twice as the Minister of Science and Higher Education of the 15th and 16th Constitutional Government of Portugal. Since 2009, she's become member of the European Parliament, where she's co-chairing the Parliamentary Intergroup of Long-Term Sustainable Investments and Competitive European Industry. No big surprise then that she became also principal advisor to President Barroso in the fields of science, higher education, innovation, research, policy, energy, environment, and climate change. So please welcome our next speaker, Maria da Graça Carvalho.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your kind words and for your introduction and for the invitation for this important conference about the role of the regions on the hydrogen. And I will divide my short speech in different parts. First, the importance and what are the roles that the regions can play in the hydrogen development in Europe. Second, how better to connect to these regions, because it's very important that we don't have fragmentation in our policy for hydrogen and the deployment of the hydrogen. Third point will be about the financing, very important, because without the funding we cannot implement it. And the international the international connections and the international cooperation that is always very important in these areas. So start with the role of the region in the hydrogen deployment. First, I would like to say that I'm quite happy that we are back again with the hydrogen high in the agenda. We have been some waves of putting the hydrogen quite high in the agenda, and after in other framework programs and in other agendas of the Commission, the hydrogen has been not so high in the agenda. And it's a pity that we do not have a sustainable path in the development of technologies. We had already hydrogen as very high in the agenda, for example, with President Prodi. At the time, he has launched the first technological platform on hydrogen. I was a minister and I was invited to speak with him in the launching of this event. Because we lose time and we lose some of the investments because they have interruptions. So we hope that this time we will have a sustainable investment on the hydrogen that will continue because this sustainability of our policies that should be based on evidence and in the advice of the scientists. If the hydrogen is a good solution, in a sustainable way, it should be a priority in the different political agendas, even if the the political actors will change. So it's what I hope for the future, and I'm happy that this Commissioner von der Leyen, has put the greening as her political agenda, or the agenda for growth, an agenda for Europe is based on greening of our society and our economy, and the hydrogen is, of course, a very important energy vehicle that can be a low-carbon energy vehicle that will be important for this transition, for this greening transition. But to implement the hydrogen strategy and the very good document that the Commission has published, we really need the local actors. They are the ones that are going to implement the cities, the regions, and they will provide the examples. And the examples, we really need to be quite also based on science and scientific assessment to choose all the best examples where we are going to use the hydrogen. We should not use the hydrogen in everything. We should not use the hydrogen in applications where we have simpler and more affordable solutions that have the same results. For example, renewable electricity for a small vehicle, private vehicles, probably the renewable electricity could be a good solution, but for other applications that we need storage or that we don't have enough, we don't have batteries adequate for the purpose, like the big lorries, like the shipping, like the aviation. Hydrogen should be a solution. But the local actors are very important to decide what are the examples where the hydrogen is going to be applied. And there is application on cities, there is application on industry. Some of the industrial sectors will be very important. The hydrogen can play a very important role, like the steel sector, the chemical industry. So in industrial parks, we can have a hydrogen society, a mini hydrogen society in some communities and in some modes of transportation. The other point where the regions play a very important role is exactly on the funding, because most of the funding that we will have for these projects and for these, some of them require quite a lot of funding. They are funds that are related with regions. So the regional funds, the recovery plan, they will be very much based and governed by the local authorities and the regional authorities. So it's very important also from a pragmatic point of view to have the regions involved. How are we connecting all these projects and how we are going to give a line on these projects? Partnerships like the present partnership of the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking that has played a very important role in technological development, from the basic research to the technology development, pilot scale, large scale demonstration, has now an extra duty that is to connect with the regions. I know that they are already doing that, to involve more regions, and to involve the regions in their activities has a lot of advantage. One of them is to open up the participation, because we cannot leave regions behind. We cannot have a hydrogen society that is in Europe that is only linked in the very industrial region of Holland and Germany. We really need that we have a hydrogen society in all the member states, in the eastern part, the south part of Europe. And for that, the regions need to be in contact with platforms like the joint undertaking that has the technology and has the capacity to pass and to also to have a capacity building mission. So that is one of the important, to open up, to disseminate, to widen the participation in this hydrogen society. And the second very good task that the joint undertaking can have is also to give the common standards, the best practices, the cooperation between the projects, that the projects do not develop in isolation, that we don't have a fragmented scenario of the hydrogen project. So cooperation it's very important on the best technologies, on the advantage and disadvantage of the solutions to be used in each situation. It's important to cooperate, the regions cooperate between each other. But there is another point that is very important, that is the infrastructure. We really need to have a common infrastructure. If we go, we should have a decentralized and centralized. It should be a mixture of centralized and decentralized situation. So some projects can be decentralized and they do not request a big infrastructure of transport of hydrogen, but some will be required to have, for example, pipeline covering most of Europe. And for that, we need cooperation between the different regions and the different countries. So most of the countries are developing, and the regions are developing their own hydrogen strategy, but they should not do that in isolation. For example, in Portugal, we should have our strategy very well coordinated with Spain, and the Iberian strategy needs to be coordinated with the rest of Europe, because we need to use the European pipeline. If we want to export by sea, we need to export, for example, for Holland. So all that needs to be coordinated, and this is happening. I know that this is happening, and this should be the way to do it, a big cooperation between the different regions and to have kind of common strategy. After, we doesn't mean that we don't have big projects. No, the small projects, the centralized projects are very important even for the capacity building, for people to get used to the technology and to disseminate the technology, but should be an overall coordination and a common strategy to all of this. Third point is funding. We will have, fortunately, we managed to arrive to an agreement on our European budget and recovery plan just a few days ago. Still a point to be solved with Poland and Hungary, but I'm very optimistic that with the good and efficient German leadership in the Council, we will solve that very soon, so that we can start with our funds in the beginning of January. And we have inside the MFF, inside the European budget, we have the Horizon Europe that really finance everything that is related with the research, the development of the technology, the pilot scales, and a little bit of the demonstration. But the demonstration needs to have synergies with other funds because they are very expensive. And the other funds are, for example, the regional funds that are also part of the European budget, and the region should be involved in there and, for example, finance demonstrations that have been of technologies and solutions that have been financed the early stages of development by Horizon Europe. So Horizon Europe, regional funds. Inside Horizon Europe, we have several possibilities. I told you about the joint undertaking, but there is also the EIT with the KIC Energy. There is also the EIC for very innovative ideas. And the cooperation programs in areas like the smart cities, the smart transport. We can also have applications of hydrogen. We also have the CEF, for the interconnections between the countries, the cross-border, the transport of hydrogen, and final, the bulk of the big programs and the demonstrations will come from the recovery plan. Attention here that the recovery plan, the big priority is going to be set by the member states. The general priority was by the Commission and the Council and the Parliament, but the project by project will be set up by the member states. The member states are now deciding which projects to finance, and it will be important that we make sure that there are projects that on this area that is so important for Europe, and these are also coordinated with others, are not done in isolation, they are also done in cooperation with what is happening funded by the Commission and with other member states. So we should also not forget the role of the EIB, that is now one of the main objectives of the European Investment Bank is to finance the green transition. So the demonstration projects can also, and the implementation can also be co-funded by the EIB. So there are plenty of opportunities, but I draw the attention that the timeline for the recovery plan, we have only 3 years to develop the program, to implement, to spend the money, to report, to finalize everything, and some of these projects are very detailed and very long to implement. So we really need to start immediately and to run fast in order to implement all, and to be able to execute the funds that the European institutions are providing to the regions and to the member states. All these, for example, should be in line with the smart green specialization strategies of each region. So in the smart specialization, they should put energy and greening and hydrogen as a priority. Most of them have done so. So we hope that the funding, all these funds that are now available for regions are well spent for the good of the greening, of the greening transition, for the good of the people, giving capacity to the people, and not in very expensive infrastructures that are not so important for the competitiveness of Europe and do not create jobs. So it's up to us, to all of us, to all the citizens, also to be vigilant towards the projects that are going to be implemented. My final point is the role of cooperation, international cooperation, and I see at two levels. First, on the technological level, I always defend that in research, even in applied research, we should not be afraid of cooperating with other parts of the world. It makes us the possibility that if after in the application we need to be better than them to be more competitive. But at certain, it's good that we cooperate, developing faster the technologies to learn from the others. So we should do that, and we should continue to do that to almost the final commercial part. Of course, in the last bit, we have to protect our products, but in the first stage, we really need to cooperate and to research. Our research program should be an open program, and we should cooperate with other parts of the world. The second point on the international cooperation is on the implementation itself, that we should cooperate with our neighbor countries in many areas, to have also access to markets, and also on the production of hydrogen. There are countries with the high potential of renewable energy, for example, our neighbors in the north of Africa, and maybe they can be a potential producer of hydrogen that we can import. So we should not exclude it also, both for the market and for the production, the possible cooperation with our neighbor countries. And at the level of research, to be open to all the countries of the world that we have political relations, and to be open to cooperate, to learn from them, to work and to advance faster in the technologies we can. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for the empathic speech and the insights. To be very, very honest, perhaps you could try to get a little closer to the microphone or redial the connection. In the last 5 minutes, to be very honest, we had some difficulties in completely understanding you, and there was some kind of atmospheric sound overlay over your voice. So perhaps you try to redial the connection and get back into the track and into the video stream in order to get you a full picture of what you said and of your discussion points. Let me, in the meantime, get back to us and to the panel discussion that we are starting directly now, as we are still focusing, as Maria already said, on the role of the regions today and also on the financial aspects and the funding and the cooperation. The only guest with physical presence here in Berlin during this panel studied mechanical engineering at RWTH Aachen University and at the École Nationale Supérieure de Technique Avancée, best known as ENSTA Paris Tech. After being awarded a doctorate, his next professional stage was at the Jülich Research Center at Ballard Power Systems and at Daimler Chrysler. In 2008, he became the first managing director of the newly established National Organization for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology, abbreviated NOW, before he was appointed Director General for Policy Issues at the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure last year in August. Please welcome Dr. Klaus Bonhoff.
Hi.
Our next panelist is a lawyer by training with a doctorate degree in German constitutional law and European law. Before joining the European Commission in 1991, he worked as a lawyer in a German law firm. His positions in the European Commission include financial control of the Joint Research Centre, enforcement of EU environmental legislation, access negotiations with Poland, and coordination of the environment negotiations with all accession countries. He was even a cabinet member of Enlargement Commissioner Günther Verheugen and head of cabinet of the Science and Research Commissioner Hannes Potočnik. He's also co-authored the 2010 Innovation Union Strategy and is overseeing the Commission activities on innovation analysis, benchmarking, and demand-side measures. You see, he's a man of numbers and facts. Currently, he's working as the acting director of the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Herzlich willkommen, Patrick Dröll. Joining us from Ljubljana is the Director General for Sustainable Mobility and Transport from the Ministry of Infrastructure of the Republic of Slovenia. His directorate brings together professional and administrative tasks related to sustainable mobility. But he's also responsible for monitoring and harmonizing European transport policies, the integration of the Republic of Slovenia into the Trans-European Transport Network, and, not to forget, the most important thing, the funding and financing of transport policy measures for sustainable mobility. I'm very much looking forward to his input in this round. Welcome, Darko Trajanov. Stepping in very spontaneously from The Hague and therefore highly appreciated is the program coordinator from the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. I hope she'll be telling us a little more on the plans I have read about that the Dutch government has published recently in terms of the role what hydrogen will play for the Netherlands in the upcoming years between 2020 and 2030. Please welcome Els de Wit. And let's now get directly into the heart of the matter as we still miss Maria de Gracia. She's probably still trying to get back in touch. I don't see her on the split screen, but we don't forget her and we welcome her back when she's back. Let's get directly to the questions. As you all know, the most difficult one is mostly the first one in those digital conferences, and I try to make it a little easier for you and us all and for speakers in order to sum up perhaps your standpoints and positions a bit. I'd like to invite you simply to the answer that headlines our discussion this afternoon, which is Mission Impossible: How powerful are Europe's H2 regions? Which tries to focus a little bit on everything, on the network aspects, on the funding, and on the financial aspects. Peter Droll, what would your answer be to that first question? Mission Possible: How powerful are Europe's H2 regions?
Increasingly powerful are European regions, and the key point is our level of ambition. Our hydrogen strategy, and it's come very clear during this Hydrogen Week and the session here today, is very high. super high. And we can only succeed if we get to a level of scale, a much higher level of scale. I would make a comparison with a famous quote from Bob Soloff back in the 80s. At the computer age, you can see the computer age everywhere except in the statistics. Now we need, hydrogen is everywhere now, a wonderful new dynamic, making also the regions more powerful, but it's not yet in the pipelines. And we need to come to this break-even point that the renewable hydrogen is at the same level of price as fossil fuels. Then the industrial transformation project, the hard-to-abate sectors, the transport sector, all the sectors mentioned by Graça in her keynote speech, then they can really economically accelerate this transition. So I'm very impressed by the connection already of European regions. The platform you are doing, and I think we are also co-funding under the Hydrogen Valley, and that is increasing the power and enables us to get to the scale we need to be meeting our ambitions.
Thank you very much, Peter. Els, how is the Dutch government, how are the Netherlands looking at that question? How powerful would you judge are the European H2 regions?
Yes, Jürgen, thank you very much. And I think that in the Netherlands, we recently had our cabinet vision published on hydrogen in wider context earlier this year. And we're recently finalizing a new strategy for hydrogen and mobility. And in those two vision and strategy documents, the regions play an important role for the Netherlands. We have a long-standing tradition of not just doing the national legislation, from The Hague, so to speak, but especially working together in co-creation with the regions. They're very important local actors, sometimes I say with their feet on the ground. That is where we want the change and development and the new technologies to take place. And we have to facilitate them in all that we can. So in the Netherlands, we work together on a public-private partnership basis, also for hydrogen. And earlier in the program today, you saw the beautiful project of Heaven in Groningen. And we're unleashing now that initiative also in the southern part of the Netherlands with South Holland and with the Rhine 2 initiative, in which we have maritime applications, but it's all making it more concrete and really striving for deployment. I agree with a lot of the things that were said by Maria, but I think that what we see for transport, we really need to come off the innovation shelf and go for the deployment in the buses, in the heavy-duty applications, in rail, and also for maritime. I think it's very important that we make that jump together. And I want to stress that also the cross-border cooperation for regions is important in order to make the mass scale and to have the price drop that Peter also mentioned. I think it's important that our regions also work together in cross-border alliances all over the networks. But the regions are key. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Els. Get back to that into detail a little bit later on, when we had the first positions of everybody here in the panel. Darko, Mission Possible. How powerful are Europe's H2 regions? What would you say for Slovenia? What is the situation like, and how powerful do you want, or have you already empowered your regions?
Yes, thank you. Well, we are still more at the initial stage. So at this time, we consider those regions more as a living lab where we can test concepts of hydrogen mobility. I'm more looking into the mobility side of hydrogen because I'm working in transport, and unfortunately today I was quarantined. I'm staying at home because I had some risky contacts. So excuse me for that. Well, in fact, at the moment we are developing on one hydrogen region. That's around municipality of Velenje, which is actually a coal region, and is a home of our biggest coal power plant. And this project, in fact, is focusing on hydrogen-powered buses for public transport. where we already have hydrogen produced there for the purposes of the coal power plant, and we would like to just upgrade this production capacity. And of course, a refueling station needs to be installed there. So at this stage, the project will serve more as a capacity building for us. So we would like to gain knowledge, and this knowledge would then be used for developing other projects elsewhere in the broader region. However, at this stage, actually, we have more questions than answers, which actually hinders a little bit everything, the progress on this project. Also, the political support is a question, and we cannot move to any large-scale deployment projects before we have solved all the uncertainties about hydrogen production, distribution, and the whole chain also on the mobility side. So consequently, our national strategy on alternative fuels, which include also hydrogen, has yet to develop a more comprehensive approach to hydrogen in the coming years. So this is roughly where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Darko, are you with me? We lost Darko in the meantime. We get back, probably, no problem. But the important thing is that we have also the view from Germany, from Klaus. Mission Possible. How powerful would you judge European regions, German regions, Central European regions?
Well, I think it's important to highlight that in the end, in the regions where things become possible, and that's true for hydrogen as well. So the beauty of the regional concept really is that we have the opportunity here to implement integrated hydrogen concepts. So we're looking at production, transportation, infrastructure, and usage of hydrogen at the same time. So this is really the opportunity we get with these regional clusters on top of individual projects, which also, of course, do take place. But I think that is one of the major advantages of implementing things. This goes hand in hand with the investments that are needed, for example, in infrastructure that can then be utilized in various applications. So by regional concepts, we have an opportunity to really make effective usage of the investment that takes place. We have to be aware of the fact that not all the regions are as knowledgeable as one to the others. So this is why in our concepts of funding the regions, we are looking at those that still need to learn about hydrogen. We're looking at those that want to develop concrete plans, and we're looking at those that already know quite well what they're doing. So for them, implementation of larger scale projects really is key. And it's these regional clusters where we also have a visibility of how things work in real life. So beyond innovation, beyond demonstration, it's really about real life applications that we now more and more come to. We have an opportunity, speaking about Germany, of funding that is available. We're coming from a long-term funding opportunity via our national innovation program. Now with our national hydrogen strategy and the recovery program fundings, we were able to put even more funding on the plate. So this is important to strengthen the regions, but also to connect the regions. And I'm fully with Els that we need these cross-border cooperations, that we need to make sure that the regions get connected, that we get in the end to trans-European applications, speaking about transport, obviously, infrastructure that is available along the main corridors at least, but then also more distributed into the regions. And we need a close collaboration of the different entities that are involved with organizing all of these programs. So we're very happy to have a long-standing relationship with the fuel cell hydrogen undertaking, joint undertaking, but also with other organizations and other international forums. So I think this is quite important. Just one little example where I see really the advantage of regional experiences. Just learned the other day that a mayor down in the southern part of Germany was thinking about implementing hydrogen buses. So he was asking the people around him and they wouldn't know. So his bus operator picked up the phone, called the guy at the city in Wuppertal, which is in the northwest of Germany. He traveled up there while he still could, pre-corona, and he just looked at what they were doing. And then he came back and told his mayor, that's the greatest thing on earth. This is what we need to do. So that's exactly the kind of exchange that we need among regions, and this needs to be facilitated on a national and European level.
Great, thank you very much, Klaus. Maria, I'm glad that you're back on track and that you're visible and hopefully also again understandable from audience from audio flow. Maria, what was in short terms your position regarding the question mission possible? How powerful are the regions? Where is the power from the regions? Where's the DNA of the power of the regions? What's stronger?
Yes. Can you hear me? I hope that you can hear me better now because I have changed the device that I'm using. So the regions are the place where things happens, and the places where we are going to implement the projects. They are also where the fundings are aimed at. So without regions, we will not have these projects. So they need to be implemented in the regions and for the regions. And I want also to stress one important point that was not yet touched as far as I could hear, that is the role of the education and the skills. And for that, we need that the professional schools, the universities, the polytechnical schools to be engaged at two levels. One level is to have more professionals in this area. We need professionals in the area of hydrogen. You can reconvert with some of the postgraduate studies, chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, but you need to do that. A second level is the basic skills for the population. And our population needs to be acquainted with the hydrogen, not to be afraid, how to manage, to know the dangers and how to deal with that, because it's the same with gasoline or diesel oil. There are some dangers in dealing with this substance, but we have learned it's part of our day-to-day life with gas in our kitchen. So it's the same with hydrogen. There are basic concepts, basic capacity building that is also important for the general population. So I would like also to see the education part at the different levels, professional training, universities also engaged in this hydrogen transformation. It's going to be very important for the acceptance from the public and to have professionals in the regions in sufficient number to implement and execute the projects.
Thank you very much. That brings me to the point, because we have touched the subject already this morning a little bit in the discussion that we had. Els, how important is that democratic aspect? How much grassroots preparation does the region need in order to be successfully adopting a switch of energy and system and to rebuild society, if you want to, in the upcoming 30 years?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that it's crucial. You need a social acceptance, and I think underlining also what Maria said, you need to educate a whole society. We all need to be educated. That hydrogen is here, that it can be used in a safe way. I think if I look back in the Netherlands, where we saw a shift from the transport side, we saw in hydrogen already, like about 10 years ago, the potential of bringing us a zero zero emission energy carriers, next to battery electric, also fuel cell electric. But we were ahead of the game. We were ahead of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy that still had the minor role foreseen for hydrogen. And it is not until 2-3 years ago when the new climate agreement, but also in the Netherlands, we suffered a lot of setback with our natural gas reserves, that the whole shift in the Netherlands changed. That the Dutch population also said, we want no longer to be so dependent on natural gas. So we need to look at other energy carriers. And then also hydrogen came more and more into the forefront also from the energy side. And then you have the momentum for regions, especially like, for instance, Groningen, that suffered a lot with also mini earthquakes due to the natural gas recovery that we do in that region. There was momentum for that region to really make a shift, and also together with the societal acceptance and all the cities in that region, they said, we need this new change, we need this transition, and then you have the right slots to build a new ecosystem for hydrogen. And I think that is where the integration starts. Societal acceptance from all the various stakeholders, and look on the integrated approach. Darko said it as well. We don't just need it in transport. It also needs in a region to connect up to the chemical industry or to other to build environment. And you need to have this multiple offset possibilities for hydrogen to really come about into a market, and to make the business modeling, because it is expensive. We're gruesomely cheap with the fuel, with diesel and with gasoline. I mean, those business cases are so, in 100 years of use, that is so cheap that anything new will cost more, and we need to bridge that gap. And making various offset sectors there is very important.
We pass on that question directly to the man of the numbers and the facts from the Commission. It's Peter Droll's topic, I think. Peter, is that aspect something top down, or is that bottom up?
I haven't even given you some numbers yet, or 6 gigabytes by 2024, or 40 by 2030. But actually, it needs to be a mixture, and I think we need to differentiate a bit. One thing is clear: we have a very strong buy-in on the overall green transition. I mean, you have seen that I'm a very old person with a long track record in European integration, and I have never seen. Yeah.
Was that vision for compliments?
No. I've never seen a commission which started with such a globally agreed ambition called Green Deal. I've never seen that it was so clear. And this came bottom up. It came bottom up with a very, very important input, not only from the European Parliament, but also from Fridays for Future. So I think on that level, we have quite a very strong, quite a strong buy-in and acceptance. Then if you look at technologies, I think we have to differentiate. If you look at the harbor, Dutch harbor, super important for the import of hydrogen, perhaps in the form of ammonia or whatever it will be. So there, I think it is not so difficult. But when you look at remote regions, perhaps deindustrialized regions, when you look at the question of setting pipelines, renewing pipelines, we need new pipelines for our hydrogen strategy. Then it's very, very important that it's an engaging process, an inclusive process, and this needs to be terribly practical. I mean, it doesn't help to have a great ambition. It needs to be super practical, and this is a key role of the regions in particular. But all in all, I think what I see also in the field of science, we have more and more impact through citizen science. So with our new communication tools, participation tools, we can go one level of ambition and inclusiveness higher than before. I was not fishing for compliments, not at all.
Darko, when you look at, you mentioned in your first answer that Slovenia is a little behind in the process, and you're focused at the moment on mobility and transport things. Do you have to make the first path? Is it the government that is in charge, for example, in your country, or do you see the demand from the local municipalities or the regions?
Well, for the time being, the biggest push is coming bottom up, but the expectations for the government to do something, to send a message, whether they will support it or not, which way will it go? These expectations are quite high and very important, I guess, because if you want to go for something on a larger scale, then we need this. We need this political support, and that is why we are preparing a revision of the national strategy on the alternative fuels, where we would like to also focus more on hydrogen, because back in 16, 17, when the first action plan was done, we were still wandering around. We did not have a clear idea what to do with hydrogen. We put there, just a couple of examples, projects, pilot projects, and that's the stage where it is at now, and we need to go further. So the municipalities, the regions are pushing hard, especially from this coal region where I mentioned before. What is also very interesting, one development is the defense sector. They came with a strong project. It's more on the demand side, that also the defense industry, the military, they would like to use hydrogen for their strategic independence from fossil fuels. And they are developing a large-scale project for 15 or so stations around the country. That's actually a lot for a small territory like Slovenia. That would be then made available also for the public to use. But this, of course, a large-scale deployment needs political support, needs top-down approach also, so that the state, the government says, yes, we are working on that. We will go the hydrogen way. Before we do that, we cannot expect to have an investor, that will come and invest into 15 refueling and production sites.
Okay. I've got a question in between from the audience that has reached us here. And the question goes like this. It's to which funding organization we need to connect now if we want to integrate fuel cell buses and hydrogen refueling stations in a Greek local community through public transportation, for example. That must be a question to Peter Droll. or would you refuse, frankly?
No, but I don't have an easy answer, unfortunately, because what you would probably love to hear is there is one phone number and one contact point, and it's a bit more complex. So I think here in this conference you have a wonderful contact with the partnership, the Fuel Cell Partnership, which certainly can help. For research funding, we have a national contact point in Greece, and you can just Google NCP, National Contact Point Research, and they are very skilled, knowledgeable people who will help you, even if your concrete funding is not a research funding. I can't see that from the, it's probably more an infrastructure funding, but there you would have the first phone call to do, and then you get closer into the funding possibilities. Because one thing is clear, and I think that's very positive. We are not instruments.
Whoever posed the question has got a really high-ranking answer for free. Just want to stress that. Klaus,
can I add?
Yeah, sure. Please, Maria, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to follow up what Peter Droll has said, if it's not research, if it's more infrastructure, the person needs to make sure that in this region the regional funds will have the priority as hydrogen and can complement the more infrastructure with ERDF funds. Again, with the recovery plan to make sure that Greece choose hydrogen projects for the recovery plan, and there is a second possibility that there can be synergies between the ERDF and the recovery plan. So it can go for the research to the Horizon Europe and to the joint undertaking, to the more implementation, large-scale infrastructure, regional funds and recovery plan, and there is with the Greek government and the Greek authorities and the regional authorities.
Maria, I've discussed this morning with Barney Crockett from Aberdeen the point of rating, scoring, and bankability. Let me put that point to you, Klaus. I had the impression that one of the big obstacles for local institutions and projects is to be really bankable. That means the banks that give the money and invest their money in a project need to have so many security lines that it makes the impression that that is one of the biggest obstacles to come over with.
Well, indeed, in the end, how to finance the integrated hydrogen concepts in regions is one of the most critical questions. Either we come from an R&D funding opportunity where eligible costs are being funded to a certain quota, but in the end, an R&D project inherently still means that you have to bring, in part, some of your own money to make it happen. And some regions can afford these kind of things, some other regions cannot. We're now slowly, and probably Aberdeen is a good example, and there may be others, we're slowly getting from this R&D funding opportunity, and we later on also called it market activation funding, where we were able to subsidize the investments, but only the innovative delta cost, so you would still have to bring some of your own money, to slowly move into a world where we talk about bankable cases of really getting hydrogen technologies on the ground, on the street, on the water, wherever you want to have it. We just now actually looking at hydrogen refueling infrastructure, had a more detailed analysis together with a consultancy firm and also in connection with the EIB to look into exactly that question. What's in it for the investors? And obviously a rating apparently helps. I heard that comment from the guy from Aberdeen as well. But it is really about bringing all the actors and players together on production, distribution, and usage. So the hydrogen demand, at what cost, at what volume, at what point in time, that is crucial. And on that way, we do have a higher cost compared to an incumbent system. I mean, that system change does cost money. We have to be aware of that. We will not get it for free. And that's mainly because in the end, CO2 and all these things are not properly evaluated in these kind of financial systems.
Would it help, and would that be one of the power aspects in that respect, perhaps, in a country like the Netherlands, in order to reach that bankability, that regions join and make joint undertakings in the best sense of the word, in order to have the risks diversified and also the gains and the effects diversified? Is that perhaps a solution to that problem?
Yes, Jürgen, I think completely in line with what's said by Klaus and others. I think we started out with our bus program around about 8 years ago, coming from innovation funds such as Horizon, now more gearing up towards deployment. We've got 5,000 buses to green in the Netherlands, inner city buses. Now we reach bus number 1,000 and we see price drops. Immense price drops in battery buses, but also in fuel cell buses. So this strengthens my ideas and our ideas that we really need to achieve the scale of numbers together. And that is where it is key for regions to connect up, to make joint business cases towards our industries that provide these buses, the OEMs, to see what new business models are there for the future. If we talk to VDL, for instance, or Solaris and Portugal, those buses are being built all over. Those OEM producers need to hear from us, from the regions, we want new buses, we want new cars, we want new city distribution, and we just do not have 5,000, but we have 50,000 all in one. And then you make a better deal for all of the regions. And I think in this early stage, we need, as national governments, also to see what the financial instruments can be from our side, because sometimes that's not even a subsidy, but it's a guarantee that you can give off. That allows private investors to come into the game as well. So it's sharing. It's also what we call now financial tailor making, because unfortunately there is so much different funding available. Maria also said what kind of funding can be used. CEF is now coming into the game. CEF is really for deployment of infrastructure, not just on the transport side, but also on the energy side. I think that's something that we do not touch upon here in this panel, but it is so important that we just do not build the HRSs above ground, but that we also look at the investments that need to be made in the ground, in the energy systems underlying, and those are being coordinated by CEF 10E, and that is now crucial. For instance, we see now in Amsterdam that part of the network for electrification is really going to be overloaded by all the demands that we have from the zero emission course and the electrification that we run above ground. So in sync, reducing synergy calls, that is really something, and synergy integrated approaches from all the regions, that is absolutely key. And help each other with the numbers. I think that is the challenge for the regions. And we as a national government should make sure the regions can connect up and that we have an overall plan. And I think AVID and the revision and hopefully the new European strategy for smart and sustainable mobility is going to help us on the transport side. And the wider hydrogen strategy for Europe is going to help us with the total system side.
We've got 3 minutes left in this panel. So Klaus has raised a hand and for a remark.
Yeah, just very quickly on that same point, scaling up is important, I think, as we move forward also towards these important projects of common European interest. This is something that we need to have in mind. And one of the key points there when it comes to financing these activities is really the question on supporting operating costs of the system. It's not only investment. Scaling will help to lower the investment cost, but we also need to have in mind the energy system and how to support operating expenses with renewable energies.
Last short question and please short answer, Darkan. From the government point of view, how easy is it for you in Ljubljana to participate from the big Green Deal budgets that are ready to be invested in H2 projects in Brussels?
Well, thank you. It's not so much a problem of money or funds. The problem is really how to prepare bankable, good projects that would then get the money. So there we have there is the issue actually for us, and we can see it now in the municipality of Velenje when they're trying to prepare something that would be fit for financing, and we see the ministry are also operator of the. Not operator, but manager of the public transport. So actually, we are playing with the idea, what would be the next generation of public transport in Slovenia, and then we see, when we are trying to make a model, financial model, how much public money to put in public transport, and when you're trying to deal with this equation, you have so many uncertain things, that you cannot deal with, then actually the state is not ready to go into risky projects as going with the public fleet of hydrogen buses, because you don't know, you can't even estimate, what would be your cost at the end, So that's why I said initially that we need pilot projects to learn from, start at a small scale, and then build up on that. And of course, operating costs are really uncertain when we are talking about public fleets of hydrogen buses where we have no data yet what it means for public transport operators. So yeah, that's the problem. When we solve that problem and we learn, then we will be able to make good projects and get the financing, I'm sure.
Anna, thank you very much. That was a kind of really good last word, which means we have to continue that, because I think this is one of the tasks that we all have to face in the next years in order to help and really to establish the defossilized economy that we want to build up. Thank you all very much, from Ljubljana to Portugal, from The Hague to Berlin. That was a very great panel. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here. Please take care, stay safe, and hope to see you all alive and kicking somewhere next year in the next second European Hydrogen Week lately. Take good care. And we continue directly with a program. We like to pass on the screen to a man who has been working the past 6 years on topics in the new hydrogen economy as a part of Roland Berger's growing cross-functional expert team in the field. His academic background is in business administration and political science. He advises clients from the public and private sector around the world on strategic projects along the entire hydrogen value chain, with a particular focus on developing integrated clean hydrogen projects and supporting the entry of new players into the market. Marcus has co-published several Roland Berger studies on hydrogen and fuel cells. Under a mandate of the FCH JU, he currently manages the team in charge of developing the so-called Mission Innovation Hydrogen Valley platform, which will go live in January 21. Please welcome Marcus Kaufmann.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me well and see me well.
Perfectly, loud and clear.
Great. As you would expect from a consultant, I have brought some slides. So I will go into those right away, but I'll only try to keep it to 10 minutes, and then we have some time for questions as well. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. As stated, we have been asked by the European Commission and the FCH JU to present the current status of an initiative they have launched to promote hydrogen valleys, exactly these regional hydrogen integrated projects that have been discussed all day today, and to promote those globally. So without further ado, let's jump right in. The Mission Innovation Challenge 8, Innovation Challenge 8, which concerns renewable and clean hydrogen, has launched an initiative to develop a platform globally that promotes integrated projects on clean hydrogen as the next step and the next stage in market development. This initiative is funded by the European Commission as part of one of the 3 co-chairs of the Innovation Challenge 8, which are Germany, Australia, and the EU, and it's implemented by the FCH JU. Roland Berger is tasked with that implementation, and the topic at the core of this initiative and platform is the topic of hydrogen valleys. So as you sometimes hear hydrogen hubs, hydrogen ecosystems, they essentially all mean the same thing. It's about integrated and actually larger scale projects that cover more and more of the hydrogen value chain and seek to implement, if you want, mini hydrogen economies. And for many project developers, for regions and cities around the world, but also for national governments, this is increasingly seen as a crucial next stage from smaller scale demonstration projects on individual applications towards a full-blown hydrogen economy. The objective of the initiative is to establish a global information sharing platform that seeks to inform both project developers to implement their hydrogen valleys, to see what's going on, what other regions have successfully done in the rest of the world, and maybe try some of the same, but to also inform policymakers and other stakeholders in their efforts to support that, to see what are the barriers that are typically still holding integrated hydrogen projects back, and how have some valleys around the world successfully overcome them. In one of my fellow speakers previously raised the question again: how powerful are Europe's H2 regions? And I think to some extent this map that you see here says it all. What we have seen in this initiative, as we've surveyed the globe for these integrated hydrogen projects, these hydrogen valleys, that this valley concept has truly become a global phenomenon that in many ways originated in Europe, that was coined through several initiatives in key European member states, also by the FCH JU, and now we see projects emerging all around the world. Maybe a few examples to note from the map. You've heard this morning from the Heaven project in the northern Netherlands. It was mentioned on the previous panel. Before, you've heard from Highways for Future. You see the from Highways for Future in IPSI projects here, which in some cases are actually geographic valleys, quite literally speaking. You have a project, for instance, like in South Tyrol in northern Italy, which is now on the third stage, if you want, or second or third stage of developing a local hydrogen economy. But then you also have now interesting cases in virtually all other continents around the world. A project in Utah in the United States I'd like to mention, where a hydrogen valley is being built around a large-scale hydrogen storage, geological storage facility, or various integrated initiatives in China that you can see here on the right-hand side. We have done a survey of the projects that you see here on the left-hand side. We've narrowed it down from a long list of more than 100 projects. More than 30 valleys provided data from more than 15 countries. We looked at more than 3,000 data points and actually were able to distill and generate quite some interesting insights. And on this occasion, I'd like to thank all of the valleys here on this map on behalf of the project for their insights and contributions over the past few months. Let's take a look at some of the insights that we were able to generate from the survey, and maybe to inform a little bit the global picture of what projects are starting to look like. They are diverse, of course, as the hydrogen economy and the value chain is diverse. But what we see across the board, almost all valleys plan to put hydrogen production, the clean hydrogen production, at the core of their valley, and more than 80% of them go for electrolysis, the green hydrogen production. That's not really surprising. You see around about 2/3 want to use PEM technology at the core. Around a third, more than a third, want to use alkaline, even though there's a slight difference, which is, I think, not surprising, that the larger valleys that seek to implement projects over the next 5 years tend to go for the more established alkaline technology in these cases. And quite interestingly, as I mentioned, this integrated character of the valleys also mean that almost all of them plan some storage and transport aspect as part of their project as well. So you really have some quite comprehensive and holistic coverage of the value chain. In terms of end users, I want to highlight 2 points. More than 80% of them go for mobility applications. Now, we all know that does not necessarily mean huge volumes in the short to long term, but many of the valleys told us hydrogen mobility still is also about showcasing to the public that hydrogen works, that it's safe, and that it has a real impact on everybody's lives. And I think that's also that's really reflecting what some of the panelists have said throughout the day. Nevertheless, we also see more than 50% of the valleys saying we want to go for industrial off-takers. We see the need to replace large amounts of fossil fuel feedstock in key industries such as refining, fertilizer production, also steel, and get that green as well. Now, for the drivers behind the valleys, we asked the valleys, what motivated you to get these projects going, to take the next step and build a hydrogen valley? Well, the political agendas in the regions are clearly at the front. And here, what I find striking is that you can really see from the data, in addition to combating climate change and reducing emissions, also industrial policy objectives are about almost as important. So especially creating local jobs, employment, value creation, and a positive impact on investment and the local industry is important. And what I find also striking in terms of how we see projects becoming more and more commercial, 2/3 of the valleys clearly said, we have an economic objective. We want to make a strategic investment. We have a highly positive IRR above a certain hurdle rate in our projects, and we want to make money. So I think this also is a clear sign of a maturing market and a maturing project landscape. In terms of size and investment, we have a huge diversity. The smallest project in the survey is around 20 million investment. The largest is more than 5 billion. But all of them have this truly integrated, cover the whole value chain kind of spirit that we see in terms of creating a regional economy, a hydrogen economy. The projects surveyed in total plan to invest more than 30 billion euros, just those projects that we surveyed. And I think that's a strong sign of where the market is going. We also see that the projects sort of dare to take on more complexity in the value chain and bring more and more stakeholders together. Last point from the survey I want to highlight, the majority of projects are now driven by private enterprises. So it's no longer government agencies or maybe academic institutions who are the key promoter of a project, but it's actually in the majority now private enterprises. I think what's also interesting to see when you look around the world in these projects, we also asked them what challenges do you face in the development, and I think I want to highlight 2 points which also directly link back to the panel we just had. We discussed about bankability, about making a business case, and you see this here. That if you look on the left-hand side, project funding, a project business case, risk-sharing mechanisms, de-risking of projects, linking off-takers to hydrogen producers as well as to transport operators is something that the valleys really face challenges with right now. And I think this is a really remarkable change from a few years ago when technology readiness was at the very top of the list. So are there even systems available? Can I even find vehicles, electrolyzers that work? And now we're talking about the business side of things. I also want to highlight, and I think this shows that, yes, the valleys are a great concept to develop local projects, but of course it doesn't work without the proper context and environment, that regulation, of course, remains a key focus. And we specifically asked sort of what bugs you most when it comes to the regulatory environment. And here, or let's say the government-related environment, and I want to just flash a few highlights we see on the right-hand side. Half of the valley said, well, permitting is actually a problem for us. We see that permitting authorities do not have the necessary experience, or permitting regulation is not clear enough to help us get our construction and operation permits in time to implement the project. And of course, I think a second topic which is also relevant is the cost of green electricity and to what extent regulation affects that. To close, I want to highlight 5 points also, which I thought were striking in terms of best practices. We saw what valleys have done successfully, and I just flashed them. I think what we saw, what's fascinating is that how regions can successively build on projects step by step to grow bigger and grow more complex. How they can bring dozens and dozens of partners together from all kinds of sectors, industries, public side, academia, to implement a project. How they can tap into different pools of public funding and really combine them in a creative way to close the funding gap that the projects still have and make them ready for implementation. That it is possible already today to de-risk projects commercially, and we even found one project that managed to project finance with limited recourse financing the entire project themselves. So while you have a chance on the platform to look at the barriers, there's also a lot of best practices, a source of inspiration for both other developers and the government in terms of helping projects move forward. Last point from my side is really just to say, please stay tuned. The Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, Mission Innovation and the European Commission will launch this platform on Friday, the 15th of January of next year. There's going to be a launch event organized by the FCH JU, and I hope to welcome many of you there when we launch this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these interesting insights, Marcus. Let's see if we've got some questions from our social media desk from Brussels, but I don't see any. So please don't be shy. Send us some questions. We try to get you the answers. So thanks all for the attention for the moment. We're taking a short coffee break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, hopefully with you. Thanks for the moment. See you soon. And thanks again, Marcus. See you next time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you with us again. Sooner as expected, but it's never too late to make a good impression. So I hope you enjoyed your short coffee break. We'll be jumping right into our next program highlight today, focusing on international context of hydrogen. As you might be aware, decarbonizing the world until 2050, as agreed upon in the Paris Treaty, is a very challenging goal for every country in the world. One of the main tasks that we all have to live in the defossilized world in 30 years is sectoral integration. And the key for it is green hydrogen, as you know, and as things look like, Europe might not be able to produce that much green hydrogen from wind and solar powers itself, and is therefore very interested in building up energy partnerships with different countries in the world, exporting electrolyzers and hardware know-how in exchange, perhaps. We are very glad to have high-ranking representatives from energy-producing countries with us during the upcoming 30 minutes, who will give us their strategic views on the global picture and the changes of international cooperation. So it's my pleasure to pass on the word for the first impulse statement to the Minister of Energy, Mines and Environment to the Kingdom of Morocco. Please welcome His Excellency Aziz Rabah. His Excellency, are you with me? Monsieur le Ministre? Monsieur le Ministre, vous m'écoutez? We have a problem, I think. It's the connection and probably also the microphone. And the sound, as if I interpret the signs correctly, it's also a problem of the sound. But it's glad. This is something that unites us at the moment in Europe and everywhere in the world. Either you have a problem with internet connections, or you have a problem with the sound, or you have a problem with video and sound or internet. So one of the three probably will take place, and we see if we can bridge that. Perhaps we have another chance to do that in terms of taping a speech. We have one, and we have that for not security reasons, because the time gap that we have to Chile is a very great one. So what we could do is perhaps if you would give me a sign in Brussels on the desk, that we could perhaps put in the speech of the Chinese. Je n'écoute pas. Monsieur le Ministre, vous m'écoutez? His Excellency, are you listening? Can you understand me? We have heard him, but he doesn't hear us.
Oh, yes.
So, hello? I would like to know if there somebody in space I'm talking to. This sounds and looks like a very good connection to Portugal.
Yes, hello.
Hi, hello, thank you very much. That's great. That is very, very great. Thank you very much, Portugal. Lisbon, you are saving our souls this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're all united together now. Well, this is wonderful. As I have learned, if this is all right for you, His Excellency in Morocco has a very tight time schedule. So I already did the introduction, His Excellency, and if you want to, and if you are with me, and if you understand me quite well, it would be glad if we would continue with your impulse speech. Is that all right for you?
Okay, I will try my English if you want.
Very welcome. I have learned that you have lived in Canada. You're so welcome.
Yes, Canada, but French region. Okay, thank you very much.
Great pleasure.
Excellency, dear participant, I would like to thank you for inviting me to attend this important event for many reasons. But let me focus in one. The first, it concerns the renewable energy and concerns the hydrogen. It's new dynamic in the international and regional, national level. The second, second reason, the cooperation between the European Union and Morocco is an example in the world, perfect example in the world. And the Kingdom of Morocco is for us, is very strategic for all the actors and in all the sectors, and particularly in the energy one. So I believe this event and this discussion even it will be short, is very interesting for us. You know how we are dealing with energy. We have our own strategy. We have some success stories. We have many partners coming from European Union, from some countries. We are very happy with your companies and with your institution. We have good link. But before the renewable energy, we have both good experience between Morocco and European Union. The first one is about gas, this pipeline existing between Algeria, Morocco, and Spain. And it will play a strong role between Morocco and the European Union for the future, as the gas is becoming now one of the components of the puzzle of energy in the world and in the Mediterranean Sea. The second success story is about electricity interconnection between Morocco and the European Union, between Morocco and Spain, and we try to have another connection between Morocco and Portugal. So we are seeing this cooperation between both sides, European Union and Morocco, is a good example in the world, and it's transformed all the existing opportunities to pragmatic and practice projects and investment and convergence between institutions and between companies and between all the actors. Of course, we need this cooperation, and let me focus on three pillars of this cooperation. The first one is the convergence of regulatory framework. I believe that we need this convergence. And you have your own framework. We are trying now to build our framework, I think, based on the convergence existing between European Union and the world, and the European Union and Morocco. We need to have this convergence in the domain of the regulatory framework. Second one, we need to push more all the cooperation in research and innovation. I think it's a good thing. We have good experience in some area between Morocco and some countries, European countries, between our research center in energy and other research center in European Union and in the world. I think it can be the second pillar of cooperation in this area. The third one, we need now to create what I name the suitable, appropriate framework to boost joint venture between companies. If you want to build some hydrogen platform, some energy platform, some energy project, I believe that we need this joint venture, and we need to create the best condition for that. Best condition between companies of the both sides. Let me at the end give you some indication about what's happening in Morocco to develop more hydrogen. In Kingdom of Morocco is committed to seize the hydrogen opportunity. Since our country got to recognize success in implementing a renewable energy strategy, and as you know, we have good project. We have more than 20 countries investing in Morocco. We have more than 34 companies, national and international companies, including European companies, investing in Morocco. I think based on the success story in renewable energy, I believe that we can build our hydrogen plan and hydrogen strategy. We have an important potential of renewable energy and potential of water, and see the cost, so we can use all the potential, all the logistic platform, our port to build some hydrogen platform. And finally, we have all the condition to implement the hydrogen plan in best condition. I can indicate some action what recently undertaken. The first one, we set National Commission of Hydrogen since 2019. All the stakeholders, public and private, are participating in this national committee. Second, we are in the last step to finish our roadmap of hydrogen. And I think in few days, in 2 weeks, we will have the final report about our roadmap hydrogen. Third one, we prepare and we signal some cooperation framework with some partner. We are preparing the framework with the European Union, and we signal framework cooperation with Germany. And we are very happy with their cooperation, and we need to implement it in good condition and soon to show that it's possible to create this joint venture between the North and the South, between the most developed country and the developing country. The fourth action is the creation of the national research platform, hydrogen platform, and we launched the creation of this platform, and we have some discussion with some center of research in European countries. And the last one, we are launching now some promotion action to attract investment, and we are seeing some companies, strong companies, coming from American countries, European countries, and even from so-called Asian countries, from Japan, and they are very interested to create some joint venture with Moroccan companies and to create their hydrogen platform in Morocco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Just may I give you one short question, if I may?
Okay.
In terms of roadmap, what is your assumption? How much would you be able to produce in terms of green hydrogen when all your power plants and solar power plants, when NOR and every other plant that is currently under construction is really fully working? How much would you assume could you produce in Morocco? And how much, perhaps, to make it even more complicated, how much would you export in European countries or even in countries in Africa?
Our goals are both. Second one is to have the good response to the international market. So it's depend on the demand at the international level. So we are open to any investment in Morocco. You know that the cost of renewable energy in Morocco is very, very, I believe that's the lowest one in the world. And we have good logistic, connectivity with the world. As you know, we are ranked among the top 20 countries in the world in terms of maritime logistics. Many ports, strong ports, many connection with European countries, African countries, American countries. So we have good logistic platform to host any investment in this term. That's at international level. So we are open to any, it can be medium size, it can be strong size. When I meet some companies coming from some countries, they are speaking about thousands of megawatts. It means some gigawatts for huge project of hydrogen. But other one, they are speaking about some hundred of megawatt to medium-sized hydrogen. And so we are open to any kind of project. And we try now to create the enabling climate to attract this investment. Of course, we are preparing ourselves for the national market because we need to make some energy transformation for our industry. You know that there is some constraint. We want to maintain our industry competitive compared to other industry in the world. And of course, if we want to continue to export in some countries like European countries, we need to tackle this carbon tax. So we are making some transformation to pass from the fossil energy in the production system to clean energy, and hydrogen can be one in the solution for industry, for transport, for production of ammoniac. You know that we import ammoniac, black ammoniac from abroad for phosphate, and we need also to make this transformation of our phosphate and to produce clean ammoniac. So I think many opportunities are here. The roadmap is not detailed. The roadmap define what we can say in the macro line of our plan, and after we will detail all the about regulation, reglementation, about how taxation system, lending system, logistic platform to create what the map of energy platform. What's the priority where we can put this platform according to our renewable energy potential and water potential, of course.
Mr. Rabach, many top-level diplomats from European Commission will very much enjoy this perspective. Thank you very much for your time and for your information. Thank you very much, and all the best to you and to Morocco and to this future in defossilized cooperation and energy bridges. Thank you very much. A very quick question we did already take, so we are getting on in our program. And closely listening also next to the diplomats probably in Brussels was the Deputy Minister and Secretary of State for Energy from Portugal. Thank you very much for staying in line and waiting for us. He holds a degree in economics, took the doctoral program towards his PhD in political science at the London School of Economics and taught political philosophy. Worked at Banco Santander de Negocios, at Diamond Cluster International, and at the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union and at the Integrated Continuing Care Mission Unit. Thanks to favorable generation prices for photovoltaics, Portugal is predestined to produce green hydrogen for Europe. So the so-called Green Flamingo project aims to implement this, and the EU is regarding this as an important project of common European interest, IPSA. The seaports of Rotterdam and Sines are preparing already for it. Perhaps we got to know a little more on the Portuguese plans on green hydrogen within the next 10 minutes. Welcome, João Galamba, Deputy Minister and Secretary of State for Energy from Portugal. Thanks to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I would like to thank the organization for the invitation to take part in this forum. Portugal, as is known, is promoting an industrial policy around green hydrogen and renewable gases, which is based on the definition of a set of public policies that will guide, coordinate, and mobilize public and private investment in projects in the areas of production, storage, transport, consumption of renewable gases in Portugal. At the moment, we have, at the national level, we've changed the legal framework, adapting it to renewable gases. So we already have in Portugal a legal and regulatory framework suited to the production, transport, distribution, storage, and usage of green hydrogen, both in blending it with our national gas grid or in self-consumption projects for industry and mobility. So this is already in place. It's been operational since the end of this summer, since September. We have also adapted our legal regulations to include guarantees of origin for renewable gases. So we've adapted our legislation that only had guarantees of origin for electricity. We've extended it to include also renewable gases. And we are quite keen on international cooperation, be it on international forums like the Clean Energy Ministerial or the European Clean Energy Alliance, or, of course, as a member state of the European Union, we are highly committed to the decarbonization and energy transition strategies of the European Union, and we are quite confident we are on the forefront of these commitments. We want to go beyond the minimum that is set by the European Union. Portugal is in excellent conditions to assume these compromises, and that's what we're doing. Portugal considers itself as being able to play a very relevant role in the future hydrogen economy, be it on the European stage or on the international stage. Mainly because of its track record in renewables. Portugal has been an early adapter of renewables and has a very good track record in policies, general policies regarding renewables. And the two auctions that we did in 2019 and 2020 for solar that set world record prices. In 2019, we had a batch that was attributed at the price of 14.7 euros per megawatt hour, and in 2020 we went even lower, around 11.7 euros per megawatt hour. So the results that we've had in the two solar dedicated auctions in Portugal place Portugal among the most competitive countries in the world for solar, and we can compare Portugal with North Africa, with the Middle East, or with Chile. So Portugal is a European country within the European Union, which is very, very competitive for solar. So this is how we started, and we realized that it was important to establish international partnerships. We realized that due to the complexity of the hydrogen economy, no company and no country, and probably no region, can do it by itself. So apart from the efforts that we did internally, we've been highly committed to set partnerships, institutional or around concrete projects. And that's what we're doing at the moment. We want to contribute, we want to respond positively to the challenge put forward by the Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, where he said that one of the goals of the European Hydrogen Alliance is to have a pipeline of large-scale, mature projects that somehow can benefit not only the country that promotes it, but also the European Union as a whole. We believe that we are on that path. We've had a pre-selection of 37 projects, some of them large scale. You've mentioned already the Green Flamingo. Green Flamingo is basically an idea that wants to connect the Sines port of Portugal with the port of Rotterdam, and we want to put in place a large scale project that will be also will produce for the internal market. Of course, it will be a key pillar for our own decarbonization strategy, but it will produce enough hydrogen to be able to be part of international partnerships and set up an import-export route of hydrogen or hydrogen-related products. It's not only hydrogen, it could be green ammonia, it could be methanol, it could be synthetic fuels. Basically, we are ready to produce hydrogen, we are ready to transform it, and we are ready to, or will be ready to export it to Northern Europe. And of course, the products themselves will be tailored to the needs of the industries that wish to export them. So this international dimensionship in partnerships at multi-levels is crucial, and we are strongly committed to it. And there is a problem that we've identified in Europe, and I wanted to dedicate a few minutes to this because it's our proposal to implement and make operational international partnerships within the European Union around projects. Basically, what we plan to do is because most support mechanisms are thought on a national basis. So Germany supports its own projects, the Netherlands supports its own projects, we support our own projects, but the European Union wants international partnerships. And we sense there is a void here because there are no mechanisms that have been thought starting from partnerships. So, for example, if Portugal and the Netherlands want to have a production, export and import partnership, it is difficult to coordinate how do we support this relationship. Portugal will support its companies, Netherlands will support theirs, but how do we support partnerships between Portuguese and Dutch companies, or Portuguese and German companies, or Portuguese and other European companies? And what we're thinking is we intend to implement a cross-border support mechanism applied to renewable gases projects or other renewable projects based on the RED II directive. We want to transpose the Article 9 of the directive, of the EU Directive 2018-2001, in order to establish a transparent, objective framework, an enabling framework, where two countries that are interested in partnering around a specific project or set of projects and also at the same time want their companies to trade. So this would be like an umbrella agreement under which two or more member states agree of partnerships around projects, and this will create a free space where then the companies can freely trade with the umbrella of the agreement from the member states. We believe that this is a very powerful instrument because what we've been sensing in Europe is that coordination is difficult. We've been talking to the Netherlands, but then the Netherlands talks to Germany, then Germany talks to France. And this is a never-ending merry-go-round of potential agreements. But then it's difficult to start. And we believe that this proposal, fully aligned with European law, at the time where we have to transpose these directives, could be a good contribution, not only to establish partnerships between Portuguese projects and other European countries, but as a tool that could be used for all European member states that wish to establish these partnerships. So this, if I may call it so, of course, we present it because we believe it's in our interest to do so, but we also believe that this could be an important tool to establish European partnerships around import and export routes based on green hydrogen. And this will be our proposal. We want to tackle this during our presidency. We want to present it very soon, before the end of the year, so we will still present it during the German presidency. But we believe that this, in complement to national-based support schemes, could be a key tool to unblock partnerships and large-scale projects, and thus responding positively to the challenge presented by Frans Timmermans. We have a pipeline of projects, and we believe we have the tools both to support it internally, but also to present to other European countries a framework under which we can objectively, transparently, and quite quickly establish partnerships and move forward. Portugal is ready to do this before the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorge Lambo. This is a very constructive proposition. I'm very interested how Brussels is responding. And Bart is already starting the next panel discussion. I think we have the first reactions in the upcoming hour. But before we do that, thank you very much, Lisbon, and take good care, stay safe, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
And well. Another country with enormous potential to produce green hydrogen in the world is Chile. The Atacama Desert is the El Dorado, if you want, of the solar industry, with annual yields of more than 2,000 kilowatt hours per kilowatt peak. Following on from this, Chile is increasingly positioning itself as a potential exporter of green hydrogen. Several hydrogen projects are currently being developed there, for example, for ammonia production or the production of synthetic fuels in windy Patagonia. As always, the names of the companies involved are sonorous and sometimes heard of. Siemens, Enel, ENGIE, also Porsche, has been mentioned in press reports. The initial aim is to create a domestic market for green hydrogen in Chile, but future export markets are firmly in sight. The Chilean energy minister hopes that this country will export green hydrogen with a volume of up to $30 billion annually in 2050. That would correspond to the current export value of copper, the country's current export hit. We are very happy to have him with us this afternoon. Let's all listen what the messages are Juan Carlos Jobé, Minister of Energy in Chile, is giving to us. Let's start the video, please.
Hello. I want to thank the organizers of this event for this invitation. The National Organization Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology, Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, the European Commission, and the German Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure. As you know, along Chile's more than 4,000 kilometers, we have almost no fossil fuels. So we have historically depended on imported oil, coal, and natural gas as sources of energy. We're working hard, however, to make that dependence to change. Chile's capacity to produce electricity with renewable energy is enormous. Our Atacama Desert in the north has the best solar irradiance in the planet, and our winds are strong and persistent. In Patagonia, for example, capacity factors can be over 60%. Our estimates show that we can build 70 times the electricity capacity we now have. Our electricity generation matrix will be 70% renewable before 2030 and almost 100% renewable by 2050. And we are phasing out all our coal capacity before 2040. That change opens many opportunities for us. We will use cheap and cleaner electricity to replace fossil fuels in transportation, industry, and heating. But more importantly for us today, our renewable potential puts us in a unique position to produce green hydrogen, to be used especially in energy-intensive sectors like steel, cement, and heavy transport, which, as you know, are very hard to electrify. To take advantage of the enormous potential our country has in green hydrogen and its derivatives, we conducted a very thorough analysis to better estimate the cost of production of green hydrogen in Chile. And the numbers we got, that we run with McKinsey and Company, show that Chile can be the cheapest place on earth to produce green hydrogen. That is because our cost of producing electricity with renewables is so low that by 2030, as the cost of electrolyzers go down, we will be able to produce green hydrogen at $1.3 per kilo in Patagonia with wind, and we estimate that at $1.4 per kilo in the north with solar PV. We have also an enormous export potential. Chile, because it is a very narrow country, you're always very close to the coast. So that means that the required investments in transmission lines or pipelines is comparatively very low. All things considered, our very low cost of production more than compensates the relative disadvantage we have given our distance from potential buyers. And because we are located at the tip of the Americas, in the south, we can export to Europe from Patagonia through the Atlantic and also to Asia from the north through the Pacific. We also have free trade agreements with almost 90% of the world's GDP, a very stable and open investment regime, and a mature and competitive energy sector. We believe that for all these reasons, Chile is an ideal place to produce and export green hydrogen and its derivatives, including ammonia, methanol, and synthetic fuels. Green hydrogen is very strategic for us because it can play an essential role reducing the carbon footprint of some of our most important export industries, like mining, for example, replacing diesel, and agriculture with green fertilizers. It can also reduce the emission in shipping, which is very important for a distant country with an open economy like us. But to become leaders in this industry, we have developed an ambitious green hydrogen strategy that we made public a couple of weeks ago. It has three main targets. First, to produce the cheapest green hydrogen on the planet by 2030. Second, to be among the top 3 exporters of green hydrogen by 2040. And third, to have 5 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity under development by 2025. That would mean more than doubling our current solar and wind capacity. But to achieve these very ambitious targets, we have laid out a concrete action plan to accelerate the deployment of green hydrogen in key domestic applications before 2025 and to then capture the export market by 2030. We will support private projects with public contribution of $50 million in 2021 as a first step to help investors close gaps and create early expertise. We are setting up a Clean Technologies Institute with around $200 million in the next 10 years for applied research and development, including green hydrogen. We're giving priority to 12,000 hectares of public lands with the best renewable resources for the development of green hydrogen projects. We are also developing the required regulation. We are launching 2 government task forces to foster the private and public commitments necessary to rapidly establish 3 hydrogen consortiums of at least 1 gigawatt each. We will also design and put in place quota mechanisms to scale up demand for this clean fuel like we did in the past to push renewable energy. We will promote the replacement of fossil fuels and grey hydrogen uses within public companies. We will set up a public-private roundtable to discuss carbon pricing and other taxes. We will play a very active role solving critical barriers like establishing the necessary regulation framework to ensure planning certainty. We will build capacities and transfer knowledge to meet human capital needs. We will involve communities and local interest groups to ensure early and continuous participation and to increase the value that can be captured at by the local suppliers. But our efforts, to be honest, will not bear fruit without the involvement of many other actors. And here is where I think international collaboration is essential. We need off-takers, actors who can create and lead the partnership to ensure demand volume. We need financial investors to deploy capital in this industry. We need engineering and technology for design, construction, and operation. We also need electricity providers, existing or new, producers responsible for operating the process, and we need to accelerate the design and adoption of standards and certifications. That is why Chile is proud to be part of international organizations that foster clean energy innovation and collaboration. We will deepen our international engagement when we host both the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation here in Chile next year, where we hope that global leaders will meet to drive substantial advancements in this topic and others that further energy sector transformation. We look forward to working together to make this enormous opportunity a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos Jobé. Thank you, Excellencies, and best wishes also to Santiago de Chile. And good luck, and hope to see you well next year. These three high-level impulses have been quite a perfect blueprint, I think, paving perfectly the way for our third discussion today. A really impressive panel is waiting for you all right now, moderated by Bart Bibak, Executive Director, Fuel Cells and Hydrogen, Joint Undertaking in Brussels. Bart, are you with me and ready to roll?
Jürgen, and exactly, I'm ready to roll. And first of all, also, I would like to thank personally the three ministers for their excellent contributions and insights they gave to us. For me, it's clear that each of the ministers, they want to play really a key role in the production of cheap hydrogen and export it to, for example, Europe. And it's good to see that there is so much competition coming on to supply really such a cheap hydrogen in Europe, because this is exactly what we need. We need cheap hydrogen in order to realize the hydrogen economy. So I'm great for the ministers that they taking up this challenge to them and realize it in their countries. Also, as you know, the EU will not be able to produce all that green hydrogen, so we will need to import or distribute hydrogen from the south from Europe to the north. However, and that's important, you mentioned it, Jürgen, before, Europe is world leader on electrolyzer technology. And so we are very happy to provide you in return the technology, the electrolyzers. One of these very important things for the export will be the certification, or in other words, the guarantees of origin, as already the Minister of Portugal has mentioned. But we need to make sure that the renewable or the low carbon hydrogen in each of those countries are the same certification or have the same definition as in Europe. We have established already in Europe the Certify project, and I'm sure that many of you have already heard about it. And that is now being piloted actually in Europe in 4 member states in 4 different kind of projects. But now we are preparing with Certify 3, this is the final part, to roll out actually this scheme across the 27 member states by the end of 21 as required by the policy makers. So Morocco is already part of the Certify project, and perhaps, who knows, also Chile in the future. So thanks again, Mr. Ministers, for your speech. And now it's time to discuss what you have said, and even to discuss with other international colleagues about what the role of Europe would be in the international context. And for that, I have really an excellent panel of 6 speakers. The first speaker is Tudor Constantinescu from the European Commission. Then we will go to Germany, to Adam Mutwil. Then also we have the Akos Böti from Hungary. Here we have from the US, Sunita Satyopal. From Norway, we will talk with Bjorn Hoogstad. And finally, we will have Australia with Ju Dolishal Ritnell. But let me go first to the first speaker, which will be Tudor Constantinescu. Tudor Constantinescu, he is the principal advisor to the Director General for Energy in the European Commission since March 2011, so he knows his stuff, clearly. And he's an engineer and economist by education. Tudor is also a member of my governing board from the FCH JU, a very active member, and always his support is really amazing, and I'm really grateful for his support. Welcome, Tudor.
Thank you very much, Bart, and thank you for the kind introduction. I'm very pleased also to be with you here today, at least online. And And to enter a bit deeper into this discussion, I also enjoyed the presentations from the ministers. And it's clear that hydrogen is gaining momentum everywhere, not only in Europe. But let me say, I think Europe had an important role in this gaining of momentum.
Yeah.
And this is so because we, and you know this very well, we started to think and to develop hydrogen solutions very much in answering the demand for cost-effective integration of renewables, upscaling renewables, and to ensure that we'll reach carbon neutrality, as it is the objective now of the Green Deal, and to also achieve the targets for 2030, which are more ambitious, we'll need to have up to 65 renewables percentage in the electricity mix. At the same time, the demand for hydrogen will absolutely increase as a solution for storage, but also as a solution to decarbonize other sectors, to support mobility, decarbonization, and I think all these things have been discussed, and also industry. It's clear that we'll need more hydrogen, and therefore we came with a hydrogen strategy this summer, which came on top of the energy system integration strategy, because there are also other solutions, and sometimes renewable electricity can be used directly, including in heat pumps, for example, in certain areas. Therefore, hydrogen is complementing the other solution, but it's still key, because in a 2050 perspective, let me say, only half of our final energy consumption will be electricity, only half, but still more than double than today. But the rest will be biomass, and will be in the form of molecules, gases, and liquid fuels. And we need to decarbonize this part of the energy system as well. So hydrogen will be key to decarbonize the gas part, to decarbonize the liquid fuels part. And we speak then about pure hydrogen, but we also speak about synthetic methane, and we speak about synthetic fuels. And some of these synthetic fuels may be produced somewhere else, not in Europe, where it's more cost-effective to produce them. The same goes also for hydrogen. Therefore, the strategy which we have developed is first of all about scaling up production and demand of hydrogen at European level, but also acknowledges very much the importance of the international dimension, and puts a lot of emphasis on tapping the potential, of course, first in the neighborhood countries, but also globally. Therefore, the Commission is particularly active in all the international initiatives, with many also of the colleagues even present on the table, and I would say in the International Partnership for Hydrogen Economy, and here we try to look at what you have mentioned already, the issue of certification, the guarantees for aging, because it's clear if we want to move towards carbon neutrality, and the world is moving towards addressing the climate change agenda, we need to be sure that we use and we have the same understanding about low carbon and about renewable hydrogen in particular. At the same time, we try to deploy technologies, and we are very active on the co-chairing the initiative on hydrogen under the Clean Energy Ministerial, and also under Mission Innovation, where the concept which we have launched at European level with hydrogen is finds now its way, and we are very pleased to see how this is further developing together with our colleagues on the research and innovation side. So all these elements are important, and we try to catch the opportunities we have in international collaboration for, first of all, tapping the potential for renewable hydrogen, which remains still in Europe to bring, in addition to what we'll produce and will use for decarbonizing the carbon-intensive sectors, and at the same time to help the entire world to move into solutions for hydrogen which help the climate agenda as well. I'm very pleased to see that many countries around the world are now, as we have seen in the previous presentation, are thinking about these opportunities. And renewable hydrogen is acknowledged as a solution which gradually becomes more competitive with other solutions. One should not forget that we are now at a very, very low level in terms of hydrogen. There is a lot of talk about it, but it's just less than 2% of the energy mix. And if you want, it's less than 1% share, certainly in energy applications. So most of the hydrogen, you know very well, is used as feedstock, is used in the refining, is used in the fertilizer industry, and much less in the energy sector. But this will change, and for this to change, we need this effort together. We need these partnerships, and the partnerships we have developed and supported a successful joint undertaking will be now further developed, and we will have the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which during these days is getting live and materialized in a number of roundtables with a number of stakeholders. And we count that international collaboration will also be an important dimension in this context as well. So together with all the elements which we have in the strategy that we speak about, scaling up demand and production, producing an investment agenda, this is also something extremely important for Europe, in particular now of the Green Deal, but also the recovery plans. Yeah? So because the Green Deal is all about making the targets for 2030 more ambitious and not postponing our actions. This will avoid us stranded assets and lock-in effects in our investment, but at the same time will bring a lot of additional investments in the next decade. And this investment will be very favorable to hydrogen and will be very favorable to relaunching our economy after this terrible health and sanitary crisis. So it's all very timing, and thank you. Happy to answer if you have other questions for me.
Yeah, I have a few more questions, but let's go first also to the others, and I will come back because I still have a very interesting question for you to answer. So I would like first also to ask to Adam Mutwil. He's the head of the unit Electric Mobility, Charging and Hydrogen Infrastructure from the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure in Germany. And Mr. Adam Mutwil is a Master of Arts degree in Political Science, Sociology and Psychology of the University of Bonn. So, welcome, Mr. Adam Mutwil. I have a question here for you. How do you see Germany's role in Europe and in the international context? Because you just heard from Tudor what the European role would be, but what would be Germany's role in the European context and the international context? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and thank you for setting up this event today and the whole week. And I'm glad to see a lot of friends and colleagues today, even if it's only via video. Hi, Sonita to Washington. Well, yeah, the German role. The federal government recognizes Germany's responsibility to reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally. And by developing the hydrogen market and promoting hydrogen technologies as a decarbonization option, our country can make a key contribution to climate change mitigation around the world. And against this background, in June this year, the German National Hydrogen Strategy was published by the federal government. It is our goal to develop a domestic market for hydrogen technologies in Germany and in Europe. And the technologies, especially in transport and mobility, and I'm representing the Ministry of Transport here. So these technologies, be it fuel cell buses, hydrogen buses, or trains, are available today, but they must now be rolled out and scaled up. And at the same time, we need to prepare the future supply of hydrogen in a sustainable way. And let me mention this, when I talk about hydrogen in regard of the national strategy, the German federal government considers only green hydrogen coming from renewables to be sustainable in the long term. So the federal government therefore seeks to use green hydrogen to promote its rapid market rollout and establish the necessary value chains. We believe that both a global and European hydrogen market will emerge in the coming 10 years, and that carbon-free hydrogen will be traded in a market. Since Germany's renewable energy generation capacity is limited, Germany will continue to import much of its energy from abroad. And we will therefore foster and intensify international cooperation and partnerships on hydrogen. We will do so in close cooperation with the EU, in particular with the FCH JU, and we will participate, for example, in the hydrogen IPSAI. But we will also strengthen our international and multilateral cooperation, for example, within the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, IPHE, where my colleague from the US, Sunita, is chair, and where our ministry, the German Ministry of Transport, is a long-standing and very active member. The federal government has been aware of the potential of hydrogen for many years now. During the last years, our ministry provided a total funding of around 2 billion euros for H2 application in transport. And the German COVID-19 recovery program, which was adopted this summer, makes available another 7 billion euros for speeding up the market rollout of hydrogen in Germany, and another 2 billion euros for fostering international cooperation. From this 7 billion euros, 1.6 billion euros will be invested in the field of transport. And this comes on top of the funding I mentioned before. Therefore, I'm very glad that we saw so many initiatives in Europe and all over the world during the last months and weeks. So hydrogen strategies popping up everywhere. Hydrogen creates fresh potential for industrial policy and can help the German and European economy deal with the consequences of the coronavirus crisis. The National Hydrogen Strategy, therefore, also seeks to use the economic opportunities opening up as a result. In this regard, let us join forces to make sure that hydrogen is a global success story.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. And I can only agree to you. We have to join forces, and that's why we are here all together. So I have still a question for you, but later on. Let's hear first from Hungary. I would like to welcome also Ákos Bötti. He's basically the head of cabinet of the State Secretary for Energy and Climate Policy in Hungary. And he was a journalist before, and he has helped actually drafting Hungary's new energy strategy and preparing Hungary's first tender of calls to implement pilot projects in the field of energy innovation. And one of them was, of course, targeting power to gas technologies. So welcome, Ákos. So I have a question for you, is that Hungary is actually centrally located in Europe with very easy access to the Black Sea through the Danube and an extensive road network. Also, it's an important corridor between the West and the East. How do you see the role in the EU and beyond for Hungary?
Thank you very much for your kind introduction and for having me on this panel. Yes, indeed. We are convinced that Hungary's central location offers an excellent opportunity to play a key role in hydrogen transit between North and West and North and South and East and West. We have a very well-developed gas pipeline infrastructure and abundant gas storage capacities. And we think that this could serve as a basis for a future hydrogen infrastructure as well. As you already mentioned, we will support pilot projects that will help to establish how our existing infrastructure can be used through blending of natural gas and hydrogen. And in this regard, I think that regional and European cooperation is a key to success. Retrofitting of existing pipelines can be part of the solution. It seems that pipelines themselves need little modification. Maybe a bigger challenge is related to compressor stations, which due to the physical properties of hydrogen might have to be replaced altogether. The development of a European hydrogen backbone is also of high importance, and we aspire to become an integral part of this network. Now, going beyond infrastructure, we are convinced that to be able to scale up hydrogen production and establish a fully functioning market for it, we need to have clear regulations, and we must work together on a European level to remove unnecessary barriers to investment. Common quality standards and cross-border operational rules will be necessary to ensure interoperability of markets for clean or low-carbon hydrogen. In this regard, strengthening EU leadership in international fora for technical standards, regulations, and definitions on hydrogen is critical. We encourage our industrial stakeholders to take advantage of opportunities created by the important projects of common European interest in the field of hydrogen. There are at least 3 that could be of direct interest in Hungary. We think that this kind of project-based cooperation is the best way to find our place in European hydrogen value chain, with the aim of fully exploiting our potential and creating as much added value as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Akos, for your explanation. And also, it's great to hear that also Hungary wants to play a very important role on hydrogen in Europe. It's really great. And let's cooperate. We are also here with the FCH JU to help also your projects in Hungary to bear fruit. I have another question for you, but also let's hear first the other speaker. And now I go to the other side of the sea. We go to America, to the US. And I would like to invite Sunita Satyapal. She is the director of the US Department of Energy's Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office within the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, and is responsible for $150 million per year of funding in hydrogen and fuel cell research and development. She has more than 25 years experience, and I know her as really true expert and specialist in this field, and a very nice woman to work with. Also, she is at the moment chairing the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy. We heard it already. It was already mentioned by a few speakers. The IPHE is very, very important partnership, especially in the field of regulation codes and standards and safety, as it was already mentioned, that this is an important area to work internationally with. The partnership has more than 18 countries now, and they want to really accelerate together the progress in hydrogen. Very warm welcome, Sunita, to this forum. And I have a first question for you is, how does the US really see their role in the hydrogen economy and in the international community? What are your future plans in that? And do you have the intention to collaborate with the EU only on the technology or also on other topics? The floor is yours, Sunita.
Thank you, Bart. And so first of all, congratulations on this major event. It's great to see, and thank you for the invitation to join the European family here. And again, we've known each other. It's nice to see you, Adam. Many of you tutor for many, many years. So the first thing I want to say is we really value the collaboration, and we think it's really critical to continue the collaboration. So we've, as you know, we've been collaborating for many, many years. On the technology, we still need to reduce cost. We still need innovation. So I do want to emphasize, even though there's a lot of excitement and exports and imports, we still have a lot to do to get to low-cost hydrogen, not just production, but also the infrastructure, the delivery, liquefaction. I think there's the entire value chain that's really necessary. And of course, I can't speak of overall, U.S. export policy since I'm responsible for the R&D. But hydrogen is one part of a very comprehensive energy strategy, and we already produce 10 million metric tons in the U.S., 1/7 of the global supply, and have looked at resource availability. We just published a DOE program plan on hydrogen. And so, obviously, with natural gas exports, with the potential for hydrogen production, there's a lot of interest, I know, from countries to the US on the opportunity for hydrogen. But again, I think the key is really, we have the resource availability. So we've done a lot of analysis looking at the potential, the resource potential available for 10 times more hydrogen than our current 10 million metric tons. We've also looked at economically at the economic potential, because again, we're very focused on a market competitive system, need to get the cost down, we need diversification. So obviously countries will look at diverse supply opportunities, and we see the potential for 2 to 4 times more hydrogen available. I'll pause there. I think there may be some technical issues. You can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
Sorry. Okay. So anyway, but I think the main thing, Bart, again, just to reiterate for us, like our strategy or plans, I would say really focus on three main things. One is, again, we have to get the cost down. It's great to see in Europe the companies, the gigawatt scale plans. And a lot of the companies are really global. So if you look at acquisitions here, we have companies, for instance, the electrolyzer companies, we have a lot of vertical integration, acquisitions and joint ventures. So we already have a very strong connection. And that global, supply chain, that harmonized supply chain, I think will be critical. So we have so much in common already over decades. So I think reducing costs, the innovation. The second priority is really scaling up. So how can we ideally co-locate production, large volumes of production with end use and demand? I think we all have that similar strategy to enable that infrastructure. And the third, what I call is enablers, and we've already talked about this, the harmonization, the codes and standards. I think safety is critical, the workforce development. Again, how do we really move into a larger scale market competitive approach? But thank you again, and I look forward to continuing to work. Oh, and one last thing is, as you know, we've had in the past, IPHE is 17 years old, and we've had, France, Germany, also as chair, Japan, and others. And now next month, I'm pleased I'll be transitioning the chairmanship to Europe, to the Netherlands.
Yes, and we are really
and we'll continue as vice chair. But again, I think good opportunity for strong collaboration.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward also to keep working together with the IPHE, which is very instrumental, I believe, in this journey towards a hydrogen economy. I will come back to you, Sunita, in a moment, but first let's go to Norway. I would like to invite here Bjørn Hoogstad. He's the Director General, Head of Climate and Industry and Technology Department of the Norwegian Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. So, also here I have a bit a similar question, is how does Norway see its role in the international context?
Well, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this highly timely conference, the prospects of hydrogen. Well, as you may know, Norway is energy producer. Is there an issue?
Yeah, there was a very small glitch, but I think you can keep talking now. Let's please continue.
Okay, well, I'll try. As you may know, Norway is a very large energy producer. We have more than 100 years of history with hydropower. Our domestic energy system is almost 100% renewable. We have been a stable oil and gas producer for some decades, and we are now ramping up on wind power onshore as well as offshore. And we think that makes it possible for us to remain a very stable energy partner for Europe. Also, when it comes to producing hydrogen, we have high ambitions for green as well as blue hydrogen. In this at this stage.
Okay. I see we have.
Do you hear me? Or?
Yeah, you were gone for a minute, but okay. Please continue.
Okay. I hope you didn't miss too much.
No.
Well, Norway has very high ambitions on green as well as blue hydrogen for the future. We see that if hydrogen is to play the role many hope it will play, we need to ramp up fast. So for a couple of next decades, we think we need blue hydrogen from natural gas with carbon capture and storage. But then we think for instance, our vast wind resources could be harnessed for we consider ourselves as a stable partner in making the European Green Deal actually happen and making hydrogen take its necessary role.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah, you wanted to say something still more?
No, I think that will be enough for the opening statement.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Bjorn, for this opening statement. And so finally, I will go to now a very far place now, at least from here, from Brussels. We go to Australia to hear what's going on there, because we heard a lot of big plans and announcements. So for Australia, we will have Joe Dolechal-Ritnell. He's the Senior Trade and Investment Manager for the Government of Western Australia. Actually, Joe is based in London, and that's why we could have you here today. Otherwise, I think it's already very, very late in Australia. But it's clear that your focus at the moment is building industrial, government and research links in the hydrogen sector between Europe and Australia. It's great to have you here, Joe. So my question to you would be, what is the role that Australia would like to play in the global hydrogen economy? And being blessed with all those natural resources you have over there in Australia, do you plan to export also to the EU?
Great. Thank you, Bart, and it's a pleasure to be here. I was going to keep that a little bit of a secret, and then everyone could be impressed with how passionate we are about hydrogen by getting on the call at 3:30 in the morning to join you. But I've really enjoyed watching this occasion grow over the last few years, and I think it's testament to the work of all involved to now see it extend over a week and to have a section on international cooperation. So as you mentioned, I am here in London representing the Western Australian government, but of course, in order to deliver a hydrogen economy and one which is low carbon, that of course requires a national endeavour. Australia is blessed for many reasons. One of the reasons is its natural resources. The coastal areas of Australia alone has the wind, the solar and the land to be able to deliver the hydrogen production needed out to 2050 globally. And if we think of the Pilbara area in Western Australia, which is where Yara and ONG are developing their green ammonia plant, it's where the Renewable Energy Hub is looking at developing a minimum of a 15 gigawatt facility. That's the size of Spain. So we are really talking huge potential. Ultimately, over the last few decades, we have established ourselves as a reliable, a secure and affordable energy and resource supplier. But what's absolutely critical in this area, and we've heard it a number of times already, is that we want to be recognised as a sustainable, low-carbon partner, because we wouldn't be here speaking but for the imperative of meeting our climate targets. So there are a number of ways that the Australian and Western Australian governments are looking at supporting this. I'll just touch on a few of the key pillars, which I think will be quite similar to the other representatives on the call. One is around regulation. So Australia is a federated system, so we want to make sure that our legislation is consistent on a national and a state level, and that the right policy levers are pulled at the right time to encourage hydrogen production. We're working internationally on market development. For example, Australia's a member of Mission Innovation. It's a part of all 8 of its challenges and co-lead for IC8. We're supporting technology commercialisation to make sure that low-carbon hydrogen production can happen. And importantly, Australia is very often spoken in the context of export. But if we look at an analogy in terms of the development of Western Australia's natural gas sector, that was very much built on the back of domestic demand. So we want to make sure that we're also building the local demand and the local expertise so that that can underwrite future large exports. The other thing I wanted to mention is, as well as being a source of export, we are doing work on important technology enabling. So the two that people on the call might have heard of, one is metal membrane technology that's been developed by the National Science Organisation and now is being scaled up with Fortescue Metals Group and Hyundai. And that really enables the export of hydrogen as ammonia and then at the end user, at the customer end, that ammonia can be filtered through the membrane into high purity hydrogen for use at the customer end. And the other I just wanted to note is a recent public-private partnership that's just gotten started in Western Australia, which is looking at developing a boil-off model for liquefied hydrogen and ammonia. So there's no point in being able to produce all this hydrogen in Australia if we can't get it to markets. To your second question, sorry, just one moment. To your second question on whether exports extend to the EU, but absolutely yes. I think that question got set up for me well. So obviously markets like Japan and Korea are going to be very, very important, but Western Australia and Australia are doing work in engaging the EU and national governments. I've already referenced the work we're doing with Mission Innovation, but in September, people might have seen that the German and Australian governments agreed to a feasibility study on expanding the green hydrogen supply chain between the two countries. So I think that's a very good starting point, and would love to see similar initiatives pursued at an EU level and other national levels. I could rattle off a few of the projects underway to demonstrate that exporting to Europe, but I like taking challenges head on. So I thought I'll just touch on something that I've heard a few times where they say, but Joe, Australia's just too far away for exports to be possible. So as a starting point, as we've already heard through the week, we're not talking about a question of imports versus domestic production. We all recognise that there's going to be imports that are required into Europe. I believe it's the German hydrogen strategy that puts a figure on it, maybe of around 60%, if I'm not mistaken. So immediately we're on a question around the different sources of where imports will come from. Now, if we use, I know it's not going to be an absolute direct comparison in practice, but if we look at the LNG market as a comparison and say, for example, using the United States to Europe, the pure transportation costs of that is around 30 to 50 cents per million British thermal units. So we're not talking about 2 or 3 cents. It's not a cost to be completely dismissed. But if you compare that to the cost of the liquefaction process to get that gas to Europe, that's in the vicinity of $2.50 to $3.50. So the transportation element in comparison is much, much smaller. So there's scope in other parts of the supply chain. And let's not forget that there'll be a big first mover advantage to those countries that can produce at low cost and at scale to really bring down costs in other areas of the supply chain that can then make up the difference in the distance on transportation. So I just wanted to get my answer out there just before I could ask the question about distance. So watch this space further. Thanks, Bart.
Yeah, indeed, that has been a question as, Australia so far, so would they be able to import or to export to Europe? So no, thanks for clarifying that and to make it clear. So we also take some questions from the chat or from the Mentimeter in our case. And Actually, Tudor, there was a question I still had prepared, but there's also a question from the audience, and I will combine them, because if we look into the European target of 2030, which we said 40 gigawatt of electrolyzers need to be put in the field, well, we know that still even 40 gigawatt will not be able to cover all the hydrogen that we will need in 2030. Maybe it's 30%, maybe 50%, more or less. So where will the other hydrogen come from? Can it be blue hydrogen? Can it be import? So it would be good to have your thoughts on that. And then the question of the audience was actually, because it's very much related to that, is there an official definition of green hydrogen or blue hydrogen at the level of the EU legislator, so on the legislation? And if not, when would such a definition be considered, or when we could expect something to come?
Thank you, Bart. Now, as I said, first of all, and because we discuss this in the international context, of course, we look at all our partners, and one has to bear in mind that hydrogen is actually becoming an integral part also on the international energy agenda. And this is what we discussed, of course, I mentioned before, all the international initiative, but also bilaterally one. So we cooperate with the United States, with Japan, with Korea, gradually with India and other countries around the world, and hydrogen has to become a component of the energy dialogue we establish with our key partners, as I mentioned, and also with other countries in Northern Africa and so on. So it will figure out its way on how to make best use of the potential of bringing hydrogen. But of course, it has to be certified as such. The issue of definition is important. We have some definitions already in which we have for the hydrogen strategy defined. We'll need maybe to go more in details and to clarify aspects in particular related to certain, to clarify and so on. And this is part of the ongoing work, and now we'll have to review a number of directives, including the Renewable Directive, in order to meet the 2030 targets under the Green Deal. In terms of capacities, now we are quite encouraged because, let me say, if we look, today we have a consumption of about 10 million tons of hydrogen in Europe. And what we have seen estimates from industries in the range now of about 15 million. With the 40 gigawatts we plan to produce maybe at 10. We already have capacities for production, so the aim is to gradually replace the existing grey hydrogen with renewable and eventually low carbon. In long term, this may not be sufficient, and we may need also to import hydrogen, so we're absolutely open to this. I have to say that currently the 40 gigawatts, we see plans only on a couple of countries, but of course major countries, but also newer comers in Europe. So about 7 countries with their strategies on hydrogen. I think we are already at about 23, 24 gigawatt plants. So we are confident that the target of 40 is quite realistic. And you know, the study we have undertaken also with your support, analyzing the NECPs and trying to make an independent evaluation. What are the potential of producing hydrogen, in particular renewable hydrogen, actually in Europe? And we got to somewhere between 35 and 50 something gigawatt capacity. So the figure of 40 is absolutely realistic, and maybe even more than that. For the difference, of course, we'll have to look at the opportunities, first of all, as indicated in the strategy in the neighboring countries, being in the east or being in the south of Europe, and tap the potential. And gradually, of course, we are looking into other areas as well, which may be producers and suppliers of hydrogen. Again, particularly renewable hydrogen, but which we need also the infrastructure and the transportation means, which are also important. How are you going to bring it, depending from what distance, depending how you are going to use it. From large distance, maybe through ammonia, then you use it maybe directly in the fertilizers industry. So all these opportunities will have to be analyzed, and also all the challenges, because it's clear that we don't speak about one single solution in this area either, and we'll have to accommodate them and to discuss them with our partners, and we are open to find the most suitable solutions which to help the of course, the European plans in terms of decarbonization, in terms of industrial competitiveness, but also the global plans in terms of the climate agenda, and strengthen the opportunities with all the country partners in this field.
Yeah, indeed, we will need all kind of different technologies in order to supply all that hydrogen that we will need in 2030. There was also a question here from the audience for Germany, for Adam. But before I go to that question, I still would like to clarify a few things, because I know that Germany have signed with Chile, with Morocco, but also with Australia. You signed some MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings, in to work on, to cooperate on interlinks. But my question is here was, when can we really expect the first hydrogen to be imported of one of those countries into Germany? And how do you see the topic of hydrogen certification, and also other things that you would like to work on with those countries beyond, for example, import and export of hydrogen?
Yeah, thank you, Bart. So the question of our international partnerships regarding the import of hydrogen, I could make it a short version. It's not our responsibility as the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure. It is under the responsibility of my colleagues from the German Federal Ministry of Energy and Economy. But we are working together pretty closely on that. So we, as the Ministry of Transport, we have a strong interest to bring green hydrogen to Europe, to Germany, from abroad, to literally fuel our vehicles, to bring zero emission transport with green hydrogen on our roads or on our rivers. And if you look on this, we are observing pretty closely what is going on, and our colleagues from the Ministry of Energy, they founded a cooperation framework which is called H2 Global, and this is a framework where international partners are in cooperation with the German development agency GIZ, are working on solutions to bring green hydrogen to Europe, to Germany. If I look on the timetables, I know that some of my colleagues are pretty optimistic, some are a little less optimistic. I can't wait for the green hydrogen to come to Germany, so I can't have any model. I don't have any models which we rely on regarding the usage of this imported green hydrogen in the transport sector. But we know that when we look on the numbers, we are expecting to see on our streets regarding, for example, heavy-duty transport, is clear that green hydrogen being produced in Germany will not be sufficient. So we'll rely on imported green hydrogen. And if we look on this fact that we will need this imported green hydrogen, the question that this green hydrogen is sustainably produced is key. And from our point of view, these reliable sustainability standards and the proof of origin for green hydrogen is a very important task. Not on the national level, I have to say, but on the European level. So I hope we can join forces on this. But we, as a German federal government, we realize that this is a very important task to be solved regarding the import of green hydrogen.
Okay, great. So in the preparation of this event, I also had a talk with the Minister in Chile of Energy regarding when Chile would export their first hydrogen or the green electron through hydrogen molecules to Germany. And he had a very ambitious target. So he said by the end of next year, December next year, he would like to see the first green electron from Chile being imported in Germany. So let's hope that this will become a reality. But just if you can answer the very quick on a question from the audience. what is the timeline for Germany to translate the hydrogen strategy into concrete policies? Maybe you cannot answer for all the directorates, but maybe for transport you can.
We are already working on it. So we will see the first things being realized pretty soon. We just started, for example, the ramp up for vehicles. We had a call just a couple of weeks ago regarding garbage collection vehicles with fuel cells and hydrogen drivetrains. So we already started, and we are not starting from zero. That's important. That's what I mentioned before. So we are looking back to a long time, many years of very intense work on this field. So it's work in progress, but it has already started.
Oh, that's great to hear. I think the audience will be very happy with this answer. So I have another question for Hungary. So going back to your strategic position in Europe, as we explained before, many countries on this panel, I think almost all the countries here on this panel, they have actually a national hydrogen strategy, a roadmap. I know that Hungary does not have yet such a strategy. Are you planning to adopt one very soon, and what is the role of hydrogen more generally in your political agenda?
Yes, indeed, we haven't adopted a hydrogen strategy yet, but preparations are well underway. And we have already recognized the importance of hydrogen in our National Energy and Climate Plan, as well as in our new energy strategy, which was adopted by the government earlier this year. On the basis of this new strategy, which deals extensively with the energy innovation issues, not only hydrogen, but other important areas as well, a tender was already published to support, among others, power-to-gas technologies. We have also established a national hydrogen technology platform to bring together all the relevant actors in the industry. And within this platform, 6 working groups were set up to deal with every aspect of the hydrogen economy, from power and gas markets to transportation and industry. The platform is going to publish a white paper, hopefully already this year, and this will serve as the basis of a hydrogen strategy that is due next year. You might know that Hungary has put in law that it will achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and already in 2030 we aim to have an energy mix where 90% of our electricity production is carbon-free. Now, this means that we will have to integrate more and more weather-dependent renewable production, mostly solar. And we regard hydrogen as a key technology to provide long-term seasonal energy storage. As Hungary is quite dependent on both electricity and gas imports, the use of hydrogen produced from domestically available sources is also a question of supply security for us. I have to stress, however, that we also rely on nuclear energy as a carbon-free source in our energy transition, and therefore we are not only in favor of green, but of yellow hydrogen as well. Aside from the energy sector, we see a role for hydrogen to contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions in the transport sector, and it may also help to decarbonize a range of hard-to-abate industrial sectors like petrochemicals, iron and steel industry, or the cement industry. So our hydrogen strategy will carefully examine our opportunities in all relevant sectors, and it will also assess our potential in research, development, and innovation. We are confident that building a well-designed hydrogen economy can significantly contribute to the overall development of our economy, and this will be a key point in our strategical thinking.
Wow, it's great to hear that you're planning also to release a hydrogen strategy. And we are more than happy to help you. I mean, if you need any support as well, please do not hesitate to contact us. We are there for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, with pleasure. So back to Sydney. Oh, by the way, I learned something new. Yellow hydrogen is the first time I hear, but hey, why not? We have almost all the colors already. So now we put just another color. Thanks. Sunita, I have a question for you. So as you saw, I mean, as you heard in this panel, hydrogen is very, very hot in Europe. I hope it doesn't get too hot, but it's very hot in Europe. Do you see it possible that hydrogen would be traded in euro? As you could see, the hydrogen strategy, it mentioned that we should potentially trade the hydrogen worldwide in euros. So do you think that's realistic? And the US, as you know very well, is a net exporter of energy. And would you have any interest actually also to export hydrogen to Europe? And do you see there's a huge potential in that? And as well, you heard, I mean, especially Germany also here, is that we are very severe here on renewable hydrogen. And do you intend to focus your efforts in the future, especially also in the research area, on green hydrogen, and maybe slightly move away maybe from nuclear, fossil fuel, or yellow hydrogen, I heard today?
Well, thank you, Bart. That's a lot of questions there.
Yes, I know.
Some challenging ones. So I think I'll probably stay away from some of the more challenging ones.
No problem.
But in terms of, again, we're very market-based. And so I think, it has to be competitive. So it's so hard to tell when you look at the U.S. landscape and our exports now, just the last 10, 15 years, such significant changes when you look at our natural gas exports. And so I think again, diversification is going to be key. So I'm sure that regions are going to look to import from, not be limited in supply. And again, cost. I think there's so many factors that come into play in terms of euros or. So I think, but in general, I think going back to cost reduction is key, and enabling the infrastructure. So when it comes to export terminals, import terminals, and then the end use, the pipelines, just that large scale, going to be key. But I think I think your last question in terms of green hydrogen, we again have a comprehensive strategy. So one of the main benefits of hydrogen is you can make it from diverse domestic resources. So again, the blue hydrogen, fossil fuels with CCUS. We have some new nuclear to hydrogen projects we just announced for the first time with electrolyzers. And then the last thing I'll mention that I think most people don't talk about, but having the intermittent renewables by itself leads to basically low capacity factor. So it's much better to use the electrolyzer continuously, high utilization. So we're looking at, renewables, intermittent with electrolyzers, but then coming in with base load, such as nuclear, to have high utilization of the electrolyzers and lower cost. So again, I think it's really, all of the above. What can we do to make it a competitive market and reduce cost and provide that diversification?
Yeah, thank you for that answer. There was also a question here from the audience, and maybe it is a good question for Bjorn. Maybe it's not 100% sure if you will be able to answer, but let's give it a try, Bjorn. So the question is, are there plans to help SMEs based in Africa to contact EU companies and work on supply of electrolyzers? And why I'm asking you that, because I know that one big electrolyzer company, NOW, by the way, is based in Norway. So is there any maybe way that Norway and then through NOW maybe you can support SMEs based in Africa?
I'm afraid I have to provide a bit of a speculative answer here. I am sure that the Ministry of would like to look in.
Yeah, I think here the connections keep climate still a problem. So I think we should stop this. Sorry, I think the connection is too bad, and I'm sorry for that. But so, Joe, question for you, and I think time is running out, so it probably will be my last question for you. But what do you, as Australia, expect from Europe in return? What kind of role do you would like to see Europe playing in this field? I mean, for example, we talked about the guarantees of origin. I truly personally believe it would be best to have only one guarantees of origin scheme around the world. Do you think that is realistic, or will, for example, Asia develop its own guarantees of origin scheme? Or also, what kind of equipment do you think that you will need to import into Australia? And, for example, like electrolyzer or fuel cells, do you think Europe can play that role for you?
Thank you, Bart. Yeah, a little bit to unpack from that, but I'll give it a crack with the time. Maybe in terms of the role of Europe and what we're looking for, I'll address that first, and maybe we can break that down, I suppose, between government and industry. So from a government level, Europe clearly has a leadership role in this area, and Australia likewise sees a role for itself there. So I think looking at exploring these MOUs and building on them, bringing in the need and advocacy for green hydrogen into other forum is really important, and approaching this problem from the philosophy of a win-win and open relationship. Australia's approached the last 3 to 5 years with a great deal of ambition, but ultimately Europe's been at this for a lot longer than we have. So we can certainly benefit from a structured way to share industry and government policy lessons. Let's not reinvent the wheel when we don't have to, and let's avoid mistakes when there have been pitfalls. On the industry side, absolutely, I think there's a great deal of scope for Europe to be a technology exporter in Australia, things like electrolyzers, fuel cells, refueling stations, etc. I've worked with a number of companies who are joining this week in providing advice on that, making introductions into the local sector there. And I suppose maybe two quick pieces of advice if you fall in the category of being interested in the market but haven't quite taken the plunge. Make yourself known to the players in Australia, and certainly if you'd like to get in contact with me through the system, I can assist with that. The last thing you want to be doing is being known to government and being known to industry as a request for tender comes out. And the other thing is take the time to have a look at the ecosystem in Australia and understand what the capability and capacity is in your specific area, and whether you think that that's something that can be purely done by you or whether it can be done in partnership with companies already established in Australia. Onto guarantees of origin. I'm personally very impressed by the work of FCH, Bart, and I think you're a very strong advocate in that area. And I know that you have quite regular conversations both with myself and my colleagues on this. We're expecting a detailed approach and way forward to be released by the Australian government early next year. Suffice it to say, yes, a single scheme or a series of harmonised schemes makes sense. We don't want to be in a position where investment is deferred because there isn't confidence in a guarantee of origin scheme. And it would be crazy to get to a point in the future where plants are locked into a particular market or have to add cost to the process to be able to meet multiple customer needs. So absolutely, having a single or a very, very well coordinated way forward is the place to get to.
Okay, thanks for this very clear answer. I understood that basically our European industry should make some promotional tour in Australia. I think many will like to do that. It's a very beautiful country there. So, by the way, I can only agree with you to have one guarantees of origin scheme, and I think in the course in the IPHE together with Tudor and Sunita, I know they are working very hard on that to bring everybody on the same pace, on the same line. And I think this is a great work that they are doing in their task force on that. So that comes to an end here. I would like to thank all my speakers. I'm sorry to Norway that the connection was not so bad and was not so good, so we could not have such a great or intensive talks. But anyway, I'm happy that you were here. Also, Sunita from the US, very well. Welcome that you were here. I'm appreciated that you make your time available. For the German ministry, thanks. Australia as well. Hungary, keep on going with your hydrogen roadmap. We're looking forward to it. And Tudor, thanks for your insights in the European policies and the direction. Thanks a lot. And now I hand over back to you, Jürgen, in Berlin.
Thanks a lot, Bart. It was a great pleasure to listen to you and to learn about yellow hydrogen and stuff like that. I didn't know that you're such an investigative moderator, Bart. This is really great. It was a great pleasure. Looking at the time schedule, I must confess we're almost done for today and about to pull the plug out of the jug. This third day of European Hydrogen Week is slowly but surely coming to an end. But not before we have a chance to listen to the closing remarks and a summary from Klaus Bonhoff, Director General from the Federal Minister of Transport and Digital Infrastructure. Klaus, what are your key findings today?
Jürgen, thank you very much. And I'm not at all surprised about the moderating skills of Bart, since he's living and working in Brussels. I think that's one of the major skills that you need to survive. So actually, Bart, when you first contacted me, I'm glad that you initiated this whole conference here. You always take advantage of the EU Council presidencies to promote hydrogen. So that is indeed a good thing to do. And we were, of course, very happy to support you. And then in the end, to have this joint conference. Also, my thanks obviously goes to my colleagues from NOW, from the FCH JU, from the European Commission. Allow me to recap just some of the key messages that we did here today. I do absolutely agree with the Director General Hololai from DG Move that hydrogen will play a major role in the future and that we should focus on clean, green hydrogen. Also, it was good to hear from the Commission, as well as from other member states, that their intention is to integrate hydrogen into upcoming regulatory frameworks, legislations, including infrastructure plans, for example, under the AFIT, the Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Directive. Bart, as always, was very passionately talking about the regions, and yes, the regions do have a key role to play, and it was good to hear today that that approach really proves to be very successful. It is encouraging to hear that funding for regions will even be increased. And also, this is what we heard from Germany, that we will have a second round of our Highland competition coming up next year. So connecting the regions, cross-border collaboration is key as well. And this is happening as we speak. And it is good to hear that in all of these integrated concepts, more and more people talk about using renewable energy to produce hydrogen. So this is, from our perspective, a critical point. Also, it's good to hear that regions will be involved that are not yet at a level of expert knowledge, so to say, so they can step up as well and they can learn about hydrogen and what is the potential for these specific regions. We have heard from our panelists from the European institutions that regions are crucial to implement the technology. And also we see that the Commission obviously is very strongly looking into the energy transition, including hydrogen, and hydrogen will have to play a role there. Peter Drell from DG RTD mentioned Fridays for Future. And obviously the young generation does have very high expectations on us to act powerful and immediate, and the time is now to really take advantage of all the funding that is available on a national level, on a European level, the momentum that we have globally to use that to take hydrogen to the next step. And Maria Cavallo, Member of Parliament, was obviously very right to also highlight the educational part that is needed in order to be successful. our high-level guests from partner countries across the world were united in their will to become green hydrogen exporters, and we see concrete initiatives as we speak, and I do truly believe that we will see a global hydrogen market, and it is our joint task to make sure that we build up the respective supply chain that is needed for that. So it is clear that we have to seize the momentum that we do have right now, and in this context we also need to develop the right guarantees of origin that was mentioned, as well as sustainability criteria, because this is also inherently embedded in our national strategy here in Germany. In the long term, we will need green hydrogen as a sustainable option in an integrated energy system. Hydrogen is indeed needed as an integrated part of, or as a part in an integrated system. It is important in our joint recovery programs on a national level as well as on a European level. And hydrogen is about climate change prevention and growth and jobs. So we do look forward to working with all of you to make this really a success. And again, Bart, thank you very much to you. Thanks to everybody. And there's a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm very happy that we will jointly do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Very interesting times ahead of us. And I think despite of many elections next year coming up, it's a very decisive year. I've got the impression from all that, what we heard today. As I said, we're part of the first European Hydrogen Week. We close out today, of course, with some key findings also from the European perspective. Again, with the Executive Director and Investigative Moderator from Fuel Cells Joint Undertaking, Bart Bieber.
Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you very much, Jürgen. And also thank you, Klaus, for these very kind words for the FCH JU. You know, we work already very well closely together since a couple of years, and it was always been fantastic, and I hope we will continue to do that. As you correctly pointed out, I mean, I'm very passionate about regions, and I was planning just to say a few things what we will do in the future with the regions, because this is new. It has not been mentioned before, but we heard today regions are key for scaling up. Cooperation between regions are key, especially in sharing lessons learned. And for us, we will make 3 clear things. First of all, we will take an action on how can we help the regions to leverage the money. So we will, at the beginning of next year, we will launch a tender here to work together with a supplier that will try to set up MOCs or Memorandum of Cooperations with regions that really would like to invest in fuel cells and hydrogen technology. The idea here is that if some of those companies or research institutes in those regions would like to apply for our calls, that then they also have a certain guarantee that the regional funding will also be submitted. So such a kind of MOCs we will try to set up, and this will help also some regions to be very successful in future calls. Second thing is that we will also keep supporting basically the regions in the with reaching out to the education of their citizens, because I heard it many times here. Also, Maria mentioned we need to educate the people, because now these technologies are getting into the field. People are starting to using it, so we need to raise awareness in the society, make also sure that people understand that this technology is safe, and we will help them with that, because this will also be one of our missions, one of our objectives of our next partnership. And finally, the regions will also play an important role in our future partnership, because we are planning to set up a stakeholders advisory body in the future, and in that body also the regions will have a place. So again, strong focus on the regions in the next partnership is guaranteed through these 3 concrete actions that we will do. So by this I would like to close also the 3rd day of the Hydrogen Week. Tomorrow is really, I would call it our summit day, because we will have really fantastic speakers over there. I would like to thank, of course, Jürgen. I mean, thanks for saying that I can moderate a little bit well, but you are really a fantastic moderator. I really enjoyed it. I can still learn many things from you. That's clear. But we had really great fun here. Thanks a lot for your very, very professional moderation today. I really appreciate it. And further on, I also would like to thank, of course, NOW colleagues for their support and this joint setting up of this event. And of course, of the Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure in Germany to cooperate in hosting this event under the presidency. Thank you very much, everybody. And I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow, all of you, at 9 o'clock sharp. And I can tell you it will be an amazing day, no doubt. Thank you very much and have a good evening, everybody.
Bye-bye.